Oh, you hate it? Am Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say Am Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. Am Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right. It's Monday. Monday News Day, folks. You already know what it is. It's Monday News Day, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Because on this beautiful Monday News Day, it's Monday, July 13th, we're going to be talking about the news, and that's my favorite goddamn thing to do. I know it's not maybe for many of you, but it is certainly for me. Also, you might have noticed some changes behind me. I finally framed the Cutie Cinderella newspaper from 9/11, the morning of 9/12, the newspaper right there. The newspaper that covered 9/11. It's now officially sitting behind me, and I moved the North Korean poster up in place of the fan art. We're going to find a new place to put all the fan art. Don't you worry. Okay. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, that's a PSA 10, by the way. That 9/11 poster, or not, the 9/11 news article is a PSA 10. Having diaper fan art was a crazy decision. Yeah, I'm fucking beast mode. I don't give a shit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Monday News Day. You already know what it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. You already know what it is. But as far as personal news goes, I'm a chud-ass loser, and you already know it. I've been watching Mad Men and looking at the swag. Looking at the swag that Don Draper has and trying to get a piece of that swag myself. House becoming too small for all this stuff. Time to upgrade. What is happening? Hype Train level 4 already? What the hell, Leonte? Oh, Hype Train level 4. Well, if we get to level 10 on its own, we'll carry the flame. You already know what a... Bro, this shirt has collar bar holes. You should get one. I know, it does. And my dad actually got me a collar bar as well. The problem is you can't actually put... The collar bars are too big. For pimples, you should start to do Starface pimple patches. No thanks. Thanks, but no thanks. Anyway, what Kami says, God damn, with another 50 bones. Okay, purple works well on you, for real, for real. Thank you, chatters. I'm a chud-ass loser, as you guys know. I didn't really do much. Nothing going on in my life. I'm pathetic. I'm a chud. I watched Mad Men, went to sleep. I basically fall asleep by 11. Like, there's no shot I'm staying past 11 at this point. I am... Wait, is Sam Cedar here? Have Sam Cedar on while he's in LA? Wait, ain't no way Sam Cedar is in Los Angeles right now and he didn't text me. Hold on. I'm texting him right now. Unc didn't check in. Unc didn't check in. All right, drama. If he's actually in Los Angeles and he didn't check in with me and he's not coming on, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. He's doing secret Hollywood stuff. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you already know what's up. You already know what's happening. Okay, you're washed and chud confirmed. Yes, Sam Cedar has officially confirmed my washed nature, my washed status, and my chud status. When are you going to wear your mouse suit? I plan to wear the mouse suits on red carpets and stuff, like big events. I don't plan to wear them regularly on the stream. Found your tie for the Singapore trip? Access temporarily restricted. What the hell? Maybe it's because I have... Yeah, I can't see it. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Chud ass loser, woke up early, worked out. I did titties today. I did chest today. And I'll be honest, I feel pretty crazy. My chest feels out of control right now. My titties feel milky. Okay? I'll just say it. When you hit a good chest day, and your tits feel like you're... Yes, door's open. Okay. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Straight up. Hasan never records IG workout vids anymore? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, isn't it more seductive that I got all this meat and I'm not showing it? Some of you guys just want, you're horny and you want the meat. You're like, Arby's, show me the meats. And for me, it's like I'm leaving it up to the imagination. I'm keeping it locked in the chamber for a special occasion. You know what I mean? The more I tease and the more I hide, the more valuable it is. The more I can use it in an opportune moment. And a lot of you are not thinking about that. A lot of you are not thinking about that. Yeah, it's a little bit like a male hijab, if you will. And I'm gonna deploy it tactically. It's gonna be a tactical meat deployment. Okay, it's gonna be a tactical meat deployment. It's not gonna be in the tub. So if that's what you think, you're wrong. But it'll be like a tactical meat deployment that will most likely be deployed for a particular race or something. You know, for a particular race, maybe Abdul al-Sayed in the general, right? Not even in the primary. Like, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm going to be using. If there's the established Democrats get crazier in the primaries, who knows? I might do a meat launch. You know, go meet for meat with some folks. But for the time being, you know, at level 50 hype train, can we see the meats? Sure. It's not going to happen. But In any case, ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot to talk about today. A lot's going on in the world. There's a lot of the situation monitors, the missile autists, the UAV enjoyers, the Strait of Hormuz, import-export enjoyers, the big business enjoyers, those who love tracking commerce, the commodity traders rejoice. Because we're back to monitoring the motherfucking situation, ladies and gentlemen. Silex with the 200 bones. Oh my Lord, what the hell is going on? That's right. Lindsey Graham dead at 71. He would have loved to see what the situation unfolds in the Strait of Hormuz. Lindsey Graham dead at 71. Ceasefire over. Did you see the scathing Abdul article? Something to consider? I did. Detroit Free Press. If El Sayed wins the Michigan U.S. Senate primary, the next test is the general. Wow. Wow. You live and you learn. You know, I didn't realize it was like that. I thought it was just you win the primary and there's no general. But I'm glad. I'm glad to have learned that from the Detroit Free Press. Thank you. Huge if true. But yeah, Lindsey Graham dead at 71. Ceasefire over. Situation monitored. There's, I believe there has been another ICE shooting in Maine as well. And we'll obviously cover that as well. There's a suspected, there is a suspected hate crime in Mississippi of a 18-year-old black teen. Hold on. I'm getting text messages. But yeah, that's we'll be talking about that as well. Lindsey Graham dead at 71. Ceasefire over. Situation monitor. Strait close. Trita Parsi later. Right-wing Democrats panic and Michigan GOP panic. Everybody panic, basically. Mitch. Lindsey Graham dead at 71. Mitch McConnell alive. Get in now. Science you, chat. No bless you open here. We're doing science you. Karl Marx you. Dialectical materialism you. Dialectics you. In any case, we got a lot to talk about, folks. We got a lot to talk about. God damn, there's so much going on in the motherfucking country. Okay, Çok Yaşa allowed. Yes. Çok Yaşa does make sense. You know what's really funny? In Turkey, we don't say like God bless you or anything. We say live long. If someone sneezes in Turkey, you say live long, and the other person says may you see it as well. Sen de gör. Yeah, I already blasted. I already posted. Can you do an Alveus collab soon on Miss Joy Whimsy and the Animals? Sure. Have you seen the Count Binface stuff in the UK? Wondering who you'd endorse in that race, buddy? As a major fan of by-elections, specifically in Clacton, right? Am I saying it right? Is it the right place? Is it Clacton? I think there's only one answer. One answer for the future of the country. And that answer is Binface. I have already endorsed Binface. As a big fan of the by-elections, specifically by-elections that are thrown haphazardly in an effort to poll the public's opinion as there's a political crisis imminent due to the corruption charges and the potential corruption investigation that Nigel Farage is finally due. This is exactly my kind of by-election that I'm excited to be a part of. And yes, as a longtime fan of Clacton, I believe Count Binface, Lord Binface, whatever his name is the truest advocate for the needs of the working class. One might even say I'm a proper binhead geezer. A proper binhead geezer. That's right. Lovely, delightful, wonderful. Hold on. What? You're going to talk about Rubio being Delcy Rodriguez's gay BFF? Yes, of course. Marco Rubio's subplot in the White House is about him, sending nudes and selfies and sexting with the current head of state, the replacement head of state, Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. Yes. I hate that Argentina's making me root for England. Spain all the way, though. Are you for real? Yes. Have you seen Farage walk like a normal human being? I don't think Nigel Farage is capable of doing anything like a normal human being. Wait, explain? Yes, bro. We're going to talk about it. That's my job. Chatters. It's my job to explain to you the things that are happening all around the world. Okay? This is one of those things that I will explain. It's so funny when I tease a story that we'll eventually get to in the day and you go, wait, what? Explain. Well, don't you think that's kind of the whole process here? In any case, do we have the Themasius playlist? Because we're live, we're alive, and it's official. We're going to get to all of the news and more. Explain this. He got that post Hasan pipe glow. That's crazy. Hen Mazik is obsessed with you. I know, because the Israeli state pays him to be my choppelganger and to also be obsessed with me. Okay, that's what it is. You say it's crazy, but not that it's wrong. Yes, I don't think love is wrong. Okay? Yes, of course I say it's crazy. But I'll never say it's wrong. Because love is love. Okay? Sometimes love is an 84-year-old geriatric senator who's one of the most influential Republican demons of the last 2 decades, and a 34-year-old man about to turn 35 who happens to be a socialist, anti-imperialist political commentator. Okay? Love is love. Problematic age gaps aside. Problematic age gaps be damned. Love is love, folks. 34 turning 65, the way you live, to be honest, why would you hit a scuba after that? We are cooked. If it wasn't for the very real picture he's holding, I wouldn't tell it that is AI. It's not. It's real. He's alive. And he's confirming it. Representative Ilhan Omar endorses Abdul El Sayed for U.S. Senate in Michigan. Hell yeah. What is the watermark? That's not a watermark. Shh. There's no watermark. It's a real photo. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, chat. It's a real photo. Are you up to date with the One Piece anime? No, I'm not. Old Man Hope feels like silk, but the youngins aren't ready for that conversation. That's crazy. Okay, we got to stop talking about Me and Lindsey Graham, or not Lindsey Graham, sorry. Me and Mitch McConnell. See, I got Lindsey Graham on the mind still. R.I.P. Okay. Marco Rubio wants to dismantle ICC. I know. Piece of shit. Okay. All right. We're going right into it. Locked and loaded, ladies and gentlemen. Get the autists in here right now. Bring me back my autists. Autism. The autists, the missile autists rejoice. It's time for situation monitoring. And it's a tough one to monitor. Partially because there's a lot of fog of war this time around, because I think the American side has established that it's not great when they keep allowing impact sites to be plastered all over OSINT Twitter. And this time around, I have to apologize for something I said yesterday. Remember yesterday when we were talking about Saudi Arabia, and I said at least Saudi Arabia is not bombing Yemen? Well, that changed. Because Saudi Arabia, as of, maybe 3 or 4 hours after I said that, did unironically bomb the fucking airport in Sana'a. So Saudi Arabia is now bombing Yemen. So there's a tit for tat there as well. This time we're going to see some motion from the Houthis. Obviously, the MOU is over. The ceasefire is over. Iran has made it very clear that their understanding of the memorandum of understanding that's crazy. Iran's memorandum of understanding maintains some level of control in the hands of Iran over the Strait of Hormuz. This is tremendous leverage that they were not going to give up. Obviously, they won it militarily. And yet, the United States of America clearly was simply using this memorandum of understanding for a moment of respite for their strategic oil reserves. And to normalize the oil markets a little bit. Kaya, come here. What the hell? What the hell, Kaya? Kaya's so funny. She'll open the door, she'll leave, and then immediately come back in. And I think right now it's just more so the process of opening the door that she enjoys. Like, she's just like, I have this power. I can wield it in my hands in any way, shape, or form that I see fit. But yes, as I was saying, so memorandum of understanding turned into a memorandum of misunderstanding, or rather it was by design supposed to be a misunderstanding. The United States of America got very frustrated when Iran maintained its position as the sole controller of the ships that transit through the Strait of Hormuz. They had said to the Americans that they would allow all ships to transit as long as they still went through the preordained, pre-designated routes. America pressured the Omani government and the Omani leadership to allow ships to go through the Omani route, the Omani coastline. And of course, in retaliation for that, the Iranians started opening fire on the ships that were passing through the Omani coastline. This stopped the transiting of the Strait of Hormuz. The ships from transiting in the Strait of Hormuz, it turned the clock back. The strait is still closed. As of yesterday, now Donald Trump is, or as of early this morning, Donald Trump has decided to re-implement his blockade. We're going to get to that in a second. But yes, there's tit for tat, fresh strikes. Iran has been dishing it out to the Gulf countries, but even Jordan as well, according to some reports, as the United States of America is pummeling Iran to the best of its ability. So we're back to Operation Epstein's Fury. Okay?
Overnight, a new round of...
Oh my God, why is this so... Oh, I didn't realize I had cranked this shit up.
As the ceasefire unravels, the renewed hostilities are creating uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz, with Iran claiming it's closed while the Trump administration says it's open. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is at the White House with the latest for us. Good morning to you, Mary.
Good morning, Robin. And it has now been nearly a month.
Lol. Yeah. Far left streamer Hasan Piker calls Lindsey Graham a bloodthirsty, odious monster. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Play my highlight reel, bitch. I don't give a shit. Yeah. Where is the lie, man? I can't wait for this to be the day's conversation. People being like, wow, I can't believe he said that. Okay. Address the point at hand, please. Address the point at hand, then. Is he not? Explain to me why that's not the case. Anyway, we'll get to that.
Since President Trump signed that short-term peace agreement with Iran, but after days of back-and-forth strikes, as you said, the ceasefire is now unraveling. The Iranians this morning say the agreement has, quote, entered a crisis stage. Now, overnight, the U.S. launching a new round of strikes against Iran, the fourth series of attacks in less than a week. Iran then responding with a barrage of strikes aimed at American military assets in the Middle East. Now, these fresh attacks are coming amid mixed messages about the Strait of Hormuz. After targeting commercial ships in the critical waterway for days, Iran declaring it's closing the Strait of Hormuz. But President Trump says that's not the case. He insists that it is open. Reopening the strait, of course, was at the heart of this memorandum of understanding that was intended to...
I like that yesterday he was saying, no, you don't understand. The Strait of Hormuz is open. And today he's decided, actually, just kidding, it's not open. I don't know why I said that. As a matter of fact, we closed it. We're back. We're so back. We're so back, dude. We're so fucking back. Yeah.
Buy more time to negotiate a longer-term lasting nuclear deal. The issue...
Trump told a cuck test for all U.S. allies. I mean, yeah, they are. Everyone is cucked to American interests. So it's just, it's not surprising.
At the heart of this conflict, but the two sides haven't even been able to get to that point amid these escalating back and forth strikes, Robin.
And Mary, how is this affecting gas prices back at home?
Yeah, well, certainly all of these strikes are moving oil prices up as we are seeing traffic stalled through the Strait of Hormuz and slowing down. This morning, oil prices moving higher about 3%. And Americans are starting to see the effects of this. They're feeling this. The average gallon of gas now $3.81. That's up 9 cents, Robin, since last week.
All right. Our thanks to you, Mary.
Now to breaking news from the Middle East, where the U.S. and Iran are once again trading attacks. It's the latest sign the ceasefire is crumbling. At issue here, who controls the Strait of Hormuz, and a difference of opinion about what's in the truce agreement. Weijia Jiang is at the White House. Weijia, good morning.
Jolene, good morning to you and good morning to everybody. The U.S. says this latest wave of attacks were in response to Iranian aggression, but Iran has condemned the strikes and warned they have made all the recent diplomatic efforts futile. Now concerns are growing that there will be a return to full-scale hostilities.
The fight to control traffic in the Strait of Hormuz.
Has media completely given up? I mean, when had they given in? Also, this is ZBS. When it comes to foreign policy, the American media, the Democratic Party, for the most part, play along with whatever the Republicans are doing. At most, there's like a little bit of theatrics. There's a little bit of pushback. It's oftentimes insignificant pushback, inconsequential pushback. It's just theater. And the media is very happy to trot along with whatever the United States government or whatever the Pentagon has decided to do, whatever the State Department has decided to do. It's not, these guys all serve the interests of capital. So it's not going to be all that different. There's a reason why, even when it comes to Israel, for example, again, prominent fixture of American foreign policy in the region, most of these outlets have fallen short of doing basic reporting, basic journalism. There's a reason for it. But yeah, Donald Trump is back at it. He sent a letter to Congress. New York Times reports Trump informed Congress that fighting has resumed in Iran in a letter sent to congressional leaders. So we shall see. But how does this serve capital? Isn't it sexual assault on money beyond molesting? Yes. I think so. But there are clearly those who place a higher priority on the destruction, the permanent destruction of Iran, and I guess believe that Donald Trump going back to war with Iran is somehow looping back into the interests of the State Department, the interests of Israel, and therefore the interests of the State Department, or at least a faction within the American State Department. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what kind of response they mount against this. Hasan, isn't war bad? Yes, it's very bad.
This is escalating. The U.S. announced it unleashed fresh attacks on dozens of Iranian targets, including small boats and drones, to limit Iran's ability to go after commercial ships going through the crucial shipping channel. In response, Iran says it launched missiles targeting U.S. bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan, and destroyed radar systems in Oman. The U.S. has yet to confirm if anything was hit. The strikes capped a violent weekend of back-and-forth attacks. The Pentagon says it struck more than 140 military targets Saturday in response to another Iranian attack on a vessel in the Strait. During a phone interview with NBC News on Sunday, President Trump claimed the Strait remains open.
It's open. We bombed the hell out of them last night.
But Iran declared the Strait closed, posting that passage, quote, is currently not possible because of recent illegal movements by U.S. military forces in the region. It's not the only point of contention, according to Trump.
They agreed to a deal yesterday, a perfect deal for us. No nuclear, no this, no that, no nothing. They gave up everything. And then after that, they left the room. And then within an hour, they launched a drone at a ship.
Iran has not confirmed they agreed to anything during crisis talks in Oman this weekend. Former commander of the U.S. Central Command, retired General Frank McKenzie, said the U.S. has the capability to take control of the Strait if tensions worsen.
It would require putting warships up into narrow waters. Look, the U.S. Navy doesn't love to do that, but they're very good.
Retired General Frank McKenzie, we listened to his analysis yesterday. A thing that I did not understand about what the retired General Frank McKenzie was saying, the good general, was why didn't we do that prior? If all we're looking for is leverage, if this is an easily achievable feat, if the American Navy, as it stands currently, can with ease take over Carg Island, and then maintain control over Carg Island by establishing a forward operating base and withstand bombing campaigns from the IRGC in the process. And then also on top of that, establish a supply line to the front lines, to the forward operating base from one of the many bases in the region that hasn't been cratered or isn't within reach of Iranian ballistic munitions. If that was a feasible strategy, why didn't Trump do it last time? Why? There is no answer to this question. It's a very simple question. It's like saying, oh, dude, I could have just fucked Iran up, dude. It was easy as hell. Why not then? You cannot strategize and conduct foreign policy and military warfare with a hope and a dream. This kind of posturing would have been more effective if the Trump administration hadn't, by way of getting goaded into this through Israel, waged war with Iran and then lost. I'm telling you right now, 200 days ago, the United States of America had tremendous force projection capabilities. It no longer has the same force projection capabilities. It no longer has the same confidence. It no longer, when America now says, oh, we'll come after you, we'll destroy you, you better act right, it doesn't have the same emphasis. It doesn't have the same power. It doesn't have the same threat. It's very stupid to go on, face the nation and be like, this thing that we could have done and should have done, if it's so easy to do, we should have done it. That thing, we're just going to do it now. We didn't do it for the last 200 days, but we're going to do it this time around. Very stupid. Who is this for? All you're doing is, ironically enough, going against the interests of your current generals who are probably telling Trump it's not going to work. It didn't work last time. Don't be crazy, sir.
Good at it, and if necessary, they can do it, and they can do it well.
In the meantime, analysts warn gas prices could creep up again. While the current national average of $3.87 a gallon is below the peak of $4.50 in May, it's nearly $1 more than the price was before the war started. Gail.
Oh, boy, we should thank you.
All right, let's hear what Al Jazeera is saying. Trump says U.S. to reinstate Iran blockade and impose 20% shipping fee. So once again, Donald Trump has gone back to the most insane thing that he did. Because remember, if the ultimate goal here is to open the Strait of Hormuz, it was open. If the reason for why we have to open the Strait of Hormuz is an imminent energy crisis for the rest of the globe and potentially for the United States of America, if we're hitting the red line, if we're hitting the hard limit in our strategic oil reserves, and that's the reason why we had to do the MOU to begin with, instead of continuing this back and forth, continuing this war, continuing the double blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. If that was the reason why we went to the bargaining table and tried to, create a brief moment of respite, then what changed now? All you're doing is pushing the can down the road. That's all the Trump administration is doing. And it's kind of crazy that a lot of people, it's kind of crazy that smart, intelligent analysts are not just seeing it for what it is. Or perhaps they do see it, but they also serve a secondary purpose here, which is to abide by the interests of Israel. And Israel's interests are very clear here. They want to continue destabilizing Iran. They want to continue blowing up Iran because Iran is a sovereign power in the region that is capable of striking back against Israel. And that thwarts the greater Israel project that these guys are invested in. But Donald Trump has come out and once again decided the Hormuz Strait is open and will remain open with or without Iran. We are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving. All other countries will have fair and open use of the Strait. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. But as such, and as a matter of fairness, will be reimbursed at a rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety and security for this very volatile section of the world. The process of formation will begin immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So not only is Donald Trump implementing the secondary blockade over the Iranian one once again, he's also lying about the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is open while simultaneously saying it's closed. But now he also wants 20%, which is 10 times higher than the Iranian toll charge was. What the hell is this guy doing? He literally just established a toll. He legitimized the process of establishing a toll. Now, Iran can just go back and be like, hey guys, they want 20%. They don't even live here. We live here. We just want 2%. Art of the deal, baby. Art of the deal. Incredible stuff. What do you say to that? How do you deal with a guy who is such an avowed rapist that he wants to molest the money at this point? The one thing that American capital will not let you molest is supposed to be the money. And he's out here molesting it. He loves molesting. He loves molestation, including molesting the bag. What do you do?
Bring some breaking news now. The US President Donald Trump has just posted on social media that he is reinstating the US blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go over to Rosalind Jordan at the White House. Quite a significant statement. And he's also had something to say about tolls. Take us through that.
Well, I'm going to read from part of the Truth Social post that the U.S. president just put on his personal social media account, and I'm quoting, "We are reinstating in all capital letters the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran's ships or customers from entering or leaving." And that implies the Strait of Hormuz. All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as the, quote, guardian of the Hormuz Strait. But as such, and as a matter of, in capital letters, fairness, we will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety and security to this very volatile section of the world. The process and formation will begin immediately. Now, we don't have any more details on what the process and formation will be, but recall that earlier in the war between the U.S. and Iran, the president ordered the U.S. Navy to impose a blockade on all Iranian shipping through the strait. We don't know whether the U.S. Military is currently configured in order to be able to carry out a blockade. It has been providing some escort work for commercial ships going through the Strait of Hormuz because there are mines at the bottom of the strait, and clearly there is no desire to have these commercial vessels blown up by these mines. But again, the U.S. President Donald Trump is announcing that this U.S. Blockade of Iranian shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is going to resume.
This feels like we have a petulant child as president. I don't think this was concocted by a group of analysts. I'll be honest. I don't think this was like the FDD guys being like, we should just take what the Iranians are doing and then just like up the ante and do it to everybody else. Like, I know I said it feels like we are being led by a petulant child. But there are obviously still supposed to be adults in the room. You know what I mean? There's supposed to be adults in the room that say, hey, Mr. President, that seems like a fucking stupid idea. Like, even the FDD guys, the NATO Atlanticists obviously have pulled out of this, right? The neocons have pulled out of this. The last bastion of pro-war, like the only pro-war faction at this point that remains in the think tank orbit is FDD and AIPAC, right? It's just like the Israeli lobby. That's it. And of course, the Israeli lobby still has tremendous power. We know this, right? But this argument, this concept, the double blockade, it feels like it just is coming from Trump and Trump only because it is the work of a child with a child's brain. Okay? Because if the goal is to open the Strait of Hormuz and allow vessels to transit with ease, yeah, this is also strange because it's vague and not as usual first-person style. President Trump will be making a speech to the nation on Thursday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It's funny how Trump's every attempted countermeasure is a dumb ripoff of IRI policy. Iran blockades the Strait of Hormuz. Trump blockades the Gulf of Oman. Iran charges fees in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump, defender of open seas, announced an even bigger fee, the biggest fee ever. Yeah, it's like a child. This is what a child does. Okay? This is the most childish. It's not the most violent American foreign policy has ever been, even though it's getting up there. But this is certainly the most childish American foreign policy has ever been. And I think it's because Donald Trump is holding the entire government and all of its different vestiges hostage right now. No one can say anything. No one can do anything. We're just kind of trailing along to see how bad it will get. Of course, Sayed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, turned around and responded with a pretty solid approach. He said, POTUS is absolutely right. Whoever provides secure and safe passage of commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz should be compensated for this service. Iran has always been the guardian of the Strait and will remain so forever. 20%, of course, is too much. We will be fair.
We imagine later on Monday.
Rosalind, this is quite a significant change of U.S. policy, right? What the U.S. president had been saying on June 20th was there will be no tolls or fees for 60 days. What he said on May 29th was more indicative of no tolls and unrestricted traffic. And now talk of a U.S. imposition of some kind of fee.
Well, let's unpack this a bit. As part of the memorandum of understanding, as I understand it, there was not supposed to be any more blockade carried out by the U.S. Navy, and that apparently stopped the minute the two countries agreed to this memorandum of understanding. That said, the U.S. military has been providing some escort services to commercial vessels because the Strait has not been fully cleared of mines, and so there is that safety risk. But in terms of preventing Iranian vessels or vessels doing business with Iran, whether it's the government or businesses, that was not being carried out because that was a part of the MOU. Does that mean, with the president's latest announcement, that the memorandum of understanding is now null and void, or is the U.S. violating the memorandum of understanding? All of these questions need to be sorted out because this is only creating more confusion on the status of the MOU, which was supposed to be the 60-day period for the U.S. and Iran to figure out how to move from a ceasefire to a permanent end to their war. There's also this question about whether the U.S. can legally impose any tariffs on countries that it is assisting throughout this process, because another part of the MOU was the Iranians would not charge any vessels for transiting the Strait for the 60 days of the MOU, implying that the Iranians would be able to then charge tolls or tariffs after that 60-day period. These are questions that need to be sorted out, that both governments need to try to explain, try to renegotiate if they are willing to renegotiate at this point. This is all just coming out in probably the last 7 to 8 minutes or so. So there are a lot of questions that we just can't clarify at this point.
On the verge of asking you to clarify the unclarifiable, Rosalind, but is there...
And there it is. U.S. has directly struck Karg Island oil infrastructure, Western Jetty pumping station, and the pipelines. First confirmed hit on Iran's core export terminal. Fires visible via satellite. That's from 9 hours ago. Hasan, no, it's not. Oh, it was a flare-up? Okay. I thought I read it that it was flares. Okay. I'll look into that. But one of the reasons why this is a major problem. It could be misinformation. It could be real. Okay. Listen. If they start striking Karg Island, if they start striking critical oil and gas infrastructure, Iran is going to retaliate in kind. And then the problem is no longer just going to be about reopening the Strait of Hormuz by military force through, naval vessels or naval assets combating the Iranian Navy, or what remains of the Iranian Navy, or striking at all of the different launching platforms that exist for all these different drones that they're lobbing in the direction of the commercial ships that are trying to transit through the Strait of Hormuz or the Omani coastline. The problem becomes far larger because Iran has shown over and over again that they will go up the escalation ladder. If you hit their critical oil and gas infrastructure, they will hit the Saudi oil and gas infrastructure. They will hit the Gulf oil and gas infrastructure. That creates a permanent issue. That is no longer an issue that you can deal with through the diplomatic process. Okay? You can no longer deal with that through diplomacy, because even if you were to get back to diplomacy with Iran somehow, after all of this is said and done, the repairs are still going to take a tremendously long time. It's not like that is a red line that if Donald Trump crosses, he won't be able to negotiate his way out of. Which is precisely the reason why it's one that I suspect he might cross soon. Now, it's not like this hasn't happened already. This has happened. Okay, this the Iranian oil infrastructure has been hit in the past. Refineries have been hit in the last 120-day tit for tat Strait of Hormuz, crisis. Incorrect. This is a regular gas flaring. For reference, here's what it looked like. Okay, so they're saying that it's not true. The fires shown on NASA firms at Carg Island are routine gas flaring from oil infrastructure. Okay, thank God. But here's the thing. America has already struck Carg Island before. They have spared the oil and gas infrastructure in Carg Island. America and Israel have struck different parts of the refining capabilities inside of Iran. Okay? And Iran has retaliated in kind. They actually, I'm almost certain, if I recall correctly, Iran actually basically canceled a decent chunk of the Qatari gas fields. They struck back on critical oil and gas infrastructure in the Gulf, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, something that we've found out in this process is jet fuel can't melt steel beams, and even Iranian ballistic missiles have a difficult time destroying a critical oil and gas infrastructure. These are pretty resilient. These are fairly resilient structures that aren't easy to just destroy. It doesn't immediately collapse, is what I'm saying. And the same goes for the Russian one. The same goes for what we've seen in Ukraine. It's the same story over and over again. In inside of Iran, it's the same as well. But that doesn't mean that this isn't a significant threat. Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes sit down for a joint interview with Channel 5 podcast TMZ. What the fuck? It's insane. I don't agree with that. I think that's lame as fuck. That's weird as hell.
Any indication from any U.S. quarter about how this new system of imposing a 20% fee is going to work? I mean, Donald Trump's post talks about it as starting immediately.
We haven't gotten any reaction from any members of Congress, for example. This is just coming out. We haven't heard from any economic analysts or any geopolitical analysts taking a look at this. There had been concern over the past weekend or so that the status of the MOU was in serious jeopardy, but there were also signs that intermediaries, Pakistan, Qatar, Oman, other countries, were still working to keep the parties at the table and to try to continue negotiating the terms for a permanent end to the war. So this is all just happening in the last few minutes, and it is raising a lot of questions about whether or not the MOU is still viable, is still in force. We don't even know what the Iranian response is yet, but clearly Iranian officials had been saying earlier on Monday that they were blaming the U.S. for this latest round of tension in the Strait, and that the U.S. was basically destabilizing the global energy markets by its actions. So we really don't know yet what is going to happen to the MOU, whether we're about to see a resumption of warfare between the two countries, or whether things can be clawed back again and try to...
Oh, my God. The monkey Putin turned into monkey Trump is perfect. It works so perfect for Trump. Even more perfect than Vladimir Putin, if we're being real. I mean, this what can I even say about this image? This is literally what's just fucking happening right now. It's happening currently. Not only was it free prior to Operation Epstein Fury, but now it's no longer free. But it's ironic because on the one hand, Donald Trump is saying 20% and Iran is saying 2%. I can't understand what this guy is doing. It feels like he's trying to make the Iranians look good every day. It's literally JD Pandan. Because if you're an international shipper, if you're engaging if you're one of these companies that controls the oil tankers, you're going to look at the situation and be like, okay, so Iran is just objectively better. Yes, dude, I'm going to talk about ICE killing someone in Maine this morning. Holy fuck, dude. Yes, I'm going to talk about it, okay? Yes, dude. Yes. Yes. I'm going to talk about it, okay? Whack-a-drone doesn't work. The force currently deployed to the region is around half of the USN's deployed assets, including 2 CSGs, and has significant support from ground-based AD, air defense, and yet Iran has struck around half a dozen commercial vessels in the past few days. If that force is incapable of protecting shipping from drones, no force on Earth is. The position is checkmate. The rest of the war is mostly a distraction. The current U.S. strategy, drone warfare is far too cheap and far too easy, okay? It's like these drone launchers operate in a very fluid way. They're very movable. It's tough to target. It's mostly ineffective because the drones are being launched off of the backs of K trucks that are super easy to rebuild, even if they do get struck, which is part of the reason why America and Israel doesn't even try to hit the TELs at all. Like these launchers are basically soldered together, okay? So they gave up doing it because the war of attrition is a game of math, okay? You're looking at the economy of the situation. From the American and the Israeli perspective, you're sending out a loitering drone, like an MQ-9 Reaper drone, to surveil an area to try to figure out if there's a heat pattern that's consistent with like a super cheap drone launcher on the Iranian side. Sorry. Here's how it goes. From the Iranian perspective, they wheel out they wheel out a drone launcher off the back of a pickup truck or off the back of a K truck. That's fairly easy. The launching platform is fairly cheap to make. The drones themselves are fairly cheap to make as well. They wheel out this launching platform from a cave system. Okay. America, in order to figure out where these drones are being launched from, because the most effective way to stop these drones from being launched is by deteriorating or attriting their strike capabilities by hitting the launchers, right? And under normal circumstances, those big ballistic munitions, like those have a fairly sophisticated launching platform. They're big trucks. They're very expensive. They're very costly. There's no indigenous version of it. You have to purchase it from all these other countries, right? Like, so same with the anti-air defense systems that you get, like the S-300, S-400. But these drones are super cheap to make. Now, here's the issue. The cheapest way to try and target the TELs that are super easy to recreate, super easy to repair, is by sending out drones that loiter, like the MQ-9 Reaper drones. Okay, they sit around and they wait for a heat pattern, and they try to identify if there's if there is even a drone launch taking place. The MQ-9s are $30 million a pop. The MQ-9 drones that would strike at one of these TELs are far more costly to operate and certainly far more costly when they're taken out. So on the balance sheet, every time Iran is lobbing like 100 Shahed drones or 10 Shahed drones or 20 Shahed drones, those Shahed drones are $7,000 a pop. The launching platform that they're using is even cheaper than the Shahed drones themselves. So if a MQ-9 Reaper drone is able to successfully take out a K truck, basically, the total cost on the Iranian side is marginal. But if Iran activates its anti-air defense systems, as they keep doing, they can potentially take out a $30 million piece of equipment. That's very expensive. And for the record, since Operation Epic Fury, Iran has been able to successfully take out almost 50 of these bad boys. Okay? It's unbelievably cost effective for Iran to continue this posture, to maintain the war of attrition, because that is incredibly costly to the United States of America. It's incredibly costly to Israel, and it's very cheap for Iran to just wait it out. And it's not just the MQ-9s that the Iranians have been able to successfully take out. It's very clear that the United States and Israel have not been able to maintain air superiority over the Iranian airspace. There's a couple different reasons for it. Okay. Part of it is because Iran's topography makes it relatively difficult. The Iran's missile production facilities are inside of deep underground caves. All they can do is hopefully hit the entrance of a cave, but then inside of those tunnel systems, they have bulldozers. So what the Iranian side does is, if they actually have a successful strike that craters the entrance of one of these cave systems, well, they have a tunnel right there with a bunch of bulldozers waiting on the other side that will then dig themselves out. So America and Israel have demonstrably been ineffective at deteriorating or attriting the Iranian strike capabilities. The Iranian drone launcher capabilities have not been successfully diminished. The Iranian ballistic munitions strike capabilities have not been successfully destroyed. That much is clear, and it's not just my assessment at this point. The New York Times has reported on it. Wall Street Journal has reported on it. Financial Times has reported on it. So a lot of Western media have also gone to military analysts and asked them their perspective on it. They have far more information than I do, far more insider information from the American military side than I will ever have access to. I'm just simply looking at, you know, the strikes that are ongoing, right? One famous example of the American missile stockpile as opposed to the Iranian missile strike capabilities is, of course, coming from CSIS, right? So this is a foregone conclusion at this point because we watched it unfold for the last 130 days. So the fact that America is going back to this, going back to square one, is very stupid, especially because while we got a moment of respite with our strategic reserves for like the last, week or 10 days or 2 weeks or so, when the MOU was being talked about, right? And oil tankers could cross through the Strait of Hormuz. That just gave us maximum 20 days. That gave the American side and the energy markets 20 days of respite. Okay, you push the problem 20 days into the future, but that problem still remains, especially because our burn rate is higher than our production. So inevitably, this is going to lead to crisis in Africa. It's going to lead to crisis in the Asian markets. There already is a crisis in the Asian energy markets. It's also going to make its way to Europe in more obvious ways, because right now you can kind of hide it a little bit. You can move some numbers around. There's the strategic reserves. But eventually, everyone is going to start running out. Blackouts in Africa, blackouts in Asia, blackouts in Europe, and then inevitably long lines for gas and an oil and gas crisis in the United States of America as well. So what do we do? If America has shown by attempting and failing to successfully militarily stop Iran and gain leverage once over, why would the situation be different now? If anything, it's worse for America now. The situation is worse for the United States of America and its allies than it was certainly prior to Operation Epstein's Fury, and even worse prior to the MOU being implemented and signed off on. So unless America has a shit or get off the pot moment and commits to a full-blown ground invasion of Iran, which, by the way, will not solve this problem and only exacerbate it, what do we do here? That's why Americanus is correct, says the position is checkmate. The rest of the war is mostly a distraction. This person says, let's just say the U.S. and Iran are both serious about the Strait. It would require the U.S. to have a huge permanently deployed but not too close force to play whack-a-drone and whack-a-missile in perpetuity. The end result will be much less petroleum throughout the Strait, structurally higher shipping costs, ships getting hit at least monthly despite best efforts, and of course putting people in harm's way on a daily basis. I'm not sure how you spin that as a win if we're still here in 6 months or a year. Americana says, whack-a-drone doesn't work. The force currently deployed to the region is around half the USN's deployed assets, including 2 CSGs, and has significant support from ground-based air defenses, and yet Iran has struck around half a dozen commercial vessels in the past few days. If that force is incapable of protecting shipping from drones, no force on Earth is. That's the reality. Drone warfare is far too affordable, far too cheap, far too easy to manufacture, and far too effective in striking ships that are unguarded, but also even ships that have air defenses, right? That's the real problem. If the American Navy, with all of its assets in the region, can't successfully protect commercial shipping from Iranian drone strikes, then you can't do it. You have to deal with them diplomatically. They have the leverage. I thought Russian air defense was ass. Okay, here's the real truth, Nuke. Most air defense is ass when it comes to dealing with fucking drones. Okay? All air defense is ass when it comes to dealing with drones. I mean, look at Ukraine. I thought we learned that lesson by now. I thought that drone warfare revolutionized the entire concept of warfare, so much so that, I mean, Ukraine has started taking advantage of that themselves. But at the end of the day, it's just, you're not going to, like, how are you going to solve for it? I guess put nets on cargo ships. Eventually we'll get there. Yeah, yes, you can't. Yeah, you can't put nets on cargo ships. This is also, yeah, cope cages on cargo ships. Except, what are you going to do as far as cope cages on the bottom of the cargo ship? Because the drones aren't just aerial drones. They also have one-way attack drones that they can deploy by the water. It's like a fucking torpedo. What do you do in that situation? Where's the cope cage for that? This is before we even factor in fiber optic drones as well. Like, we got FPV drones that you know, Iran is not even deploying. I don't even know if they have a lot of them, but they're using these suicide drones for the most part. Shahid drones are too heavy for nets to be effective. Nets only work against light FPV. Footage of CENTCOM using a one-way USVs for the first time. Another innovation that was first used by Yemen is now being used by U.S. forces. Yep, that's another one. Here it is. Yesterday, using multiple one-way attack surface drones, CENTCOM force successfully struck a submarine ship and maintenance facility in Iran. 3 Corsair unmanned surface vessels hit the port at Bandar Abbas Naval Base, marking the first time American forces have employed these sea drones in combat operations. Last night's strikes degraded Iran's capability to continue attacking commercial shipping. To be clear, this was likely a photo op for psychological effect. They struck an empty dock using a bumbling and slow USV when they could have used anything else. These Corsairs cost $1 million apiece. Correction, there appears to be a sub on top of the dock, but it's unclear if it actually took it down. It was likely damaged at least. It's just crazy because Donald Trump keeps coming out and saying, we've obliterated the Iranian Navy. The IRGC's Navy is gone. Every other week. Every other week, there's, I guess, more Navy to destroy. And Trump keeps destroying the Navy. He's the most successful military commander America's ever had. He's the most peaceable American military commander as well. He's the one who brings about peace. After all, he's brought about peace to Iran, to the Strait of Hormuz, approximately 400 times. 3 times a day. He ended this war 1,000 times over. It's so crazy. It keeps restarting, but he keeps ending it. Very successful, Mr. President. Thank you so much. We love you. You are truly the peace president. You are truly the president that carries the peace. We love you and we respect you. Anyway, U.S. missile stockpiles under mounting strain as renewed attacks on Iran raise concerns over the future war readiness. So we already talked about the ineffectiveness of air defense systems in terms of protecting commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz because the drones are too effective. There's not really anything you can do. And therefore, the only thing you can do is just tell Iran, please stop doing this. We will come to the table. We will do a ceasefire negotiation. We give up, wave the white flag, right? That's the only time commercial shipping was unimpeded. At the time the Iranians resumed strikes on commercial vessels, the Bush and Lincoln groups were closer than they've ever been to the Strait. This was the test. If USN was capable of scoring a 100% interception rate on drones over transit, it would be with those assets in that position after 30,000 strikes on Iran. They failed. The current U.S. strategy is based around the idea that you can pull some lever to get the Iranians to give up this absolute advantage, a counter blockade, more standoff strikes, and additional abortive ground operations out of Kurdistan seems to be the only tools they have. There's no reason to think any of those will work. This was effortless to predict. The drone will always get through is a reasonable conclusion a casual observer could glean from watching the war in Ukraine. Exactly. The Russians do put up some impressive performances and have occasionally achieved 100% interception rates on drone waves, numbering in the hundreds. But this is because they have hundreds of miles of their own territory to shoot them down over. The geography of the Persian Gulf is a worst-case scenario for this. Not only is the topographical map unbelievably favorable to Iran because there's cave systems, there's tunnel systems inside of fucking mountains that they can launch these goddamn things from. The length of the trip from being launched through the Iranian mountainside to impact is far shorter than, hundreds of miles of terrain that a drone has to fly through. Now, of course, that's very different for Iran to start lobbing drones in the direction of Israel, for example, right? So unless America has a surefire way to strike at these TELs in the moment of release, the moment that these drones are being launched, which they don't, because every time they have these loitering Mark 9 drones, the Reaper drones that are flying over the Iranian airspace, the moment that these guys are even invested in striking at a TL, they get struck back. These launching platforms are cheap. The MQ-9s are very costly. And Iran is very successful. Iran has seen a shit ton of success in striking these MQ-9 Reaper drones. So I just keep repeating over and over again. On the defensive side, they're failing. America's failing on the defense. You can't do anything. Okay? You cannot fight back against drone warfare as it stands currently with the current technological limitations. On the offensive side, the same problem still remains. On the offensive side, America is exhausting its standoff munitions. America has obviously developed and has stockpiled hundreds of ballistic munitions, Tomahawk missiles, and the like for peer and near-peer adversaries. Iran is not a near-peer adversary, at least technically. A near-peer adversary is Russia. A peer adversary is China. These are the countries that we have developed these stockpiles for. But because we have not been able to achieve air superiority over the Iranian airspace, we keep using our Tomahawk missiles because we can't strike, we can't deploy unguided and guided munitions, gravity bombs from airplanes, because if we fly over the Iranian airspace, Iran can pick some of our planes off, which they have done so successfully. This is the reason why we're exhausting our resources. We're exhausting our ballistic munitions against a middling power, a barely regional power like Iran. That is the power of drone warfare, folks. That's it. And it's also a testament to the Iranian ingenuity as far as their air defense systems. Like, they have been able to make the most out of their unbelievable limitations. Like, think about this. There's an international sanctions regime that they're operating within, and yet they are capable of building these crazy air defense systems, loitering munitions, what is it called? I forget what it's called, but they have a denial system and an air defense system that is clearly very successful, far more successful in its capabilities of thwarting American and Israeli airstrikes than you would expect. Yeah, they can create an area of denial in real time. No, it's not the S-400. No, the S-400 is costly. The S-400 is ineffective. It's costly and it's slow. Okay, that's not what we're talking about at all. As far as I understand, no S-400 has been utilized in taking out. No S-400 has been utilized in taking out American planes thus far. Iran, I believe, has S-300s regardless. I don't even know if they have S-400s. But the S-300s that they haven't really deployed either. Okay? They have mobile units. Just as they deploy mobile units for their easy, fast striking capabilities. S-400 is not ineffective, lol, what? It's one of the best air defenses in the world. Okay, chatter. I'm not a missile autist, but as far as I understand, Iran is not utilizing the S-400s or the S-300s because for the current predicament that they're in, the S-400 is a sitting duck. Okay? And I don't know I think initially in the first act of perfidy when Israel actually was quote unquote negotiating with Iran, not Operation Epstein Fury, but the one prior, the 12-day war. What Israel was capable of doing was, because these air defense systems are immobile for the most part in comparison to what's necessary, what Iran is currently using, they blew them up with drones. They built a drone facility inside of Tehran. Mossad did this. They built a drone facility inside of Tehran, and those drones blew up the existing, rather immobile S-300s that Iran already had. This caught Iran by surprise. Iran then went back and very quickly developed a newer, more mobile system. Allegedly, no evidence of that happening, by the way. That's cope. That's cope. There is evidence of that happening. That's like saying there's no evidence of the Bahrain base being cratered or something. Like, there is evidence. They did that. Not only did they definitely do that, Iran very publicly seized the drone factory. I remember watching the news reports on Iranian state television. Is Trump addressing the nation later? No, he's addressing the nation on Thursday. Anyway, CNN reported on. So we talked about America's limitations on air defenses, its limitations on protecting shipping, commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz with its navy, with its naval assets. But now there's the other side of the story. America also has a limitation in its striking capabilities. CNN reported on the 12th of July that key U.S. weapons stockpiles remain significantly depleted following months of war with Iran, with experts warning that continued operations at current rates could undermine Washington's ability to partake in future wars, particularly in the Indo-Pacific and on the Korean Peninsula. President Donald Trump said on Friday that the ceasefire with Iran was over, raising concerns over further missile expenditures. According to a CSIS analysis cited by CNN, by the end of the full-scale war in April, the Pentagon had expended at least half of its THAAD ballistic missile interceptors, nearly half of its Patriot interceptors, and around 30% of its Tomahawk land attack missiles. Analysts and former officials told CNN there's no doubt U.S. stockpiles are now below preferred levels, with rebuilding inventories expected to take years. Ro Khanna today? No, you missed it. I had him on yesterday. Replenishment rates remain limited, with the Pentagon currently receiving only 15 Tomahawk missiles and 20 Patriot interceptors per month, while no THAAD deliveries are forecast for 2026. Experts estimate it could take more than 3 years to restore inventories to pre-war levels, while broader munitions replenishment timelines are expected to range from 2 to 5 years. CNN also reported that Congress has yet to approve any dedicated funding to replace missiles expended during the war. While the Pentagon insists the U.S. military retains sufficient capabilities to protect its interests, analysts warned that prolonged operations against Iran could gradually erode deterrence against such rivals as China and North Korea. That already happened, by the way. That already happened. Although the Trump administration has invoked the Defense Production Act and sought to expand missile production capacity, experts caution that increasing manufacturing output and establishing additional production lines remains a slow process that may not alleviate short-term shortages. Finally, you're the only one talking about this. Interceptors are important, but America has no standoff offensive munitions. American air doctrines assumes they will use standoff munitions to obtain air superiority or supremacy, allow free range for stealth. That assumption, which underpins American air power, was false, and the consequences will reach far beyond this conflict. Yes. It's not necessarily false. It's just designed for a different type of warfare. It's outdated. It's that simple. The idea that you can deploy your standoff munitions to successfully destroy the anti-air defense systems of a foreign power that you're fighting against, that has been thoroughly dismantled and destroyed by the Iranian air defense and the Iranian area of denial system that they have that's very mobile. Okay. Yeah, this is Iran's $100,000 missile destroying $1.5 billion of U.S. equipment. Iran's 358 and 359 missiles are its secret weapons when it comes to shooting down U.S. drones and have potentially damaged one of its stealthiest aircraft as well. America lost 24 MQ-9 Reaper drones during the Iran war, worth $720 million, in addition to 13 lost over Yemen during the fighting there in 2025. The 358 and 359 missiles are thought to be largely responsible. Iran has also managed to hit an F-35 fighter jet, with suggestions these missiles were also involved. The greatest copium here is that it actually downed the F-35 fighter jet. It's just, it didn't down it over Iranian airspace, so they're not counting it as a downing. It had to do a forced landing. It had to do a crash landing. They downed it, okay? Again, huge blow to American military doctrine, huge blow to American air superiority military doctrine, huge blow to the confidence that America should have in terms of its last-gen fighter jets. That's not supposed to happen.
What we're looking at here is an Iranian 359 missile. This secret weapon and a very similar version called the 358 are thought to be behind the loss of $1 billion worth of US kit during the Iran war. There are even rumors that one managed to hit an F-35 fighter, one of the most advanced jets ever created. That's because there's more to these missiles than meets the eye. So, what exactly makes them so special, and why are they proving so deadly? We're going to break down how they're put together and
USA flew 13,000 missions over Iran. They actually downed only one F-15 over the Iranian mainland. Dog. They could fly 100,000 missions over Iran. First of all, I dispute those numbers. but they could fly 100,000 missions over Iran. If Iran is still successfully blowing up Bahrain, blowing up Qatar, blowing up Saudi Arabia, and American military bases everywhere, who gives a fuck how many missions that they had? Especially when on the other side, clearly their most successful strikes have not come from whatever flight missions that you're greatly boosting. I assume this also is the drones as well. Iran is massive territory, for the record. That's part of the reason why you can fly over Iranian airspace, but you can't actually maintain air superiority. But at the end of the day, if you are not successfully attriting Iranian strike capabilities, then it doesn't fucking matter if you're able to fly over. And the fact that they were capable of taking out numerous MQ-9 Reaper drones and also an F-35 over Iranian airspace, which unfolded in real time and we all watched it happen, that's a huge deal. That's a fucking huge deal. It's pure cope to say, hey, man, they only downed one F-15. Okay. They downed one F-15 over the Iranian airspace, which was a massive deal, obviously. But they've downed more F-15s in the process. They've downed a F-35 in the process, just not over Iranian airspace. So I guess it doesn't count. That was my argument.
Let's take a look at footage of them in action to find out. Here are the 358 and 359 missiles. Those are designator numbers given to these secret weapons by the US when it uncovered them. There's lots.
Yeah, false. They stopped flying over Iran for the most part after the F-35 shoot down and switched to blasting from B-52s flying from the UK. When stocks ran low, they switched back to F-15s because stealth is irrelevant and F-15s are better if stealth isn't a game changer, and got shot down immediately. But the very fact that, yeah, they've hit numerous refueling planes. Here's the problem, okay? There's a lot of it. There are a lot of problems with this operation, okay? Number one, you cannot fly American fighter jets from a comfortable distance. So if you want to do bombing missions over Iranian airspace, you have to literally chain stratotankers together. Half the time they're flying all the way from the UK. Okay? That's a huge deal because you can't use the Saudi airspace. You can't use, and sometimes they try to use it, right? Like obviously Kuwait was a big deal, partially because that led to that, triple strike from that one Kuwaiti guy, the ghost of Kuwait or whatever. But like, you can't kickstart these bombing missions from a comfortable distance. So you need numerous stratotankers to basically chain refuel to bring your fucking big bomber planes all the way from the UK, because those planes are not safe in the Gulf. They're just not safe in the Gulf. Okay? They're relatively safe in Tel Aviv. The stratotankers are, but they're not safe when they're in the air. That's part of the reason why Iran is capable of taking out those stratotankers. Sometimes they're taking out those stratotankers at the Saudi air bases, as we've seen. Okay? That's a problem. That limits your strike capabilities, especially when you have a lot of guided and unguided munitions, right? You have gravity bombs that you could just drop over Iranian airspace, but now you can't actually get the comfortable distance. Yeah, they've also hit multiple AWACS, which there's no replacement for. Those are insanely costly. Like the total cost to the American military of this 140-day quagmire has been insurmountable, okay? It is tremendous. And then they have this crazy air defense system that they've deployed.
We don't know about them, but the facts and figures we do know are as follows. The 358 is the smaller of the two, around 9 foot long. It weighs an estimated 110 pounds, with a warhead that weighs approximately 22 pounds. It has a range of around 60 miles, and its speed is estimated at around 400 miles per hour. The 359 is around twice the size, though we don't have exact measurements for it. It has a range of 100 miles, can fly up to 30,000 feet, and hit speeds of more than 600 miles per hour. How much do they cost? The 358 is thought to be worth tens of thousands rather than hundreds of thousands of dollars. The 359 almost certainly costs more, but how much more? We can't say for sure. Now, let's get into the specifics. First, the 358. The missile is broadly broken down into two sections: the guidance and weapons section at the front and the propulsion section at the rear. Let's start our tour at the back with the turbojet engine. This is thought to be copied from a Dutch company called AMT, which makes a small jet engine for use in model planes. To either side of the engine, you've got stabilizing fins, which help keep the missile flying straight through the air. Then, in front of those and inside the body of the 358 is the fuel. Missiles typically use solid fuel, but this is thought to use liquid kerosene jet fuel. In the center of the missile are more large stabilizing fins. Again, these keep the missile stable in the air. Then we get to the guidance and weapons section. Immediately in front of the central stabilizers is a data link section with an aerial. This means that a pilot can stay connected to the missile while it is in flight and see what it sees. This is more common on a drone and hints at this weapon's unique feature, which we'll discuss more in just a moment. In front of that is a gyroscope and satellite navigation system. These keep the drone pointing the right way up and tell it where to go in case the pilot loses contact. Then there's another set of fins. These aren't stabilizers, but canards. They twist side to side to steer the missile in flight. Again, more about that in just a moment. In front of those is the warhead. This is high explosive fragmentation and designed to shred targets with shrapnel. Second to last, we have a ring of cameras around the top of the missile, which are thought to be part of the fuse. They sense when the missile is close to its target and detonate it. Then, last of all, there's an infrared seeker in the nose. This is also referred to as a heat seeker. This is how the missile homes in on its target. Again, more on that in just a second. The 359 is very similar in its construction, with just a few key differences. At the back, it has a larger and more powerful turbojet engine, this time thought to be a copy of a Czech design. There are no rear stabilizing fins, but the large central stabilizers have been moved towards the back of the missile. And, unlike the central stabilizers on the smaller version, these have flaps on the rear edge that can be used to help steer in the air. In the midsection of the missile, alongside the fuel tank, is a parachute which can be deployed through a hatch. This is so the missile can be recovered if it fails to hit a target. Again, not a typical feature of a missile, and another hint at its secret skill. In front of that, you've got all the same guidance kit you'll find in the smaller version, along with the canards which provide additional steering. And then the warhead, thought to be much larger than in the 358, though we don't have an exact figure. And the IR seeker in the nose. Each of these missiles is also fitted with a much smaller rocket motor underneath the main body, which is used just for takeoff. Once in the air, this drops away and the main motor takes over. Go back to the tapes.
Nation of autistic engineer chuds, dude. If you're confused by this process, if you're like, how the fuck did they get this done? I mean, they're nerds, dude. They're nerds. They love reading the Quran and they love doing engineering.
Then we can see everything I was just talking about. This is the 359, the larger missile sitting on its launcher. The launcher is a simple rail mounted on the back of a truck that has been covered with camo netting. Down here, you can see the launch motor, which will drop away when it's in the air. Here's the large stabilizers, and you can see the flaps built into their rear edge. And here's the smaller canards at the front, which can twist back and forth. You can see the glass dome on the nose, which hides the IR seeker underneath. And from the back, you can see that large turbojet engine, which powers it in
Kai
flight.
said, I'm done.
Now,
I'm done. I'm done seeing the Iranian capabilities. I'm out.
let's take a look at the 358. This footage isn't so good, but some features are still visible. Here's the launcher, another truck. but this time there's 2 missiles inside with space between them. You can see a set of canards at the front, the lenses for the laser fuse, and the IR seeker in the nose. You can see it's mounted on a rail again, and the central set of stabilizing fins can be seen here. If we zoom out, you can see how it launches.
The Kayatola is on her way to kill whoever leaked this. Yeah. She's pissed off. She played a big role in making these two. It's true. I told you guys, she's literally a Marxist-Leninist Maoist and also a Shia Muslim. Like, she is a commander of the Revolutionary Guard.
Think the smaller rocket motor drops away here, where the trail of smoke stops. So, what exactly is the party trick of these 2 missiles that makes them so deadly? Well,
is it true Iran's copying the Tomahawks that failed to explode? Iran shot down a Tomahawk cruise missile overnight. Iranian air defenses are improving.
Looks can be deceiving, because these 2 aren't strictly missiles at all. They're what's called loitering munitions. In plain English, they're like a mixture between a drone and a missile. What they do is take off from their launcher, fly to a predetermined location, and then start flying in a giant figure of 8 pattern.
Yeah, like John Fetterman. Israel's figure 8 drones are John Fetterman. The Iranians are obviously much more sophisticated.
They're loitering.
As far as I understand, John Fetterman has yet to take out any American asset or any foreign asset that's worth $30 million, whereas these guys are picking even the $1 trillion F-35. So
waiting for a target to find them rather than going to find a target. While loitering, that IR seeker we already talked about is scanning the skies for infrared signatures. That's the heat signature that enemy drones, helicopters, and jets make when compared to the much cooler air around them. When it recognizes one of those targets, which have to be programmed into it before...
The military's just full of bloat. Oh, is this the one? Yeah. It makes a little more sense when you see how huge it is. It's got a greater wingspan than a 737. The other big factor was them deciding to cut the production run by a third, which more or less doubled the cost of each unit because R&D costs are amortized over fewer airframes. Huge mess. Iran most likely destroyed a $240 million MQ-4C drone at the Prince Hassan Air Base in Jordan. How the fuck does that thing cost $250 million? The absolute maximum it should be is $10 million, which is still far too high. No wonder the U.S. is getting its ass handed to it by Iran. It simply cannot compete on volume or price. It's so funny. One fucking drone, $250,000, dude. I mean, it's not funny. It's really, it should anger you. Okay? It should make you super angry when you realize that these fucking bad boys are the reason why you don't have health care. But yes, defense bloat is tremendous because, as I've pointed to a million times over, and I will continue pointing to this, the American military does not manufacture, procure, produce for existential threats. The American military produces things for profit. Okay? The Iranian military, on the other hand, the Iranian defense industry produces things for existential threats. Iran is fighting a war of existence. America's fighting a war at Israel's behest for funsies. That's the problem. And if one side is fighting to survive and the other side is fighting just because that's the only thing they know, then yeah, of course, the side that's fighting to survive is going to win. Just saw you on a Fox News Facebook post where you speak your paragraph about Lindsey Graham being a demonic entity. All the comments agreed with you, lol. Hell yeah. Did you predict Iran's defense would hold up? Yes, I did. It was my biggest fucking lock. Unlike my counterparts on either side of the political spectrum, either side of the political aisle, I, day one, said this was a bad idea and said that this would lead to unbelievable amounts of failure for America. And every single thing that I said happened. Every single thing that I said, even before America went into war, and then certainly during America's military campaign, every single thing that I said was going to happen actually happened. Frame one, baby. Frame one. All my haters can eat shit and cope.
Hand, it flies towards them until it makes contact, at which point it explodes. If it runs out of fuel before spotting a target, it either crashes in the case of the 358, or in the case of the 359, it deploys its parachute, floats safely to the ground where it can be refueled and used again. This loitering feature makes the 358 particularly deadly against things like the MQ-9 Reaper, an American drone that has been used extensively in its wars in the Middle East. Capable of carrying an awesome array of firepower, these things were lethal in the fight against Al-Qaeda and ISIS. But they're also slow-moving and spend a long time loitering over battlefields as well, meaning they're relatively easy for a loitering munition like the 358 to spot. Once the 358 has locked on, the Reapers have few countermeasures to throw it off again, and are relatively easy to catch up with. We now know that the US lost 24 Reapers at a total cost of almost $750 million over Iran during the war. But that's not all, because Iran has also been shipping these weapons to its proxy groups, including the Houthis in Yemen. And they are thought to have taken down at least another 13 Reapers during the American bombing campaign there last year. So that's over $1 billion worth of damage just in Reaper drones. And that's before we come to the 359. While this can take down Reapers, this isn't thought to be its primary purpose. Analysts think this thing is supposed to go after aircraft like helicopters, mid-air refueling jets, and potentially even F-35s. There are rumors that an Apache helicopter, worth around $50 million each, was damaged by one of these in Yemen. And of course, the US lost a KC-135 Stratotanker over Iran. We think that was due to a collision with another refueler because of the damage we saw afterwards. But what caused the tankers to crash into each other in the first place? It could easily have been turbulence, or it might not have been. Then there's the footage of the F-35 being hit. This should have been an almost impossible shot with conventional anti-air missiles because the F-35 is built to be invisible to long-range radar. Most conventional missiles use radar for guidance, and they...
Yeah, it turns out there's one thing that is... There's one thing that's undefeated. It's called your eyes. It's called optics. Yeah, Donald Trump was wrong. It turns out looking at things and seeing it with your own eyes is OP. Donald Trump was wrong. The F-35 is not optically invisible.
Can't hit what they can't see. But the 359 is far from a conventional weapon, and it doesn't use radar. It uses infrared, and the F-35 can't hide from that because its engine gets hot. That means this strike could well have been carried out by a 359. This is Justin Bronk, an expert we've worked with.
If genuine, a pop-up attack with an IR sensor tracking the F-35 from the ground, likely seen flying by day. Iran has small IR SAMs, surface air missiles derived from Soviet AAMs like the R-27 TET. Might also be a Sucker 1-2, 358, 359 loitering surface air missile. Why didn't the F-35 EO-IR MAWS warn the pilot and deploy flares? Yeah. 150 bones. Holy shit, dude. What is happening? We got juicers in here.
Suggesting that either a 358 or 359 missile could have been responsible. If that turns out to be correct, it will have been a very lucky shot because the F-35 can fly much, much faster than these loitering munitions can. In a straight race, they would have had no hope of catching up with and hitting the jet. But by being in exactly the right place, at exactly the right time, it could have scored a lucky hit. Lucky, but also impressive, because the F-35 is worth north of $100 million each, and is widely regarded as the most advanced fighter jet in the skies today. Taking all of that together then, we can say that what makes the 358 and 359 special is their unusual blending of technologies traditionally used in missiles and drones. Their turbojet engines and missile-shaped bodies make them much faster than drones like the Shahed, which means they're useful as an anti-air weapon, because they can actually catch up to other aircraft and strike them, primarily the Reaper drones, but potentially helicopters, mid-air refuelers, and fighter jets. What makes them so deadly is their ability to loiter. Iran.
Wait, Trump's Thursday speech is going to be even dumber than we thought. MS Now. President Trump's speech on Thursday is slated to address the newly declassified intelligence reports that reveal plans by foreign nations to interfere in the 2020. Stop. Ain't no fucking way. Oh my God. That is fucking amazing. Dude, you live long enough and you fucking Brandonize, dude. Russia. But this time it'll be China-gate. Probably not even China because he loves Xi. But he'll be like, Cuba was trying to interfere, and Iran was trying to interfere in the 2020 and did interfere in the 2020. I assume, no, Venezuela, for sure. Now they got Delcy Rodriguez wrapped around their fingertips. They'll just turn around and be like, yep, see, we got super secret information from Delcy Rodriguez about how Venezuela did interfere. We found the DSA platform on its website. Here to discuss two strategists who don't know who Michael Parenti is. Fox coverage of DSA/socialism is fun because the guest is either Abdul El-Sayed or some dial-a-quote guest, Turley, etc., who has Google-level understanding of DSA. Yeah. Ironic because, you know, Abdul El-Sayed is not a democratic socialist. He's not even a self-avowed democratic socialist. He's not even a socialist, and he's not a part of DSA at all. Did you talk about the DSA NPC stuff yet? No. And if you think I'm going to talk about the DSA NPC stuff, you might be an NPC, okay? A non-player character, I mean. When have I ever discussed shit like that? I purposely never will, and I choose to stay away from that conversation. You know, I don't like it. I don't enjoy having these conversations publicly. I don't think it's good to have these conversations publicly. I also openly stay away from caucus drama as well. Remember, guys, not DSA. Not DSA, not a dues paying member. Okay? Just saying. I'm not going to participate in this nonsense. I don't get my knowledge from Google. That's slander. Fuck you, Mr. Turley. Democratic Socialist admits hostile rift with establishment Democrats. I think these sorts of things need to be handled internally and not publicly. And I think that if you are not a member of DSA, Mike said we shouldn't support you. He's right. Look, I am not oblivious to the amount of outsized power that I have or influence that I have over, you know, the internal machinations of an organization that I have a lot of fans that I've sent to join over the last decade or so. I don't think it's appropriate for me to have any sort of impact in the internal machinations of an organization like that. Okay? I also, separately, as an analyst, as a commentator, What is this?
Tired of
Noticed that you've been too afraid to address this video. So tired of the left try to run away from valid criticism. Please stop glorifying communist leaders. Yeah, I highly doubt that this is going to be that. But as I was saying, I also don't look, there's a lot of eyeballs and a lot of attention, outside attention, on the Democratic Socialists of America right now, more than ever before. Okay? We're far past the Harrington days. We're far past the 2016 Bernie Bro era. This is an entirely new era for the Democratic Socialists of America as an organization and democratic socialism as an ideology. Okay? It's important not to have petty squabbles about tactics leak out into the public. They're already very, very interested in besmirching the reputation of DSA. Okay? So we shouldn't give them an opportunity to do so. We can't look unserious. And I think internal divisions are always going to exist, especially in a Big Tent organization like DSA that has ideological representation that ranges from anarchists, Maoist, third worldists, Marxist, Leninists, all the way to basically social democrats. Let's be real, right? Come on. It's going to, it's you know, there's also going to be probably people that try to infiltrate. See, you're watching actively avoiding the watch the video. Okay, here.
the left glorifying communist leaders. They make mistakes. For example, dying. Should have kept fighting World War I to spark world revolution in the trench. Shouldn't have stopped at Berlin. Really? Where do I even start? Why did you build a Wall Street in Shenzhen? Why didn't you ally with Vietnam? Why is there a red flag over McDonald's? Got the missiles removed? Being such a spectacular insufferable.
Okay, some of these I don't actually agree with. Well, this one I do, but I don't agree with some of these.
Dying. Should
I think revolutionary defeatism is it was the appropriate thing to do.
kept fighting World War I to spark world revolution in the trench. Shouldn't have stopped at Berlin. Really?
Correct.
Where do I even start?
You best put some respect on Mao Zedong. Okay.
Why did you build a Wall Street in Shenzhen? Why didn't you ally with Vietnam? Why is there a red flag over McDonald's? Got the missiles removed.
Again, pie in the sky idealism. Correct assessment.
Being such a spectacular, insufferable prick that you alienated absolutely everyone who might have helped you. Being the moral victor in your own biographies doesn't count as seizing state power. After the 1945 August Revolution, should have immediately invaded Laos and Cambodia to create a revolutionary united front of Indochina. Dying, not living 30 more years. Had the aura, but not the apparatus to hold power. And you're building a mass movement, but not a tightly disciplined professional revolutionary cadre organization that could survive your assassination. Dying, not being a communist fast enough. You should use that opportunity to create a guerrilla training camp for the American proletariat, not just write memoirs. Your pen was sharp, but
okay, this is crazy. Okay, I mean, I know this is joking. This is jokes. But it is kind of tough for me to. This is somewhat triggering.
your bombs would have been sharp. Debating in academia instead of organizing a prison break army. Went into exile, but you should have gone underground and built the American Viet Cong. Hasn't liberated me. Tired of
Jokes are forbidden in leftist circles. This is like the most triggering. He hit every variant. He hit every ideological tendency. What do you say to folks who get turned off by leftist candidates like Abdul distancing themselves from the socialist label? As a probable Abdul voter, it feels like a missed opportunity to shift the Overton window to have popular candidates openly embracing the label of the ideology they're running on. Abdul al-Sayed is not a socialist. And Abdul al-Sayed is running for the Senate. As it stands, we do not have, with the exception of like Bernard Sanders, obviously he's an independent senator from Vermont, we do not have self-styled, self-avowed, openly socialist senators. But considering that Abdul's platform is fairly close to Bernie Sanders, if not identical, and in some instances more radical than Bernie's platform when it comes to foreign policy, and the impact that has had, or rather the unbelievable amounts of attacks that he is receiving, okay? Even like a left populist, left flank, Bernie-crat Senate run without the socialist label is moving the Overton window in our direction. I have no problems, working with Abdul al-Sayed. I'm honored to be able to, help this campaign in any way, shape, or form. Obviously, I'm not working in an official capacity. Let's be real. But I have no problem mobilizing my community in his direction because he is, he is far more radical than any other Democratic Senate run that we've seen in the primaries with legitimate viability. I mean, he is the front runner currently. He's the front runner currently, and you're seeing $50 million in outside expenditures being dumped into that primary race right now by AIPAC subsidiaries, numerous other corporate PACs. It's insane. They wouldn't be doing that. They would not be doing that if it wasn't a real threat to corporate interests. What does that mean? Not working in an official capacity, that you're not getting a check? The work you do with them and other campaigns is more than official? I mean, it's just like, I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who has a worldview. I'm just a guy. I don't, I'm not a dues-paying member of the Democratic Socialists of America, even though you all should become dues-paying members of the Democratic Socialists of America. And I'm just a guy who just has opinions. I'm just a little guy. Maybe the equivalent of being the size of the tiny state of New Jersey, I'm an apolitical guy. I'm apolitical. I don't do politics. I just call balls and strikes. I'll tell it how it is, okay? Did you just admit to having an agenda? Not even agenda, not me. Is there some kind of regulation around how media figures interact with campaigns or something? Not necessarily. I guess like there is I guess technically if Haley Stevens wanted, she could demand equal time to Abdul. I just don't think that she ever will. Technically, I would love to have Haley Stevens on the broadcast. I just don't think that she ever will come on the broadcast, but 200 bones. Goddamn. Holy Toledo. Yeah, there is one agenda that I abide by, and I am proud to admit. Making sure the Malacca Strait remains open so that we can conduct permanent trade with the beautiful nation state of Singapore as a businessman. As a businessman, check the suit, peep the suit. I love doing import exports. I love commerce. I love trade. And because I place the highest emphasis on international shipping routes, my favorite country on the planet is the beautiful nation state of Singapore. Until recently, I felt as though I am insecure about continuing trade with the nation state of Singapore because of More Pegasus and the slander that I have received from More Pegasus, who has the unbelievable privilege of living in the most beautiful country on the planet, the nation state of Singapore. And yet, instead of looking around and appreciating the bounty of living in the jewel, the crown jewel of the world, the crown jewel of international commerce, the ultimate defender of shipping lanes, More Pegasus uses this privilege that he has to slander those who want to work, who want to move units, who want to improve the GDP of the beautiful nation state of Singapore. Okay? And Pegasus. More Pegaslop. Your days are numbered in Singapore, sir. Once the Singaporean government finds out what you have done, what time is Trita coming on? In 40 minutes, 39 minutes. You have inspired me to start educating myself about trade and specifically about importing and exporting, and I was ready to consolidate my assets and deploy them in Singapore, but then I found out that they don't take online harassment and stalking seriously for some reason, and I have now decided to withhold my assets for the time being. I know it's a tough decision. I know this must have been a tough decision because when you find out about Lee Kuan Yew and the great nation of Singapore, you think to yourself, this is a country that I want to move all my assets to. Certainly how I felt about it. Certainly how I've felt about it for quite some time. And for all the trade bros in here, for all the commerce bros in here, for the import bros and the export bros, I know learning about Singapore and falling in love with it is one thing, but then finding out that the nation state of Singapore does not take international cyber stalking, mass harassment, and defamation seriously. It's a big blow. But we shall prevail. We shall prevail. Fear not, friends. Yes, I know Main Op de Francesca Hong is under hot water right now. Also, I think they yeeted that. I don't know why the article no longer exists, maybe. Oh, yeah, this is the funniest thing. This guy, Lee Kuan Yimby, says, Zohran Mamdani is the anti-Lee Kuan Yew. Not realizing that Lee Kuan Yew, complex figure for sure, is a far more radical than Zohran Mamdani ever could be. Okay? Like, not my favorite by any means, even though, of course, for the sake of this argument, of course, Lee Kuan Yew, a legend, loved Deng Xiaoping. That's a big bonus for him. Anyway, no, he's not. Yes, he is. What are you talking about? Even fucking racism illegal. He massive amounts of fucking land ownership in the hands of the state. If everybody gets the same rewards as they do under communism with their iron rice bowl, nobody strives to excel, society will not prosper and progress will be minimal. Zoran, we will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. Yes, he was anti-communist. And yes, a notoriously anti-communist leader still was far more radical than the average American democratic socialist. What the fuck are you talking about? The government owns 90% of the land in Singapore, like 55% of the housing and major shares in many companies. Singapore is a mix of extreme socialism and extreme capitalist policies. It's not some libertarian experiment. One of the biggest things that Singapore did was de facto decommoditize housing. It's because it's a tiny state. Yeah, it's the true tiny state, okay? Not even the size of New Jersey. Of course, those are some of the, the positives of his background. There's plenty of negatives as well. I find Lee Kuan Yew fetishism on the part of the right, that it pretends to be technocratic, very funny. Sammy Gold called it playing with dolls, but honestly, there's more pathos to it. The entire global right is now run by people who are the ideological descendants of Jörg Haider and Silvio Berlusconi. It's crooks and freaks who mobilize hatred to win power, and once they will take it all they want to do is bankrupt countries so they can spend money on sex and mansions. That's the whole thing. Now, at some level, they know this. They have to know it. However, no, they don't know who fucking Berlusconi is at all. What are you talking about? Most right-wingers are just fucking stupid. No, they don't know anything. I mean, this is a reliable and solid analysis. I just don't think that most right-wingers even know how to read, let alone know anything about these leaders. They don't even know anything about Lee Kuan Yew either. Like they just LARP. They're LARPing. This could have been you in Singapore. Yeah, a better future is possible. Now, at some level, they know this. They have to know it. However, recognizing decided to live in a Baroque fantasy where it's politicians they make apologies who are serious is Spencer Pratt, Donald Trump, who are the serious bureaucrats and technocrats trying to build functional, flourishing, multicultural city, and the leftists who are the unscrupulous, unserious ones. The cognitive dissonance is literally the only explanation here. There are no non-psychological readings of these tweets. Yeah, no one on the right wants to make 90% of housing owned by the government like Lee Kuan Yew did, or do any of the collective things he did. They just want to beat you with a bat if you chew gum and ignore the economic leftist things he did. People are trying to take down Zoran using Morris Katz and Plattner. Sorry to hear that. Disappointing. Dude, it's so funny because, like, one, I don't know Morris Katz at all. Two, I have been unbelievably restrained about, the fight agency. And I keep repeatedly saying, like, it's not a political movement. It's not a political org. It's a fucking ad agency. It's a very good ad agency. Okay. I always maintain that position. They make great ads and they have a decent understanding of the world. Okay. But like the very fact that these guys are trying to be like, oh, Morris Katz is not allowed to work in DC ever again is insane to me. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck are you? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you saying? Have you seen the consultants in Washington, D.C.? Have you seen the consultants in Washington, D.C.? They work with rapists of all different shapes, sizes, and colors and backgrounds. Okay, this isn't to like defend Morris Katz's management over the Plattner campaign, but like these are literally DC consultants being like, no, he didn't work with our rapists. He worked with a left populist rapist. That's unacceptable. We need to make sure that he never works ever again. It's like, shut the fuck up. The people that are launching these campaigns against Morris Katz are people like Neera Tanden, who work with the Clintons. People like Liz Smith, who worked with Andrew Cuomo. These are people who not only worked to besmirch Andrew Cuomo's accusers, but then also defended Andrew Cuomo's run against Zohran Mamdani. That's the only reason why these people are fucking freaking out. Jesus Christ. Once again, the fight agency is an ad agency. They work with Steyer, and they collected a fat bag out of that one. Okay, they work with Michael Lasher. It's not a political movement. Morris Katz and fight agency are definitely political operators. It would be a bit obtuse to claim otherwise. Yes. Okay. Yes. They do have a political slant. But guess what? They also fucking work with Michael Lasher. Is Michael Lasher a part of the left populist movement in this country? Is Michael Lasher in any way, shape, or form a left flank candidate? No, he's not. It's that simple. Here Hasi goes again, betraying the people. Morris Katz is trying to save the Democratic Party. I think that's a little bit marketing, okay? That's just marketing. That's a flavor that you add on. Like they're a marketing company, and he's marketing himself fairly effectively. If I say so myself, it's buzz, it's hype, it's marketing. It's marketing for an ad agency. And between fight agency and like anything that Neera Tanden touches or anything that Liz Smith touches, yes, I prefer fight agency over the others. Okay, they make good ads. That's it. They make good ads. They do decent political consultancy, and that's it. And when you're running a campaign, sometimes you're going to work with people. You're going to work with media buyers. You're going to work with fucking ad agencies. It's that simple. What matters is the conviction, the moral conviction that the politician has. What matters is the policies that the politician has. As long as you're not allowing the fight agency to try to tamper with your worldview, to try to like massage your ideological predisposition, then who gives a shit? You still need ads, folks. Remember, I had a conversation with Oliver Ma, right? And I was like, dude, what are you doing? You have to buy ads. And he was like, no, it's fine. We're running a different campaign for lieutenant governor. Well, it didn't work. You have to buy ads. What are you talking about? You have to have there's a reason why. There is a reason why these campaigns, the campaigns on the established Democratic side, there's a reason why they pump millions, tens of millions of dollars. It's because ads work. Okay? Katz calls himself a political consultant, not just advertising. I know. I'm saying that he's doing, ad work. Why does any of this matter? It's just inside baseball. It's so self-referential. It's so DC. It's so New York and so DC. Nobody gives a fuck about any of this shit. Okay? It's a meta commentary crafted by a bunch of DC consultants that despise another consultant. Okay? Yeah, we are no longer just inside of the bubble. This is the seventh layer of hell. It's consultant on consultant violence. I do not participate in this stuff. I do not give a shit. Obviously, there are certain people that work in campaigns that I love, that I think are brilliant and wonderful, that I think are real champions for change. I'll always stand by them, right? Andrew Epstein being one of them. That's my GOAT. He was a comms guy for Zoran. You've seen him on stream before. Comms guy for Claire Valdez. DSA guy through and through. Plenty of all of the DSA slate candidates in New York. They were the people whose campaigns are entirely run by, for the most part, DSA people. Those guys are great. They're awesome. Okay? They're great. And also, come on, chatters. Yes, his last name is Epstein. Really? A very common Jewish last name. What the fuck's wrong with you? Okay? Jesus Christ. The joke is stale, please. Anyway, like, it's only funny if I talk about my GOAT, Israel Epstein. That's the only time that joke is funny. I don't know about common, but not unique. It is a fairly common last name. Anyway, what was I saying? What was I talking about? I find it hard to believe that there aren't DSA people who have the money to help support candidates. Why is it always grassroots? Wait, what? Yeah, the Morris Cat stuff is totally fucking ridiculous. Like the people that are mad about it are just mad that he is young and he's had a lot of success with Zoran's campaign. They're greatly overemphasizing the impact that he has on campaigns in general. These guys are, at the end of the day, an ad agency that I think make great ads. Okay, and they got a decent amount of motion, and the fact that they're like, you have to drop him, like it's fucking ridiculous. I've never heard a Democrat demand to drop James Carville. Okay, James Carville literally participated in the slander of Bill Clinton's victims. Okay. Very famously, he said, "Oh, you turn $20 on trailer park. You can find as many hookers as I want to come out and say all sorts of things about Bill Clinton." Okay, that's what he said. That's what he said. That's a Carville classic. James Carville's fucking married to like a Dick Cheney consultant. Okay, he's fucking the ops for years, and he's still seen as a prominent fixture of he's seen as a tactician that all Democrats must learn from. The fuck are we talking about? I'm supposed to listen to these fucking dickheads? The fuck out of here. I think I have a very balanced approach to this Morris Cat situation. Before people, of course, it's not going to satisfy anybody. They're going to say, see, classic Hasan in the pocket of fight agency or whatever the fuck. No, I'm not. Okay. I've never met with the fight agency. I don't know them. Never talked to the fight agency. In all of the time that I've spent in New York City DSA politics, I've not once met Morris Katz. Okay. Don't know him. The only reason why this is a story is because DC consultants that work on the establishment side, that work with right-wing Democrats, want this guy gone.
I wanted to ask you, Mr. Mayor, last week, members of the DSA.
Didn't you do a joint interview with them? No. No, I did not. I would, but I have not.
Sent out a public letter to campaigns and officials to stop working with Morris Katz. Are you still planning to work with him? Also, this Sunday is the FIFA World Cup final. I know you're very invested. President Donald Trump is expected to be there. Do you plan to sit with him, talk with him? Those are my questions. Thanks.
I will continue to work with Morris Katz. He remains a top advisor of mine. And for Sunday's final, my focus will be on the game. And I anticipate just watching for 90 or 120 or maybe even penalties as well.
What is up with these shades, my man? What's going on? Yeah. So why is the DSA saying not to work with Morris Katz? Dog. Democratic Socialists of America have 120,000 dues-paying members at this point. Okay? That letter that was circulating was signed by 300 people. Of course, there are going to be people with different opinions. I don't even give a shit one way or another. Okay? I'm a very pragmatic person. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a pragmatist. Okay? From my perspective, you're going to have some mercenaries that are working. You have to make sure that they have some level of discipline. You have to make sure you cross your T's and dot your I's and ensure that like everything is NDA'd out the asshole. when you're working on these campaigns. Like, obviously, Abdul's campaign has had some issues with that. Oh, you were on separately? I didn't listen. It makes it seem like it was jointly done. Wait, what the fuck? Hasan Piker on the Democrats, bullies, and Republican Nazis. This week, Alex is joined by Zoran Mamdani's political strategist, Morris Katz, and Twitch streamer. No, this was not jointly conducted. I didn't even know that Morris Katz was on this podcast. Isn't this where dude, this is the podcast where I shit on Graham Plattner. Ironically enough. This is when Alex interviewed me, and I was like, well, Graham Plattner has a lot of red flags. He has a fucking Nazi tattoo. Abdul has none. We're going to find out if he's, the working class is invested in Graham Plattner because they like a white guy or if they like the platform. Yeah, I saw Obama spoke with Dave Weigel about the fake ad. Obviously, the impact of this is going to be diminished in comparison to the, $10 million of ad spend that falsely claims that Obama endorsed Haley Stevens in this election cycle. Dave Weigel says, Obama's office reiterates to me, and I assume others, that the former president hasn't endorsed anyone in this race. Yeah. So Haley Morris is lying about the endorsement. Have you seen this? I have not. Üçte. Ama yani tam üçte çünkü interview'm var. Yani 3'ten sonra. Evet. Evet. Eyvallah. Did I say Haley Morris? I meant Haley Stevens. What the fuck is wrong with me, dude? The Sarah Rodriguez story is grim. You don't want that right before early voting, but to find an example of a candidate getting scammed by his campaign this year, then winning, you have to go back to 2 months. There was some stuff that took place in the Chris Rabb campaign, I think. That's what he's comparing it to. Bro, why is Lindsey Graham's sister taking over him? Because American politics is just it's the same as any other third world dictatorship. Okay, that's why. That's just what happens now. Okay. Yeah. That the Morris Katz situation is just inside baseball, unbelievable levels of inside baseball, very silly. I don't think anybody gives a shit. And the best thing he could do is just basically keep his fucking head down and keep putting those ads out. You know what I mean? But if I were, all I would say is this to candidates: you need ads, you need mercenaries, you need ad agencies. If you're running a campaign, that's going to be successful, if you're running a campaign that wants to win, you're gonna work with some people. Okay. From what I understand, the fight agency is pretty good. They're reliable. They're decent. Just don't let anybody change your platform. Don't allow anybody to change your platform. Okay? If you already have a policy guy, work with the policy guy. That's it. Is there any valid criticism about him? Yeah, I mean, they didn't do sufficient vetting for Graham Plattner. That much is clear. There was also some talks about how they thought that Graham Plattner would be a potential president one day, which I think is totally ridiculous. And I thought was totally ridiculous at the time as well. So, there's it just goes to show that, you need a little bit more experience. You need a little bit more experience in the field. It's fine. You're not gonna always swing and hit home runs. You know, sometimes you're gonna swing and miss. This was one of them. This was one of those misses. It's a big miss. Ad agencies are responsible for vetting. No, obviously there are, as an ad agency, they do political consultancy as well. And they also do ads. For some, they just do ads. For others, they do a full spectrum coverage. Now, we're of course going to talk about Michigan as well, because this kind of ties into what's going on in Michigan too. There is a lot of controversy, fake controversy surrounding Abdul al-Sayed. They're trying to manufacture outrage. They're trying to manufacture controversy because Abdul has been, cooking in the polls. Obviously, is the front runner in this race so far, and Haley Stevens is propped up by every corporation in the United States of America and also the nation state of Israel, right? And Haley has no ground game whatsoever, but doesn't need it because she has $40 million in TV ads. And as I covered yesterday, some of those TV ads are implying falsehoods, such as Barack Obama endorsing Haley Stevens in this current Senate run in the primaries. That's not the case. That did not happen, right? The number of ad spend earmarked for Haley Stevens has reached $50 million as of this week. It's a ridiculous number, okay? It's very clear to me that they are desperate. Now, not desperate enough to actually deploy volunteers on the ground. God forbid. Okay. No, Stevens isn't claiming that Obama endorsed her. Some voters are getting that impression from the ads that show Obama praising her in 2018. Using Obama's previous praise for you without an endorsement is a tactic previously used by Bernie Sanders. Yeah, the reality of the matter is I like that Bernie Sanders was doing that, okay, because I like Bernie Sanders. I don't like that Haley Stevens is doing it because I don't like Haley Stevens. But to add insult to injury, the groups that are actually pumping these ads are AIPAC. Okay, for the most part, AIPAC has been a major donor to the campaign. Here's the thing. AIPAC fucking hates Obama. AIPAC has run the gamut on anti-Obama commentary in the country. AIPAC is unbelievably hostile to Obama, his legacy in its entirety, for the crime of doing the JCPOA. Haley Stevens knows Michigan voters will reject her on the issues. That's why she avoids interviews and has resorted to a dishonest smear campaign against Abdul al-Sayed. Stevens' aversion to press and public events is bizarre. She declined to interview the Wall Street Journal. It's one of the greatest examples of subverting democracy, okay? That's it. Yeah, this guy says, I'm smiling so hard right now because I said, I'm losing my mind. This is how AIPAC dupes kind folks. These two individuals who are critical of Israel voted for Haley Stevens because of President Obama, okay? And Tim says, I'm smiling so hard right now. I say, smiling because AIPAC, who hated Obama's guts for doing the Iran deal, which Trump destroyed, is now lying about their handpicked candidate being endorsed by Obama in this race. And all he has is, well, I'm smiling because it torments you. That's great. I love subverting democracy. I love duping voters. It's awesome. Yeah, here's Tommy Vitor saying AIPAC spent tens of millions of dollars lobbying against the Iran nuclear deal, a signature Obama achievement, and is now running an ad featuring Obama that misleadingly suggests Obama endorsed Haley Stevens in the Michigan Senate race. Weird that people dislike the organization. Yeah.
Your choice of slots. Haley Stevens, Chief of Staff for President Obama's auto rescue, saving over 200,000 Michigan jobs.
And Haley Stevens, by the way, she was there. She was a critical part of my team that helped the American auto industry come roaring back.
In Congress, Haley successfully fought to cap the price of insulin at $35 a month. Now she's fighting back against Trump's Medicare cuts. Haley Stevens, a proven fighter for Michigan. UDP's responsible.
So they're doing everything. It's full spectrum. Okay. The AIPAC ads are everywhere, claiming falsely that Abdul El-Sayed disrespects women, hates women. Okay. When I was in Michigan, I genuinely could not believe how often the Abdul disrespects women AIPAC ad was being aired. It seemed to be in nearly every commercial break on every station. AIPAC's front group, United Democracy Project, just bought TV commercials for Haley between 7/21 and 7/27. The total is $4.2 million. That is an unbelievable amount of money, chat. You have to understand, like, this is an unfathomable amount of money. Pro Haley TV, Haley Stevens TV and digital spending is now almost at $50 million. All of it is super PACs. I said Israel and every other corporate PAC in this country is going to buy this seat if we don't stop it. They have the money, but we have the people. Time to knock on doors, phone bank, and speak to your neighbors to get the word out for Abdul. It is insane. It's so flagrant. And I will admit, this is a story in and of itself. This is a story in and of itself. What are they afraid of? They're afraid of democracy. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of someone who will fight for the interests of the working class rather than the interests of corporations. That's what they're afraid of. And they're so afraid that we can put a fucking price on it. We can put a price on how fearful they are. $50 million so far. Okay? It's so frustrating. Should Obama correct the record? I don't think he will beyond just telling media outlets that he hasn't endorsed anyone in the race. He's not going to come out and be like, Haley Stevens is lying, you know? If you are wondering, why the changes that you find to be common sense never end up taking shape in this country, you're watching the reason why it won't. Okay? There have always been good people, kind-hearted people, maybe not people that you completely align with ideologically, but just like real fighters that have wanted to run for office, that have wanted to seize power so that they can actually implement some of the changes that we all want to see. Those people always get humiliated, bullied, destroyed, attacked. They have to have a perfect track record. And even if they have a perfect track record, even if they're, you know, a doctor with a Rhodes Scholar, a doctor, a guy who worked in public health, a guy who literally wrote a book on Medicare for all, even after all is said and done, the opposition, backed by unlimited amounts of money, will turn around and mass blast smear campaigns, ads that call you a sexist, a misogynist. Will call into question your legitimacy. They'll call you a terrorist for your popular position on Israel, your moral position on Israel. It's ridiculous. And most people are too busy to pay attention. And these institutions take advantage of that. They take advantage of the good, kind-hearted, working-class folk that don't have time to sift through this information. They go, I like Obama, and Obama likes Haley Stevens. Obama endorsed Haley Stevens. I'm voting for her. That's how it works. If you were to force people to understand what the platforms are, if every voter was actually only seeing what Abdul's policies are in Abdul's platform, and then see Haley Stevens' policies and Haley Stevens' platform, the choice would be super clear. Why the fuck would we not vote for Medicare for all, ending endless militarism overseas, no more money for bombs, money for healthcare instead? Who the fuck would say no to that? As opposed to better things are not possible, unlimited donations to the nation state of Israel so they can keep melting children. A person who has voted for some of the silliest, most right-wing bills. A person right now, the Trump administration is actively working to dismantle the International Criminal Court for doing his job, for actually prosecuting Benjamin Netanyahu for war crimes. You know who voted to sanction those judges? Haley Stevens did. Haley Stevens also voted to thank ICE. Haley Stevens is backed by the Michigan version of PG&E. I'm Californian, obviously. PG&E is a horrible company. The Michigan version of PG&E is called DTE. Hey, DTE has dumped boatloads of money into the Haley Stevens campaign.
Stevens.
Yeah. It's very clear who the people would vote for if they knew the full scope of the policies. We cannot miss this opportunity to vote for a real fighter, for Michiganders, a real fighter who will be sometimes the lone voice in the Senate on issues that are important to all of us, on issues that will advance the interests of the working class. That's it.
Voted to fund and thank ICE.
In Michigan, we know a thing or two about ICE. This ICE, good. But right now, our government spends billions on an agency that operates outside of the law to terrorize our neighbors. I'm Abdul Al-Sayed, the only Senate candidate for abolishing ICE, and I approve this message.
Haley Stevens voted to fund and thank ICE.
Shout out head in the office for keeping their foot on the neck of Haley Stevens this whole race. I recommend everyone check out their interviews with Abdul. Yeah, head in the office is fucking awesome. I love those guys. There is not a Democratic candidate in recent history that is as blatantly corrupted as Haley Stevens. She accepted money from hundreds of corporate insurance PACs in office, $30+ million from AIPAC ads bankrolling her campaign. You think she's going to stand up to the lobbies? She's frankly everything wrong with the Democratic Party in 2026, an establishment creature through and through, designed in a lab to fall apart with young voters.
Of their servitude, sharing in the profession with those who have not come before you. Similar times of trying medical need, wars and flus pass. You will see darkness, you will be pushed, and our society needs you. To stand together at this time, our country loves you. To our doctors and our nurses, I wear these laces.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland is reserves.
She's doing this during COVID. I mean, yeah, this is the one.
Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people. Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Yeah. Oh, she's so horrible. Anyway, we're now going to go over to Zoom to have a conversation with friend of the show, Trita Parsi, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Trita. Can you hear
how's
me?
it going?
What's
How you
going
doing?
on? Trita Parsi of the Quincy Institute, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute. His Substack is tritaparsi.substack.com. Thank you so much for coming on. We got a lot to talk about. I'm going to fix the live production real quick because it still says Rokana here because that's the last person I interviewed.
So you put your tie on for him or for me?
No, I wear the tie all the time now. It's just it's a common fixture. The more the Republicans attack me, and they're attacking me. Fox News is attacking me right now because of things I said about Lindsey Graham. Instead of eulogizing him in the way that many others have, I called him an odious warmonger of the highest order, and Fox News was so frustrated by that they chose to write a whole article on it saying, controversial radical streamer Hasan Piker. But it's funny because I think it's backfired on them. Because as far as I understand, even on Facebook, people are actually saying he's right. They're agreeing with me. How do you feel about the legacy of Lindsey Graham? Let's start there. Before we get into, obviously, the next steps and what's going on with this memorandum of understanding turning into a memorandum of misunderstanding.
Look, to me, Graham was essentially a dying breed of hawkish Republicans who thought that there always was a military solution to whatever problem or non-problem that existed in the world. And drove the United States in an absolutely terrible direction. And at every moment, there was this effort to sabotage diplomacy from his end, belittle it, and shift things back towards some sort of a muscular, military-centric approach, which I think is ultimately has been disastrous for the world, but also very, very disastrous for the United States itself. And I do think it's fair to scrutinize his track record in the Middle East in particular, because his proximity to Israel and to the UAE, I think deserves scrutiny. Even after everyone had essentially given up, realizing it is an idiotic idea, he was still pushing to expand the Abraham Accords and make Israel the center of the region, having the Saudis normalize relations with them, throw the Palestinians even further under the bus. Remember, this is the guy who said that we should just flatten Gaza, to do to Gaza what was done by the U.S. against Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So I think that speaks for itself.
Yeah, absolutely. This was, he was one of Israel's most loyal soldiers. One of the aspects of his legacy, I think, that was ironically reported on extensively in the aftermath of his untimely demise is the fact that he was a champion of this latest war, this latest military quagmire that the United States found itself in. He was the middleman between Israel and Donald Trump. Something that has been reported on and openly admitted by Benjamin Netanyahu as well. And now we're seemingly going back to war. You were a little bit more positive about the Memorandum of Understanding than I was. I was a little bit more skeptical about whether or not this would be implemented. How do you feel right now?
I think it's a devastating situation. I don't think it was inevitable. I think there were a lot of ambiguities in the memorandum at some point needed to be clarified. They failed to do so in the manner that they should have. I know based on conversations I had that there was a different position earlier on some of these issues, and it frankly, on the American side, and it frankly hardened. I think it's partly because there are different elements inside of this administration, some of them whose perspective is much, much closer to that of Lindsey Graham, who were against this memorandum. I personally think that as soon as the MOU was signed, Marco Rubio, that by and large has stayed out of this issue, kept his arm's distance from this war, from the diplomacy, suddenly shows up, meets with the GCC countries, pushes for a very harsh position, a joint statement, and then he afterwards says, tolls, fees, all of them are completely unacceptable. And by taking that position, he really narrowed the pathway to an agreement. Remember, the idea of fees, that instead of a toll, there would be some sort of environmental management fee of the Strait that would be collected either by Iran and Oman. It was actually an Omani idea, collected by Iran and Oman, or collected by several of the states in the region, not just the Iranians. Actually had some support inside of the administration earlier on, but that apparently changed. And Rubio pushed for this line that narrowed the pathway. Then he flew to Lebanon, and there he negotiated or mediated this complete Lebanese surrender to the Israelis with this agreement between the two countries that has even been harshly criticized by the most ferocious Hezbollah haters inside of Lebanon as a complete sellout of the country. But perhaps from the standpoint of this conversation, most importantly, that agreement contradicted the MOU. And to me, it did appear very difficult to interpret that as something else than an effort to sabotage the MOU. So I think some of these things that have happened were not inevitable. I think there were efforts from many different sides to make it more difficult. And I think also the Iranians overreacted to a couple of these things. And then over the course of the last 3 or so weeks, I've detected that the Iranians have increasingly had become convinced that Trump was going to go to war with Iran again. And I think that also colored their decisions and the manner in which they perceived everything else that was happening. It was perceived as if it were to validate their suspicion that Trump was gearing up for another war. And I think then they made decisions based on that that frankly potentially helped make that a self-fulfilling prophecy.
It turns out they were correct, though, right? I mean, there is some evidence, at least now, also the very fact that the MOU is done. Trump is saying that the war is back on. But the conversation that took place with J.D. Vance going on Michael Knowles' broadcast to openly admit that the memorandum of understanding was simply just to offer a moment of respite to the strategic oil reserves that were nearing crisis levels. Obviously, if it goes below 300 million barrels, you're reaching a red line. When there's a hard limit beneath 150 million, where the salt caverns that a lot of our strategic oil reserves are stored in could possibly collapse due to a lack of pressure. This hard limit is obviously something that the American side is paying close attention to, and we have a higher priority beyond simply managing oil and gas prices in the United States of America to ensure that the European markets do not collapse, right? So we're constantly exporting oil elsewhere. That limit has now, I guess, that crisis point has now been pushed back maybe 20 days. Is there anything different on the American side, on the American calculation this time around? Because every military analyst that I'm listening to that goes on, CBS and whatnot, keeps repeatedly saying, well, we could, take over Cargill Island militarily. Well, why didn't we do that last time? If we had that capacity, that would have been tremendous leverage for the American side in the implementation of whatever kind of ceasefire negotiation. So what is different this time around? Do you think that this is just going to be tit for tat for a little bit? Where do you foresee this going?
Yeah. Hasan, let me first take a step back and address what you said that, it turned out that the Iranians were right. I'm not so sure. There was a flare-up after they shot at some ships, and the Iranians were shooting at these ships because they're very suspicious. And this, I think they may be right on, which is that the U.S. side was trying to build a southern corridor that would be outside of the control of the Iranians, that would be kept open even if a war broke out again, and by that really reduce Iran's leverage significantly. And when ships started to go through that corridor without any coordination with Iran, the Iranians saw that as a major provocation. They shot at them. The U.S. bombed Iran. The Iranians bombed back. And then they went back to the table. After that, they were actually negotiating, and I wrote about it on the Substack, a compromise that could have worked, but they never managed to get to the end of it before the Iranian funeral of the supreme leader, in which diplomacy was paused. During that pause, several more ships tried to go through, turning off their transponders. The Iranians then again shot at those ships. And this caused like a freak out by Trump in which he really lost his temper. We saw that his reactions publicly were very harsh. He said, you can't deal with these people, they're scum, blah, blah, blah. I'm not sure that all of that actually was inevitable. I think the Iranians also overreacted to some of those ships. I think there's other ways that it could have been dealt with. And I can see a different scenario that could have been reached if they had done it that way instead of what we ended up with. But to your latter question, and I think this is also very important because you mentioned that Vance had mentioned that, the strategic reserve. And that may very well have been the plan. But if you take a look at the numbers, at the time of the beginning of the war, the strategic reserves had about 415 million barrels. It is now down to 337. And it's not recuperated just because of the MOU has been in place for 1 month. So if the plan was, hey, let's recuperate that and then go back to war, that's not what we're seeing here at all. It's not gone back to that. In fact, it means that not only that, but also the rest of the global inventory that is still very much down, leads to a scenario in which if war happens, you really need to have a plan on how to get it done very quickly because you simply cannot afford what happened last time. The runway for the US is much shorter than what it was last time. This will lead to an economic crisis much faster than the previous war did. And the previous war kept it off because the president used the strategic reserves to kind of calm the global oil markets. So to me, when I look at it, I don't see anything that suggests to me that this time around, war will work out better. That this time around, taking the Kharg Island, for instance, actually will be functioning. It's a smart military strategy. On the contrary, the oil reserves are at a lower inventory state than they were before. You're only 16 weeks away from the midterm elections. There's no way the US has managed to stock up on interceptors. The Iranians build missiles faster than the US build interceptors, and you oftentimes need to use several more interceptors to shoot down missiles. So none of this data in any way, shape, or form suggests that the US is in a better position to strike this, to go to war at this point.
Yeah. What do you say to the analysis that the American side, the American naval assets are? I mean, we have basically functionally half of our overall naval assets in this region right now. There's air defense systems. It's very clear that America at least tried to implement some sort of scheme even after Iran started striking at ships, because this is not the first time Iran struck ships. Iran had done so when they noticed that the Americans were trying to utilize the Omani corridor. And clearly there was an effort by the American side to try to see if they could even protect these ships at all. And that failed, right? Because the Iranian drones are virtually impossible to stop with the conventional and the anti-air defense systems that we currently have. I think that was an effort from the Iranian side to maintain their leverage, the ultimate leverage that they have, which is control over the Strait of Hormuz. And that was their interpretation of the Memorandum of Understanding as well. So do you feel like this was an attempt by the American side to try to see if they could even force the transiting of certain non-approved ships at odds with the Iranian control to see if they could even defend these ships at all? And it was maybe a failure on that front as well?
I do think it's very fair to say that this was certainly an American attempt. I think the US side would say, look, we never accepted that Iran would have control over the Omani side. So yes, it was an American attempt, but it's not a provocation. The Iranians view it as a provocation. They view it as an effort to deliberately challenge the Iranians at a time when the Iranians were in the middle of their funeral and had their attention elsewhere. And I think, frankly, that may have also led to the Iranians overreacting a little bit. But I don't think there's any doubt that the US, even before the MOU, were trying to set up this southern corridor. This is part of the reason I think Trump actually at one point threatened to bomb Oman, because it is Oman's waters, but the Omanis were not in on this. The Omanis actually were the ones who were talking about a joint management system. And this really ticked off the U.S. side, particularly the more hawkish elements in it. And I remember when, Trump made that threat, it sounded as if perhaps he misspoke, that he was going to say Iran instead he said Oman. I mean, at one point he did call it the Islamic Republic of Japan. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that he misspoke, but it appears actually that he didn't misspeak, that it actually was a direct threat at the Omanis. And it was because the Omanis were trying to find a compromise. And the U.S. side was like, no, we don't want to do anything that allows for a compromise before at least we have exhausted the opportunity to see, can we create an alternative corridor that the Iranians cannot control, short of going to war with Oman itself.
So now the Trump administration has unveiled their second blockade once again. Earlier this morning, Donald Trump truthed on Truth Social that there would be a secondary blockade on the Gulf of Oman beyond the Iranian one, just as they had implemented one prior, and that there would be a 20% toll. Do you feel like this legitimizes the Iranian toll, ironically enough, because now all of a sudden people are going to be more comfortable with the idea of a toll for all ships that transit through the Strait of Hormuz, and the Iranian one, as the foreign minister Arakshi correctly pointed to, is only 2%, which is far more manageable, far more reasonable than the 20% that Donald Trump wants.
Yeah. I don't know if he mentioned 2% in his tweet. I did a calculation. It would land at 1 to 2% because they were going to charge roughly $1 million per ship, which would amount to roughly 1 to 2% added cost to any tanker going through the Straits, which still, compared to what the Turks are charging in Bosphorus, for instance, is a little bit higher, but nevertheless, 20%. I mean, frankly, Trump is not only validating the Iranian position inadvertently, he is also making the Iranian position or the Iranian plan rather attractive because it is much, much cheaper. And, this is combined with other messages that he sent that everything in Iran is going to be owned by the U.S. I think he's going back to these fantasies that he had early on in February, in which he thought that what he did in Venezuela can be replicated in Iran. And I think it's coming from that position of deep, deep frustration that things are frankly not going in his way. And I think one of the things the Iranians have tried to figure out Trump's psychology and use psychologists when it comes to writing messages to him to make sure that they kind of got a better response from him. One thing I think they missed is that he has this need for constant positive reinforcement. He needs the diplomacy to constantly produce an assembly line of good news. And if it doesn't, he just kind of gets frustrated and then can do a 180 and go back towards war. And I'm sure after a while, he's going to get frustrated with the war and try to go back to diplomacy. But it's just not the way that you can do diplomacy between two countries that have defined each other as enemies for 47 years.
Also, on top of that, the conflict is yielding tremendous volatility in the global energy markets, and is slated to hit a hard limit where this global commodity that is necessary for survival, necessary for the grids to continue, for commodities to continue to be produced in the Asian markets, that'll then create an inflationary crisis in the United States. That's what's at stake here. The stakes are unbelievably high. So one of the other questions I had for you also is Saudi Arabia, which seemingly has decided to become more active in this conflict for some weird reason, out of nowhere, out of left field. There was a bombing of the airport, an airport runway in Sanaa that the Houthis have now responded to. There's talks about potentially closing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait as well. What do you think about that? Why is Saudi Arabia getting more active in this conflict? And where do you see that going?
So I don't think it's clear yet that is exactly what the Saudis are trying to do. I think it's important to keep in mind there is a UN Security Council resolution, which, I don't know if it was the right resolution, but nevertheless, to have a blockade of the Houthi-controlled territories. And once the Iranians and the Saudis normalized relations and both of them kind of backed off and the war against the Houthis more or less died down, nevertheless, that resolution remains in place, and the Saudis have been insistent on making sure that the Houthis cannot reconstitute an open logistical transit route to the Iranians by air. The Iranians appear to have tried to challenge that during the funeral because they sent a plane to Sana'a to pick up Houthi officials to go to the funeral. The Saudis tried to stop that, but they failed. But now when that plane is coming back, they're trying to they're trying to make something to make sure that this is not a new normalized relation. So I think that is the root of this, but it is taking place in the context of this larger conflict. And as a result, has a significant risk, even if that is not the intent of it, to spill over into that. And that could, as you mentioned, lead to the closing of the Strait in the Red Sea as well. And if that were to happen, that is a major, major escalation. My own suspicion is the Iranians do not want to see that happen until there is a major escalation by the US, and then this would be the response to it, rather than them doing it preemptively and by that justifying further escalation by the United States. So far we've seen talk about it. We've not seen any real measures that they're doing it.
I guess the $1 million question or the $1 trillion question is, where do we go from here? If America is going back to striking Iran and trying to somehow gain some kind of leverage that they failed to do so in the last 130-day operation, what do they think they can get out of it when on the strategic oil reserve side they have even less runway? What the hell is going on? I mean, it's clear that the war of attrition is more beneficial for Iran than it is for the United States of America. Obviously, they're suffering as well if there's a blockade. Their economy is in tatters, certainly. But at the end of the day, they're used to a level of sanctions regardless. They've built some semblance of resilience regardless. And therefore, they're better positioned overall as they were during Operation Epic Fury. Where do we go from here? Why is America doing this again? Also, how much involvement does Israel have in this second destabilization operation that destroyed the Memorandum of Understanding?
So on your first question, I have a piece in Responsible Statecraft about this, and I was going to add a paragraph mentioning that sheer stupidity is not included in any major IR theory, but it actually deserves a significant role because so much of what is done is decisions that are really not based on any clear wisdom and is more in the imbecile category. To me, this is just plain out stupid for the very same reasons that you said. I do not, unless, again, there is some sort of a conclusion that there is another military option that can wrap this up in less than a week or two.
They haven't deployed. That they've just weirdly enough, out of the kindness of their hearts, did not deploy against their foreign adversary 47 years.
Exactly. And certainly not in the previous just couple of months. So I'm extremely skeptical. And as a result, I do think that this is, at best, it's going to lead, and this is really at best, if we're lucky, there will be a return to the table. Facts on the ground will not have changed dramatically in either direction. The only thing that will have changed is that the lure of thinking that through military action, you can reorganize the situation in a manner that gives you the benefit at the negotiating table, that lure essentially has been eliminated more or less. That's the only thing I can see. That would be the best case scenario because I don't believe that this is going to give any major change. In fact, I think it's going to be very difficult to get back to the table after this. The Iranians are increasingly convinced that even if Trump has an intent for a deal, he does not have the capacity to actually strike a deal. And the American political system does not have the quality left in it to sustain a deal once there is a different administration in place. This is a concern they already had during Biden. They were worried that they would be giving up their leverage and then Trump would come back in and would uproot that agreement. And now I think it's become even further. Let me give you an example. As one of the first measures they did in this round of escalation is that general license that had been granted to the Iranians to sell their oil because the US itself needed more oil on the market and needed to push down oil prices. They rescinded it. Now, I can understand that as part of the escalation, this is probably one of the less violent measures that could be done. But what it does is that it tells you that the longevity and the stability of such a waiver is so fragile that it loses its potency at the negotiating table as a bargaining chip. Because for it to be valuable to the Iranians, it needs to be stable. Because they already have hard time, difficulties getting new purchasers of their oil because most countries like, well, we don't know if the US is going to stick to this deal. So we don't want to start, binding ourselves to some long-term contract with you for oil delivery if the US is just going to flip in a week. And then it did. It flipped within a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So now next time when the US goes to the table and say, hey, we'll grant you an oil waiver, the value of that bargaining chip is going to be far less than it was last time because it's been proven again to be so flimsy, so easily revoked.
Yeah. There's also obviously the confidence that they have in Americans following on their commitments, which clearly time and time again, perfidy is deployed with regular frequency. So there's no confidence whatsoever. This obviously probably gives a lot more legitimacy to the hardliners. On the Iranian side, they have been, fairly cohesive throughout this process, and yet, if I'm a hardliner, I'm looking at the situation and going, I mean, what do you want? We achieved negotiations through battle. We fought and we bled for this additional leverage that we gained, and now America's proven once again that the only way out of this is to fight. So I don't know what internal leverage the reformers of the more moderate factions have at this point, given that America's shown time and time again that they're not remotely interested in a serious negotiations process. How do you foresee that going? That power grab internally in Iran?
So, I think we're already seeing that. They're increasingly concluding that the U.S. was intending to go to war from the outset. I personally don't think that is necessarily correct, but that is what they're seeing. And I think the Iranians going forward are going to be even more difficult to deal with because, again, for them now to be able to muster the type of consensus that is needed in their system to be able to sign an agreement, to come to a yes, is going to become even more difficult than it was before. This is one of those things also, and I've mentioned this publicly before, that I had told the administration prior to the war that they're really kind of miscalculating the Iranians. It's not about them being ideological or courageous, but I just don't see the system being capable of surrendering. And the reason for that is that they need to get to a consensus to surrender. And that consensus is just impossible for them to achieve. There will always be some faction, probably not a weak faction, that would refuse to do so. And as a result, as Trump was constantly looking for the Iranians to surrender, he just completely miscalculated. He didn't understand their thinking, but also didn't understand their system. And that, but to a less intense extent, is also going to be the case when it comes to an agreement going forward. We saw that back in the JCPOA. It was a hell of a fight to get that system to come to an agreement for the JCPOA. It was difficult as well to get to the MOU. And I don't know if you saw some of the images of how hardliners were harassing the foreign minister and others during the funeral, accusing them of being compromisers and appeasers. The very same language and narratives and discourse that we see in Washington, in which diplomacy is weakness, compromise is a negative word, you have it on the Iranian side as well.
I will admit,
as you mentioned, those voices are the ones that are strengthened by these episodes.
Yeah, they have more. Iran currently has more real popular mobilization and support for continuing the war on military terms than the United States does. Like there's no American rallies taking place in the United States of America. The only people that are hardliners in the same way that like the Iranian hardliners are Israelis for the most part. That's it.
Or they're in the Beltway.
Yeah.
People in the Beltway who live off of this stuff.
But there is no like mass mobilization demanding that Donald Trump continue waging this war, especially because Americans, well, we're very selfish people, and the only impact that we have that we care about is gas prices, and everyone is noticing that the gas prices are going up.
Yeah. But the flip side of that, Hasan, is also very important. And frankly, something that I'm disappointed in. But I think it goes back to exactly what you said, which is the gas prices, which is, yes, but also there's not been the type of mass mobilization that I think was needed to push back against this war. So you don't have people protesting in mass numbers in American streets against the war either. And I think part of the reason why that is not happening is because the administration has used the strategic reserves to keep oil gas prices artificially low in order to avoid that scenario.
And there's no ground troops. There's no ground troops mobilization.
Once you get to a ground troop scenario and you have a larger number of Americans coming home in coffins, then it's just a ticking time bomb before those type of protests will happen. But this is the problem with America's wars in general. The American public in general tends to be against these wars. But by keeping the wars as distant as possible from the public and making sure that the consequences are as minimal or as spread out as possible. And you saw that during the Obama administration. They didn't want to have body bags, so they went over to this kind of drone warfare, which caused massive amount of civilian casualties, but it made sure that the risk of American soldiers getting killed were really minimized. And they got away with doing the war, continuing all these wars, but doing it that way because it shielded the public from the costs. And the administration has taken similar measures with this war as well to keep the costs low.
Yeah. I know we have a limited amount of time. I just wanted to ask you one final question before we let you go. And thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Section 219, formerly Section 224 of the House Fiscal Year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, is establishing that the United States and Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. Now, of course, you're very familiar with this. Responsible Statecraft has written extensively on it. For those in my audience that might not know, it directs the Department of Defense to appoint an executive agent to accelerate joint research, development, and integration of Israeli and U.S. defense technologies. In layman's terms, this is a merger between the Israeli military and the United States military. The provision focuses on sensitive modern military domains, including artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, quantum computing, yada, yada, yada. It would make it virtually impossible to even utilize the existing mechanisms, the existing legal framework to hold Israel to account for its genocide, to restrain Israel in any meaningful capacity, or to deny Israel any military aid and arms embargo and the like. Where do you think this is going? There's a lot of debate around it, and what do you foresee happening here with this cooperative agreement?
Yeah. So look, this is a crucial issue, and I think this is the reaction of the pro-Israel, the pro-Likud groups in Washington, as well as the Israeli government, to the fact, and you're one of the leading voices of that, the American public, particularly younger Americans, are waking up to the very negative aspects of the U.S.-Israeli relations. They're turning against it, and it has translated into serious bills in the Senate to end funding, not just defensive, but all funding of the Israeli military. And this is frankly a very clever maneuver by them to actually take that and then embed in Israel inside of the American military and the Pentagon budget and make it a bureaucratic exercise, not something that has oversight by Congress, not something that Congress has to vote on every X amount of years, etc. This allows the money not only to go up, but it allows the money to be hidden from the American public.
Yeah.
And this is their reaction to recognizing they are losing the American public. Now, whether it will succeed or not, I haven't followed the latest things. There are other people at Quincy. In fact, Steve Simon is the one who wrote the first piece on this and really in detail explained what the Israelis were doing on this, who would be in a much better position to say where the status is. But I can tell you, if it passes, it means that essentially this very in my view, negative relationship between the United States and Israel, the one that is based on this carte blanche, the one that is based on essentially just allowing the Israelis to do whatever they want, will be given another and a very major new lease on life.
Yeah, this I think is a direct response to the growing demands to decouple America from Israel. It would make it much easier for Israel to simply turn around and say, okay, we're not getting any more military aid from the United States of America, and turn the relationship de facto into the similar structure that already exists for jet fuel, for example. Many people would not know this, but like the American government sends Israel jet fuel as a part of its Pentagon budget, and it's not above the it's not an above board expenditure that would be written about as military aid to Israel. So this would turn every part of our security cooperative relationship into this opaque structure that is not is much more difficult to identify and much more difficult to restrain. A terrifying bill, and you know, a new version of the depravity that I have grown to expect from the American government and certainly the Israeli one. Trita, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it, Hasan.
What do you want to promote before we let you go? You got your Substack?
Yeah, so my Substack is just tritaparsi.substack.com. You can follow me on Twitter at tparsi, and also, of course, the Quincy Institute's website, quincyinst.org, or Responsible Statecrafts magazine, which is responsiblestatecraft.org.
All right. Thank you so much, Trita,
Thanks
for
so much.
coming on,
Appreciate
as
it.
always. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. That was Trita Parsi of the Quincy Institute. I did not ask him about Ahmadinejad. I forgot to ask him about Ahmadinejad, but I feel like that's, you know, it's whatever. Ahmadinejad being a Mossad asset who escaped the Mossad asset status is really funny. Anyway, getting back to U.S. and Iran both claiming Hormuz control as strikes escalate and traffic plummets.
There's escalating attacks between the United States and Iran as the
Trita, once again, ironically enough, as you know, someone who worked in NIAC, is far more pro-America than I am, and every time we have a conversation, it almost comes across as like I'm more pro-Iran than he is, and I guess there is some truth to that, but you know, let's continue.
The control of the Strait of Hormuz continues and intensifies. There's a new analysis from CNN showing that the frequency of U.S. strikes, it is increasing and hitting deeper inside the country than before. Oil prices are on the rise after the fresh attacks for a second straight night. U.S. Central Command says it hit dozens of targets, part of its push to try to get Iran to stop attacking commercial ships in the Strait. Iran today is saying that it is going after U.S. military targets, claiming it hit a U.S. base in Bahrain. CNN has not been able to independently verify those reports. But Tehran is also vowing to not stop and promising to keep up strikes on U.S. allies in the region. Yes, raising the question once again of what ceasefire? CNN's Betsy Klein, live from the White House with the very latest on this. Betsy, what are you hearing from there this morning? I think it's a big question of like, does this continue to intensify now for a third day?
Well, what is very clear right now is that this moment is posing a major test for that memorandum of understanding signed just about a month ago. But what's not clear is how and if this is going to get resolved. President Trump said last week that the ceasefire was essentially over, but he did say at the same time that negotiations toward a diplomatic solution would continue. Since then, we have just seen a steady escalation in this conflict. At the root of this issue here is the Strait of Hormuz, that critical oil thoroughfare. And prior to this conflict, no one had full authority or control over that strait. Now, it has become a key point of leverage for Iran since then. Iran says that they control the Strait of Hormuz, they control this waterway, and that they've been launching attacks on commercial vessels in recent days. They say that the passage of ships is not possible without their permission. Now, the U.S. position, according to CENTCOM, is the following, quote, Iran does not control the Strait of Hormuz. It remains an international waterway. U.S. forces are positioned and prepared to keep it that way. Now, we saw overnight, Saturday into Sunday, as the U.S. launched strikes on dozens of Iranian military targets after they say that Iran targeted one of those commercial shipping vessels. Then the U.S. launching another round of strikes overnight, both aerial and sea drones. Now, Iran has subsequently retaliated with attacks on U.S. military bases in Gulf countries. But as we think about a path forward, the White House view here is that there is a division amongst Iranian leadership. There are the moderates who believe that there should be a diplomatic path forward, and there are the hardliners which say that Iran shouldn't have agreed to this memorandum of understanding in the first place. Now, critically, oil prices are continuing to rise after a brief reprieve, up about 10 cents in the last week or so. The price of crude oil about 3% up. So the midterm elections just about 4 months away. This all weighing on President Trump as he weighs his path forward. Kate.
Yeah, some critical decisions that need to be made very soon. It's good to see you, Betsy. Thank you very much, live from the White House for us this morning. Joining me right now is CNN military analyst, retired Colonel Cedric Layton, for more on this. Colonel, what should everyone make of what happened this weekend? A weekend of strikes and counterstrikes. People seem to, as Alex Thompson was saying, it's a ceasefire that's been full of fire. But what do you make of what happened this weekend?
Yeah, good morning, Kate. Well, Alex is exactly right. It's a ceasefire by any other name is not what we're seeing here. And, you're looking at this in a way that, clearly points to an intensification of U.S. efforts to really prevent the Iranians from closing down the Strait of Hormuz. So basically what's at stake here, what we've got is really a possible change in the whole precedent that you see when it comes to the law of the sea, which is you need to have open waterways that are free, from a navigation standpoint.
Yeah. You saying that to Trump, or you saying that to the IRGC, bro? Yeah. Trump, Pickaxe Mountain, an untouched nuclear facility believed to be more fortified than Isfahan, is a possible target for a nice big fast shot right into the front door. And I think that maybe you'll see that. I'll tell them right now, look, the fact is they have no Air Force. They have no Navy. I like how he says right through the front door, because he knows all they can do is fire at tunnel entrances. For context, this facility was built at least 100 meters underneath the peak of a solid granite mountain called Kuh e Kolang Gazla, or Pickaxe, just south of the Natanz facility. Construction began 2 years after Trump pulled out of the JCPOA and 9 years after the GBU-57 was developed. They can't get to it. There's not even evidence that they can get to Isfahan or any number of different fucking facilities, or at least the parts that are underground. Mount Kubide. Yeah. Kubide. The skull measuring guys have reached a logical conclusion of their worldview: neoconservatism. If I'm honest, I probably would have danced on Lindsey Graham's grave 20 years ago when I defined myself as anti-war, but today I have a measured respect for him. I now understand. This is Richard Spencer. But today I have a measured respect for him. I now understand that neoconservatism is one of the handful of ideologies capable of maintaining the world order and taking responsibility for America's power. I've come to appreciate this, not so much through Trump's actions as president, as through critically examining all those anti-war geopolitical ideologies that formed on the right and among America's enemies, which I might have been sympathetic 2 years ago. Here are 2 cheers for Lindsey. You were on the wrong side of things so often, but on the right side when it mattered for Europe. You were a man. Now, Richard Spencer is saying this as a neo-Nazi, of course, is because of Lindsey Graham's work against work in Ukraine. Richard Spencer has become the average Ukraine flag in the bio liberal. It's not even a joke. And of course, Hanania, your maturity and growth are an inspiration. Yeah. It's not even a joke. These guys like Richard Spencer has talked about how Kamala Harris is the best path forward to maintain American military dominance because she'll be competent, unlike Donald Trump, who will fuck the bag up, which in some respects I guess if you care about maintaining American force projection capabilities, like, yes, Donald Trump has delivered a devastating blow to that. So, you know, there is that. At a certain point, these reactionaries ultimately come back to, you know, neoconservatism through first principles, because neoconservatism is American military dominance. It's the American military dominance doctrine. So why wouldn't you be a neocon? I guess the only reason why they hated neocons is because of its association with Jews, right? That's what the other side of this is, right? Good, we don't need the ICC. We have plenty of international law at home. These guys don't believe that might makes right because they hate when the wrong people try to play by those rules. What they believe is a sort of white nationalist end of history. The winners of the 20th century have divine right, and the worst crime is not knowing your place. Yeah. But what they fail to comprehend is we are living through might makes right now. As a matter of fact, we're lucky that Iran still doesn't do the law of the jungle method. Okay? That's the other side of this story. We constantly complain that Iran is playing by this new book, okay? And it's not that they were willing to play by might makes right. It's that they were forced to play by those rules, right? They were forced into playing by those rules. They were backed into a corner. Can you imagine if China played by those rules? Please, for a brief moment, think about what the world would look like if China played by America's rules in the way that these fucking dipshits are constantly demanding. Now, these dipshits are utterly irrelevant, right? They're utterly fucking irrelevant. They're just random Twitter users. They just demonstrate a growing ideology in the American NatSec circles. But can you imagine a world where China plays by those rules? There's one country that plays by those rules. That country is Russia, right? Russia plays by those rules, and we see what that looks like in Ukraine. Can you imagine if China operated like Israel or the United States of America? There'd be war everywhere. There'd be permanent war. We wouldn't be, I mean, there'd probably be a nuclear holocaust. I like that people say, oh, China would be militarily sieging Taiwan. Dog, what are you talking about? China would be sieging Japan and South Korea. What the fuck do you mean Taiwan? They already speak Chinese over there. They'd be making the Japanese speak Chinese. They would be planting their flag in Australia. If China operated like America does, what do you mean Taiwan? Wake up. There'd be an insurgency in Hawaii and a significant attempt to do a Hawaiian separatist movement. Like the possibilities are endless. The only reason why America gets to still operate this way is because there are no foreign adversaries that are willing to fight dirty in the way that America does. And even middle powers like Iran are capable of becoming regional powers overnight when they choose to fight back with a fraction of the intensity that America brings to the rest of the world. And even then, Iran is still willing to play ball. They demonstrated that with the MOU, right? They demonstrated that. They were still willing to trust us for some fucking insane reason when we are not trustworthy people at all. We do not play by the rules. And look where that look how far that got them. What are they supposed to do? This is what a lot of these fucking morons don't understand. Richard Spencer and these other fucking idiots. They don't understand this. You don't want to live in that world. You want to maintain some semblance of stability, right? Well, this is where the no rules law of the jungle takes us.
point, and the Strait of Hormuz is a prime example of that. There are other choke points around the world, but this one is a very critical one because, as we famously talk about 20% pre-war, about 20% of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz on its way to its final destination. So this is a critical waterway, and it's been one that the U.S. has recognized as a critical waterway that needs to stay open for a very, very long time. And when you look at the oil price, you really see that there are, some absolute economic factors that are at play here, and they have, as we previously discussed, political implications as well as geostrategic implications.
CENTCOM also said that the U.S. used one-way attack aerial drones, one-way attack sea drones for the first time now in this war. What does that indicate to you?
Well, they've learned a lot from the Ukrainians. From one standpoint, you're looking at this, with the one-way attack aerial drones as well as the sea drones. We're moving into a different era of warfare. And that is an era of automation, an era of robotics, and of course, drones being part of that. So what we're trying to do is use as many types of weapons that we can without endangering our air crews, our sailors, and all our other military personnel. So the way that the U.S. is fighting this war is it really wants to automate this as much as possible, put as few troops as possible in danger, basically avoiding ground incursions and trying to open the strait without too much damage to our forces and too much risk in terms of casualties.
Do you think we are to a point where people need to accept that the way negotiations are going, the attacks, counterattacks, a ceasefire that is full of fire, that Iran will have some control over the Strait of Hormuz going forward that they did not have before this war? Because I'm curious what you see when you look at the military aspect of this, what more the United States can do to get them to stop using that leverage.
Yeah, barring a ground incursion and the taking over of territory on the Iranian side of the Persian Gulf, especially on the Iranian side of the Strait of Hormuz, it really does look like there's going to be some kind of acceptance of Iran's control, at least of the northern channel. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily that that's going to happen, but it seems like we're moving in that direction. And if we do move in that direction, that could have grave economic implications for other areas, the Strait of Malacca around Singapore. You've got choke points in the South China Sea. So this is a critical area right here, and this will set a precedent for years to come.
For the globe. Colonel, it's great to see you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
An unwelcome sight right here. You can see oil prices on the rise. Pretty significant jumps overnight after the U.S. and Iran traded a new round of strikes. Iran has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed. We should note these prices are still down quite substantially from their wartime highs, but up from before the war, to be sure. Let's get to CNN senior business reporter David Goldman on all this. And they're pointing upward right now. That's the thing to remember.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the direction that we want to see. Remember, we were down close to $71 before this all started. So, you're right. We were up to $112 at the peak, but 71, now we're talking about $7. And that's why you have gas prices starting to rise, right? So 7 cents is not nothing. And we aren't even close to the $4.56 that we had at the peak, but we're still way above this $2.98. So we've got quite a ways to go to fall, and we're going in the wrong direction. So what's going on here? Well, there's a few things. The first thing that you have to remember is there's two ways in and out of the strait. One is to hug this coast around Oman, and the other is to go around the coast of Iran. And Iran really doesn't like it when you hug the Omanian coast, because that's the route that they can't charge tolls on eventually. They can't register you. They want you going in and out of the coast around their coast. So what did they do? Well, they started firing at ships. And so the CENTCOM said on Saturday, well, they've violated the terms of the Memorandum of Understanding. Remember, that's what the president negotiated about 3 weeks ago, and they are out of order. Well, okay, so what does Iran do? They said, well, the strait's closed. then there's this change of tune, right? No. The Strait is open to all vessels. Traffic is flowing. Is it? Well, not really. So we had, on a normal day, we had around 100 vessels that were transiting the Strait. We were down to 21 over the weekend, and that's the entire weekend. That's not just one day. We had 0 coming into the Strait. That means that all of the oil that's trying to get out, it can't go anywhere because it can't get on a ship. So what does all of this mean for Iran? Well, they're still getting their oil out, 1.3 million barrels per day. That is down from June, certainly, but it is still a lot of oil coming out of the Strait for the guys that we don't want the oil coming out from.
So you can certainly see the situation is not what the United States wants, not what the United States thought or tried to negotiate the memorandum of understanding. Of course, Iran.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Fergie Chambers. It's a fucking insane story. It's yet another instance of government overreach, attacking. I'm gonna skip the Fox News Ro Khanna one, but and we're gonna get to Maine. ICE agent shoots and kills man in Biddeford, Maine, sparking protests. I guess before we do that. Last but not least, to button this story, the story on our strategic oil reserves. U.S. posts smallest weekly oil reserve draw since the initial rollout of 172 million barrel SPR release. The U.S. withdrew 3 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve last week, the smallest weekly draw since the release's initial ramp-up in late March. Reuters reports since early April, weekly withdrawals have ranged from 4.1 million to nearly 10 million barrels. The emergency stockpile now holds 316.5 million barrels, its lowest level since April 1983. SPR inventories have fallen by 98.9 million barrels since the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran began. The slowdown raises the possibility that Washington is moderating withdrawals to avoid spooking oil markets and preserve leverage with Iran. What is this? Twitch clip that? Okay. Some analysts have speculated that smaller SPR draw, even as far fewer vessels exit Hormuz amid a new U.S. blockade and Iranian closure of the Strait, suggests that SPR may be nearing its operational minimum, the lowest inventory threshold requiring to maintain the structural integrity, pipeline pressure, and physical capacity of the system to effectively distribute crude oil. Analysts have suggested the minimum level may be around 150 to 300 million barrels. 300 is a critical line. 150 is when salt caverns start destroying itself. Structural collapse of the salt caverns. CENTCOM said this weekend that 400 million barrels of oil have crossed the Strait of Hormuz since early May, equivalent to about 20 days worth of pre-war crude flow. The war has removed over 1 billion barrels of crude oil supply from the global market since the conflict began in late February 2026. Brent crude rose nearly 10% today as of news of the oil U.S. blockade. Trump is live taking questions. All right, we'll see what the fuck he has to say. Okay, never mind. I thought we were going to move to Maine, Biddeford, Maine, but perhaps not yet.
He was a little tired, and then this whole thing happened, and it's, boy, it's tough. So the flags are at half-mast until Saturday evening, which is an extended period of time, you know, generally speaking, but I think he deserves it. And he's a fantastic person. He was a fantastic man. He was actually a great politician. He got along with almost everybody. And when he didn't get along, they knew it. He was tough, but he was a good man. He was very much in favor of the Save America Act. He called me about that. We were talking about that and some other things, but he just felt tired, but he felt fine. And then this horrible thing happened just a short time afterwards. So it was terrible. I just want to pay our respects.
Mr. President, you mentioned that Iran has agreed to a deal and then walked away from it. Have you reached the conclusion that a negotiated settlement won't be able to happen?
No, I never reached that conclusion, but we're hitting them very heavy tonight, as you know. We're hitting them. We have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have numbers that we haven't had in years, and we're hitting them very hard, and it'll continue, and we'll see what happens. But we're knocking out all of their offensive capability, and we're controlling the straits. We're putting the blockade back, and it's a blockade not for anybody but Iran. In other words, anybody doing business with Iran can't go through. Everyone else will be able to go through. So it's a blockade. It's a very strong blockade. The blockade was probably more effective even than hitting them, but I think the combination is the thing that really does it.
But you think a deal is still possible? You think they'll return to the...
Yeah, I think a deal is possible, sure, I do.
Mr. President, you noted the United States is bombing Iran again. I mean, you've been bombing
He looks
Iran
like
for
shit.
months now.
He's sad of Lindsey's passing.
No, well,
He
you know,
lost
we're
one
in
of his
Vietnam for 19
boyfriends.
years. We're here for 4 months. So I think we've done a lot. We've knocked out their Navy in a period of 1 month. We knocked out their Air Force. Their Air Force is non-existent. We knocked out most of their missiles, most of their drones. We knocked out their drone manufacturing capability, about 92%. Their missile capability for manufacturing, we knocked out 89%. And they have a little capability, but they don't have any capability for us. This is almost a military skirmish. Now, with all of that being said, you have to get people that want to make something. We had a deal with them 2 days ago, and then they said, oh, we can't make that deal. We have to negotiate it further. And this is what they've done for 47 years.
Have I heard that Iran has been knocked out? Oh, all day, every day. I hear it nonstop.
This should have been done by Bush and Obama and Biden and people before them, frankly. It's 47 years they've been ripping off everybody and really hurting and killing thousands of people. So they killed 52,000 protesters, but they killed many, many people with Soleimani, who I killed in the first term. Soleimani killed many people, many people, and not only killed. When you see a young former soldier walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been horribly, horribly hurt, that was done by Iran. That was done by Soleimani, who was a person that was very evil. He was an evil genius. He was
father of the
looking to take out a lot
roadside
our
bomb. He was an
military
evil
installations
genius
in Iraq and Iran, and I got him before he got us. So we have to do what we're doing, and the Strait is open. It will be open. We've cut down their capability very substantially, but they're going to fight for a while. Our military has done a fantastic job, and the bottom line, though, and I say it to everybody, and I say it as much as they want to listen, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't bomb them with the B-2 bombers, that plane right there, if we didn't bomb them, they would have had a nuclear weapon long ago. 1 month, within 1 month from the day we bombed them, they would have had, if we didn't do it, they would have had a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, Israel would no longer be with us. The Middle East probably would no longer be with us, because you saw they sent missiles to 5 different countries that never even knew they were involved, because they're stone cold crazy. They are crazy, and we're not going to put it up. Yeah, I want to be reimbursed because we're protecting a very rich portion of the world. We're spending money, and so what we've done is we are going to be reimbursed for protection. We're protecting by the countries that we're helping. For instance, you look at the 5 countries. You have Saudi Arabia, you have UAE.
It's going to be really funny having Mark Rutte try to convince all the NATO countries that it's actually better to pay 20% to the United States of America than 2% to Iran.
Very well, but we think it's appropriate that we don't need them. We have more oil than any other country in the world. When you add Venezuela, which has been amazing, which has tremendous amounts of oil that we control, when you add Venezuela and everything else, we have more than 50% of the world's supply. We don't need it. But we need it from the standpoint of protecting allies, et cetera, including Israel, including Saudi Arabia, including Qatar, including UAE. We're protecting all of them, and we've done a very effective job. So 4 months ago, these people had military that was very strong, by far the strongest probably in the Middle East. They were called the bully of the Middle East. Now they don't have a Navy. They have 159 ships underwater. They had a total of 159 ships. Now every one of them is underwater. They had 230 airplanes, attack planes. They're all gone. They're gone. They had tremendous radar. It's all gone. They had tremendous anti-aircraft. It's all gone. Sadly, their leadership is all gone. They had their first-tier leaders are all dead. Their second-tier leaders are all dead. Their third-tier leaders, who we're dealing with, more or less, some of them are already gone. And then you read fake news like your network, CNN, which is fake news. You read them, you have them say, well, actually, aren't they doing quite well? Let me just tell you, they have now inflation of over 300%. 4 months ago, they had inflation of 5%. Now they're at over 300, could be 350%. They made a deal, they broke it, probably 10 times. And they killed a lot of people. They killed our people. But the protesters, what they've done to the protesters, 52,000. Have you ever seen any of the burial lots where they're burying the protesters? They killed 52,000 protesters. And on my watch, they can't do any of that. So we have them in a position that they don't have any military. There's not a thing they can do about it. All they have is fake news.
I can't believe he keeps repeating
They
this.
see us lose the war, then win the war, which is really treasonous. In a certain way. So we're doing another very major attack tonight. They want to make a deal. They came back. We made a deal 2 days ago, and they want to make a deal. They've been negotiating for 47 years, but nobody's ever hit them militarily. We're hitting them very hard. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Thank you, Press. Thank you.
The number is so crazy because it just increases and decreases. Like sometimes he says 80,000, and then other times he'll say, today he's at 52,000. It's wild. Yeah, apparently he posted this video where he says democratic socialism must be criminalized, leaders must be deported. By Savage Nation, by Michael Savage. The video concludes with an explicit call to action. Criminalize democratic socialism, arrest the leaders and deport them. Save America while you still can. He'd never do that to Zoran. That's all I'm going to say. Michael Savage is still alive? Apparently, yeah. So, in Maine, another place where ICE is operating and with no authority whatsoever, but absolute intensity, ICE agents killed another person, unfortunately. Let's take a look.
An ICE agent shoots and kills a man in Biddeford. We have team coverage.
From the scene where multiple shots were fired at around 8 o'clock this morning.
To the protest and rally against ICE, with the community calling for answers and change.
Maine again in the national spotlight, and we're getting new details and responses.
Breaking news, a person is dead after that shooting involving federal ICE agents. Thank you for joining us. First at 4, I'm Megan Torgeson.
And I'm Kathleen Jordan. We know this happened at the intersection of Pole Street and Hill Street in Biddeford. Members of that community are still shaken up this afternoon. We want to get right to John Chrysos, who is leading our coverage from Biddeford right now, where the community is set to gather for a vigil in just a few hours. John, what do we know at this point?
Kathleen, you mentioned that vigil now set for 7 o'clock, and learning just about an hour ago here this afternoon, the Maine Attorney General's office is now part of this investigation. And here at Mechanics Park, you can see the crowd gathering already, those protesters there on the street corner. They are demanding answers, holding signs, trying to understand how a reported immigration operation ended with a man dead just a few blocks away from where we are here. This incident putting Maine back in the national spotlight, and the conversation once again over more immigration enforcement. You may remember in January, ICE agents spread out across Maine for that controversial Operation Catch of the Day. So here this afternoon, we have all angles covered. We do have that team coverage for you today. Nora Hogan tracking protests and the vigils in the community here at the park. Bonnie Bishop following local lawmaker reaction. But we will start with Ronnie Perillo here first at 4, who is on Pool Street, learning more details about the shooting. And so, Ronnie, that man not identified here yet this afternoon, but we are hearing from 2 immigrants' rights groups who are saying that he was a 26-year-old man from Colombia.
That's right, John. And now federal officials are on scene investigating the shooting that involved Immigrations and Customs Enforcement this morning. And the Maine Attorney General's office says it also is investigating today. This all happened shortly after 8 o'clock this morning, right here at the corner of Pool and Hill Streets in the city of Biddeford. Neighbors telling us they heard at least 4 gunshots ring out. The AG's office says an ICE agent was conducting a final order of removal on a man in the country illegally when a man who was driving a white Kia drove towards the officer and tried to flee. That's when officials say the officer fired at the driver and killed him. Now, we do know that Kia is registered to a Jonathan Ramirez of Biddeford. It's not clear right now if Ramirez was the driver of that vehicle at the time of the shooting. Now, we spoke with a neighbor today, shaken up by what happened just feet from the place that she calls home.
See a small white car being corralled by 2 men trying to stop it from losing control around the intersection. And
yeah, drove toward the officer and tried to flee is a narrative that doesn't make sense. And it's also what you hear from local news when the local news just places a higher order of emphasis on the official organs of the government and their press releases, even after the 700th time that ICE has lied. ICE has done this over and over again. This just happened. This just happened in Texas. There's also video footage of the event. Once again, it's horrifying. They not only shoot him and kill him, but they slam his lifeless body and his head into the concrete afterwards. 26-year-old man in Maine. His wife and child were in the car. He had the proper paperwork to work in the United States of America, for the record. They shot him. They slammed his head into the concrete, his lifeless body, and then they handcuffed his lifeless body. Angus King has come out and confirmed that the man shot and killed in Maine by ICE was not even the target of the warrant. Even if he was the target of a warrant, by the way, this is disproportionate use of force. This is completely unacceptable. Gestapo, abolish, punish. We have to maintain law and order. As long as ICE exists, there is no law and order. It's that simple. How many murders a week do we have to get to before people start saying, okay, this is actually fucked up?
all of a sudden, all these plainclothes, vested men started running down the street, abandoning.
Classic. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wade Mullen has informed me that the Boston office of the DHS Inspector General has taken over the investigation in the Biddeford shooting in cooperation with the FBI. There you go. Another cover-up. There you go. Another fucking cover-up. Fuck you, Susan Collins. Ghouls. Absolute fucking ghouls. Hold on. I don't want to see this. This might be a... Update. New video shows ICE agents running alongside the car. The video does not show the agents in danger of being run over. Agents shot and killed the driver. Witnesses say they heard 4 shots. Not even mentioning the conditions of people once they are detained. Yes. Hasan, the video is already the lifeless body going in circles in the car. Oh, they had shot him by the time that the car was going in circles. Is that what you're saying? Wait, hold on. Oops. There's unfortunately the footage probably shows the body, so I don't want to show it. Anthony Emerson says, just a reminder that the state legislature passed a law prohibiting local police from working with ICE, but Janet Mills refused to sign it, so it won't go into effect until the end of this month. Yeah, his 3-year-old was in the car, and so was his wife. And they dragged his lifeless body out of the car and handcuffed the corpse. Yeah. Standard ICE procedure.
There are cars kind of everywhere with regular people behind them.
And John, like you said, we do know that the man involved, according to an immigrants' rights group, was a 26-year-old from Colombia, but that's all we know. Law enforcement not releasing any names right now. The AG's office also telling us this afternoon that Maine State Police, Saco Police, and Biddeford Police are all involved in this investigation. John?
Okay, Ronnie, thank you. You can probably hear those no ICE protesters behind me here this afternoon, and vehicles also driving by, beeping their horns, some in support, others screaming out the windows that the protesters should go home and not be here. So you hear those community members taking to the streets, calling for ICE to get out of Maine. That is the message here this afternoon. Nora Hogan, she is here as well with those protests all day. Nora, we've seen this crowd grow and evolve over the day. Still people, growing crowd here in Mechanics Parks. What are you hearing from where you are, and how have these protests kind of changed throughout the day?
I'm standing in Mechanics Park.
Yeah, John, well, there are still people here in Mechanics Park, as you pointed out. They started gathering around 11 this morning, slowly growing. By noon, half the park was full of people lining the streets. They started marching up Main Street before gathering out in the street in front of Senator Susan Collins' office and then moving back here to continue their day. I briefly caught up with the police chief. Police officers have been stationed around the city directing traffic when necessary. The police chief tells me she's happy to report that protesters have remained peaceful. Today, those protesters are speaking up for their immigrant friends and neighbors here in Biddeford and calling for accountability from elected officials in the wake of this killing.
And I want our state to really take measures to ensure that everybody is safe, no matter who they are in this state. And until that happens, we can't say that this place is safe for all Mainers.
I spoke to him.
And coming up at 4:30, we'll actually take a look at why this site plays an important and interesting role in the history of Biddeford that bears a lot of relevance for protesters here today. For now, back to you, John.
Okay, Nora, thank you. We hear that beeping as well. Not sure if you can hear that at home, but that is a public works truck, which appears to be setting up some kind of barricades, some concrete barricades. So we'll keep you posted as we see more about what's happening over there as the night progresses. But at least 2 members of Maine's congressional delegation saying that body-worn cameras are needed in situations just like this one. But Senator Angus King telling us today that body cameras were not used during today's shooting. Bonnie Bishop is covering that part of the story here this afternoon. She joins us from the ICE detention facility in Scarborough. So, Bonnie, what are you hearing from them?
Well, John, Senator King says that he's worried that they weren't wearing body cameras today, saying that's something that they should have had on them from the start. Now, this all comes after Congress passed legislation funding DHS, ICE, and border protection through the end of President Trump's term just over a month ago. That $70 billion package includes funding for body-worn cameras. Congressman Jared Golden voted no on this, as well as Congresswoman Shelley Pingree. Senator King voted no, and Senator Susan Collins voted yes. Senator Collins is weighing in today, calling for a, quote, full and impartial investigation. Governor Janet Mills says situations like these are frightening, and we haven't heard from Golden just yet, but here is more from King.
Literally every single person that's like fake complaining right now is responsible for this happening, by the way. Like from Janet Mills refusing to sign into law, ICE's refusal, local police refusal cooperation with ICE, down to obviously Senator Susan Collins, who is pro-ICE. Every single one of these people is responsible. Monsters. All of them. Fucking monsters, dude.
In Pingree.
We've been told that body cameras would be widely distributed. The secretary told me that they're on order, that they have been distributed widely across the country, but not everywhere, and apparently not in Biddeford, Maine.
We had the catch of the day that went on in Maine, and people thought when they cleared out and we rounded up the 200 people who had been removed from our state that it was over. But we know through our office, because we have a steady stream of people coming into our office with concerns, that ICE is still operating in our state at a fairly high level.
And John, you touched on Operation Catch of the Day that happened earlier this year. I asked Senator King if that's what we're going to be seeing again in the near future. He told me that he would be following up on that question with DHS. Back to you.
Okay, Bonnie, thank you. So again, just to recap here, that vigil, the next big thing happening at 7 o'clock tonight. But again, those protests continuing now, expected to continue till at least then, as we do wait to learn more about what happened earlier today. And another theme here tonight calls for accountability, as this is now the second deadly ICE-involved shooting here in less than a week across the country. The other incident happening in Texas. We'll take a closer look at that coming up here at 4:30. For now, Megan and Kathleen, back to you.
I was drinking my coffee, and I heard a gunshot. I thought it was a backfire, and then I kept hearing them, and I thought it was a drive-by shooting. And so I get up and look out the window, and I see a small white car being corralled by two men trying to stop it from losing control around the intersection. And all of a sudden, all these plainclothes, vested men started running down the street, abandoning their cars kind of everywhere with regular people behind them. And I didn't see him, the white car that's in front of his vehicle. He just came and slowly just wedged it closed. Like, the car wasn't out of control that I saw. That's what I saw until EMS arrived pretty late, and the bus then pulled up to the side street there, and that's when they kind of shut everything down.
Learning what happened, what goes through your mind, especially living right where it happened, right in front of where it happened.
It shatters the illusion that Maine is safe. This is my home of 34 years. And with Lewiston happening, and you hear about the violence that happens everywhere else, and you're ignorant to think that it can't happen here. And it's really upsetting that, like, you don't think about it until it does happen here. I don't know what he did, but he didn't deserve to be executed in the street. I didn't hear anything until the gunshots, so I don't know anything other than that he's dead.
Did you see him laying in the street after the fact?
No, I didn't. The car pretty much effectively blocked it really well. But like it wasn't like a high-speed crash or anything. It just was like a gentle wedge, and then like men were walking up with, cases and stuff, and that's all I was able to see, fortunately.
Did you notice anything identifiable with the authorities that were involved here, whether it be DHS or ICE? Could you tell who they were with?
I saw the green vests and the yellow writing, but at the time it wasn't really like processing exactly who it was until there was a man here recording as well, who confirmed it was ICE. Like, it definitely crossed my mind, but like when he said that, that's when it became like real.
That detail, understanding that this apparently was a deadly ICE shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any reaction to that portion of this?
It's just hard because you know how ignorant people are, and how many people are going to say that this man deserved to die. So I guess that's what I'm struggling with the most, I guess, is, you read ignorantly online everything that is happening, and it's like, you weren't there. You don't know what happened. So yeah, I guess.
Dude, I mean, think about the fact that this person just watched the state assassinate a neighbor in broad daylight in front of a 26-year-old, in front of his wife, in front of his 3-year-old child. And that already is traumatizing in and of itself. But on top of that, she is so inundated with like the Asmongold style commentary that she's literally like, one of the worst aspects of this, aside from the trauma, aside from the violence that we're experiencing, is that people normalize it. America is so fucked, dude. So completely fucked.
It's just like, I'm just sad to know that ignorance is still alive.
How do you feel knowing that ICE is in your community? And for someone who's never been to your community, can you kind of explain to us a little bit, what is Biddeford like?
Biddeford is a diamond in the rough. It is one of the last affordable places to live. Everywhere else is sky high. That's why I'm here. I don't know how long I'll be able to afford to live here. This is a safe space. I walk at all hours, in the morning, at night. I trust, my neighbors. I know the family next door. For someone who hasn't been here, like, it's just a small little mean town. It's nothing different or scary. I don't know.
Do you have any indication of who this individual?
Well, I heard the pop, pop, pop sound, and I didn't know what it was because I thought it was fireworks and it didn't make any sense. So I went to the 3rd floor window that overlooks that street, and I could see a small sedan turn 90 degrees to the curb and an SUV like behind it, but kitty corner to it. He started coming down the street, again, driving, and I don't know how. And then the SUV hit him again to try to, and then that's when he stopped. ICE agent got out, tried to open the door and had a difficult time, but eventually opened it and pulled the guy out. His face was bloody, his head was bloody. And I clearly heard the victim say, "I tried to stop." Clearly heard him say that. The ICE agent that shot him walked right in front of me. And of course I was emotional, and I just let him have it. And he looked at me and he said he tried to run me over or something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. There was another ICE agent with him that was trying to comfort him, and they walked away.
We're going to begin, though. I know you know this.
Once it's established that like one ICE agent can get away with claiming that they were in fear of their life because there was a potential like vehicular manslaughter incident, everyone else tries it. Susan Collins' office has had to have heavy police presence, apparently, because people are protesting outside her office.
You gonna arrest the criminal, or you gonna arrest people? Are you guys gonna go arrest the murderer down the fucking street? Are you gonna do your jobs? No, not. Is this private property? Yeah, is this private property? Is that a public forum? Sleep at night. Kill her out! Arrest her out! Kill her out!
Anyway, this is what Troy Jackson's response was.
We just got the sad news that it looks like there's been yet another deadly shooting, and ICE was involved. This time, it was right in our backyard in Biddeford. My heart is with the people of Biddeford, the people of Maine. They need answers. We all need answers, and we deserve to know what happened here. So we're going to go down to be with the community in Biddeford at Mechanics Park at noon. If you're able to, please join us.
Yeah. David J. Beer says, looks like another racial profiling incident gone wrong. Second time in as many weeks that ICE agents have killed someone who they were not even targeting. If they were not important enough to seek out specifically, how could they be important enough to kill if they fled? Reliable witness, though. Mullen told him the man was the target of a deportation effort. Mullen later called King with new information he had received, a spokesman for the senator said. Yeah, I know Troy Jackson went to the rally in the morning or at 12 p.m. I mean, how can you see what's happening here and recognize it as anything but straightforward fascism? I don't understand. It's fascism abroad with what Israel is doing. It's fascism abroad with what we're doing in Iran. And it's fascism here at the domestic level with what ICE is doing. It's just like a perma-military occupation led by some of the dumbest individuals, some of the dumbest, most racist individuals who have no business running around with weapons, let alone, training those guns on people and shooting them and killing them. There's no accountability whatsoever. This is expected of them. And the federal government comes in and protects these fucking agents and protects this agency in its entirety because this is a part of the job. Make no mistake. This is very much a part of the job. This is very much a part of the expectations that ICE is supposed to be this violent, ruthless, racist paramilitary force that's completely unaccountable, that just goes around and targets random people that they declare on the spot are enemies of the state that deserve lethal intervention. And anytime this happens, local law enforcement wants to cover it. Local law enforcement obviously has jurisdiction to cover this murder, and yet the American government intervenes. The federal government kicks in and says, no, you can't touch it. You can't touch these people because it's their job. There is a little bit of honesty in that. The problem is their job is evil. Their job is to do this kind of violence. It's unacceptable. And we have to stop it. That's why it's obviously unbelievably important that you join these protest movements, you join ICE Watch in your communities. I don't know what else to say, man. CBS News with gross headlines. What is this? A man who was ordered to leave the U.S. was shot and killed in the car. That's not even true.
After
No, they literally said it was the wrong guy. Now they're making up for it by saying, no, never mind. He was also, he is the target, actually.
an ICE officer fatally shot a Mexican migrant in Houston, with authorities later admitting that the victim was not being sought in an enforcement operation. CBS News immigration correspondent Camilo Montoya Galvez joins me now from New York. Camilo, what do we know?
Hi, Major. Notably, more than 9 hours after this latest fatal shooting involving an ICE officer, this time in Maine, the Department of Homeland Security has yet to issue a public comment or statement, and so we do not yet have the official accounting of what actually transpired this morning in Maine. As you know, this is the latest fatal shooting involving an ICE officer. We saw a fatal ICE-involved shooting in Houston, Texas last week, and that took the life of a Mexican immigrant who had no criminal record. In this case in Maine, we are told by local authorities that the person who died was a Colombian immigrant in his 20s. We do not know whether he was in the country with a deportation order or without permanent legal status. According to immigration advocates, as you underscored, he had work authorization that allowed him to work in the U.S. legally. The Department of Homeland Security has yet to comment on that. What we do know, according to the...
Oh, so he had a permanent work... Oh, so he had a work authorization. Why does it matter? It doesn't. But it makes it even worse. It's already completely unacceptable across the board. Even if he was illegal, it's still unacceptable. What are we doing? That's not the rules. Nobody said it's appropriate to just like go up and start fucking doming random brown people. And yes, they kill U.S. citizens as well. That's why we have to fucking put an end to this goddamn nonsense.
Office of the Maine Attorney General, which is also conducting its own investigation into this fatal shooting this morning, Major, is that according to ICE, the subject who was shot attempted to flee that operation in the direction of an officer, and that prompted the ICE officer to discharge his weapon. That is the accounting from the Office of the Maine Attorney General. We should also underscore that just like the incident last week, Major, in Houston, Senator Angus King, an independent, is saying that according to a conversation he had with Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin, none of the ICE agents were wearing body cams during this incident. That, of course, will raise a lot of questions about transparency and whether or not officials can actually and quickly determine what actually unfolded on the ground, Major.
We turn now to
Good morning, I'm John.
No, we shouldn't wait for the facts. The facts are that they're doing things illegally. Protests are already gathering in Biddeford despite lack of details surrounding today's ICE-involved shooting.
The main wire.
Hi.
Oh yeah, Main Wire. Isn't this the fucking the outlet that was almost entirely dedicated until recently to Graham Plattner? Yeah, I'm fairly certain they designed this before the credible accusations, far before the credible accusations. This outlet was almost entirely dedicated to Graham Plattner, like reporting on Graham Plattner.
Nice to meet you. So, what do you got going on here?
This is for ICE to get out of our fucking city. They just shot and killed another innocent person for no reason, other than they're not white.
Did you have that sign already made up? Or?
Yes, I did. I went to No Kings 3, baby!
All right, so I'm a member of the media and I don't have any of the details. What details do you have?
Only based on what I've seen and just...
Dog, you saw someone get gunned down in the middle of the street by a fucking member of federal law enforcement. That's it. That's the details that you need to know. You fucking piglet. What are you talking about? There's a dead body. There's a 26-year-old who got murdered in broad daylight. That's an injustice no matter what. Okay? Like, there are very few circumstances where ICE just shoots someone and it's like it favors the ICE agent. Okay? Very few. Like, he had to have been straight up, like, armed, brandishing a weapon, trying to fucking kill cops or something, trying to kill children. I don't know. Like, not going to say there's no circumstances, but those circumstances are unbelievably rare. These guys make it seem like every time ICE shoots and kills someone, that's what's going on. It's crazy. That hasn't happened once yet. That hasn't happened once. Bro, there aren't circumstances where a civil issue should even include people with guns. No, I know. There are no circumstances where a civil issue should include people with guns. I'm saying, like, law enforcement in general have valid reasons to engage people with lethal action, but it's insanely rare. The point I'm making is there's no instance where ICE should have a weapon. It's a civil disobedience, is paperwork. Okay. That's all this is a paperwork violation. And This person had the paperwork. This person had the fucking permit. What a fucking disaster, man. We live in such a goddamn cruel. We live in such a cruel system.
Outpouring of tributes to South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham after his sudden death. Flags have been lowered to half-staff in his honor, including at the White House. Now, Graham was a close ally of President Trump. His office says that he died early Saturday night. He had just returned from a visit to Ukraine. The preliminary cause, they say, is a tear in the main artery from the heart. Caitlin Huey-Burns is in Washington with the latest. Caitlin, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Gail. Well, everyone here is shocked, and we're hearing from former presidents, including Democrat Joe Biden, who served with Graham here in the Senate. He said that across their political differences, they did agree on the profound importance of public service. And Republican George W. Bush hailed Graham as a kind and funny man who loved our country and loved serving it. And President Trump said that he spoke with Graham on Saturday night just before he died. And he said his once political rival turned ally was like a member of the family.
Flags are half-staffed this morning in a stunned Washington, D.C., following Senator Lindsey Graham's sudden death.
He sounded a little tired, but perfect.
President Trump told Meet the Press Sunday he spoke to Graham before he died Saturday night, after the senator returned from a diplomatic visit to Ukraine.
He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually.
The four-term Republican senator from South Carolina was a former military lawyer and retired Air Force colonel. Known as a foreign policy hawk, he served as a U.S. congressman for 8 years before he was elected to the Senate in 2002. On Sunday, colleagues from both sides of the aisle paid tribute.
No better friend, no tougher adversary.
Graham launched a presidential bid in June 2015.
I have more experience with our national.
Dude, every time they do this kind of coverage about like another fucking piece of shit senator that dies, another war criminal, I'm like, you're really not with us, huh? You're just not with us. You're not with the people at all. Y'all are living on a totally separate planet where you're like, oh, dude, he was so good. He was a joy to play bridge with. It's like, well, I don't care, man. Just be like, yeah, we had a lot of disagreements. Because it's like, this guy's a fucking monster, dude. Your fans might get you to actually become a shipping magnet. Every day I pay for MOFSG to help rich businessmen who yearns to bring jobs, wealth, and prosperity to the great nation of Singapore. Oh, I said, as an international shipping magnet, I'm quite disturbed by the consistent cyberstalking, harassment, and defamation happening by this man in Singapore, a nation I love. It's making me reconsider doing business in Singapore. Yeah. The fact that the beautiful nation state of Singapore has refused to take action against a cyber criminal makes me truly uneasy.
Security than any other candidate in this race.
But he dropped out just 7 months later as Donald Trump rose to the top of the race for the GOP nomination.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot.
But
Yeah, it is kind of wild, by the way. 26-year-old with a permit for working on U.S. soil gets gunned down in the middle of the street. And every one of these same media outlets are rushing to defend the Department of Homeland Security. Lindsey Graham, who is a demon, who was a demonic entity through and fucking through, who basically got his life force from the charred flesh of children, whose deaths he celebrated excitedly, whose deaths and destruction he pushed for every day that he was in office. He dies at the age of 71, and everyone's like, this is a disaster. What a catastrophe. I can't believe it. Our priorities are warped, man. Like, I get it. He's famous in comparison to this other guy, but you're far closer to the 26-year-old that got gunned down by ICE than you are to Lindsey Graham. And 26-year-old who got gunned down by ICE has had no adverse impact on your life. As a matter of fact, just a regular dude. Lindsey Graham, on the other hand, has. Fun fact, Meet the Press has it out of Palestinian or Palestinian American guest in over 7 years. Rashida Tlaib was the last time in May 2019.
Eventually became a strong Trump ally. He was a staunch advocate for the president's Supreme Court picks, notably now Justice Brett Kavanaugh, as Senate Democrats tried to block his nomination.
What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020.
He also advised the president on key foreign policy matters, most recently as a defender of the U.S. war with Iran.
If they can't reach a deal acceptable to him, then he should finish.
Zionists don't seem to grasp how shaming works. Sharing screenshots of public posts shitting on Lindsey Graham doesn't shame the OP because everyone hates Lindsey Graham. Much like how exposing posts shitting on Israel doesn't shame the OP because everyone now hates Israel. Wow. Wait, why didn't he post me? It's kind of fucked up. Wait, he didn't even post me? What the fuck? I said some shit too. Hey, yo, chill. You fell off? No, I didn't. I fell on. Facebook, or not Facebook, sorry. Dog, Fox News covered it. Fox News covered it. Fox News covered it. Be real, be real, be for real, be for real, be for real. Fox News covered it. Okay. Fox News covered it. Suck me. Yeah, look, see? Far left streamer Hasan Piker calls Lindsey Graham bloodthirsty, odious monster. Far left streamer Hasan Piker called the late Senator Lindsey Graham, RSC, bloodthirsty, among other names, in a video posted to his YouTube channel on Sunday after the senator died on Saturday of brief and sudden illness. We'd like to take a look at the true worth of a man. We'd like to take a look at what these members of Congress have actually done. Not the way that they covered in mainstream media, but instead the way of what their impact is. The way it should be covered. I'll start off by saying Lindsey Graham, in a long list of demonic entities, was exceptionally bloodthirsty. A bloodthirsty, odious monster who loved war. There was never a war that Lindsey Graham did not fall in love with, he said. Beast mode. Lindsey Graham is pro-life, and yet Lindsey Graham has died. Now, today we're going to be talking about his legacy, as many of the outlets are rushing to talk about Lindsey Graham's background and how wonderful of a guy he is and how awesome he was in polite conversations. We, of course, don't do that here on the HasanAbi broadcast, he said. Piker was among several political commentators who jump on Graham after his death. That's it. I said he was pro-life, but he died. There was more. They quoted just Lamau. I did say Lamau. What are the comments? Probably negative. I mean, people who post on fucking Fox News. Ironically, leftists describe this Piker guy as a kingmaker. And here I thought they were against kings. Oh my God, you're so stupid. I can honestly say that when politicians for whom I have the most disdain and disgust someday pass away, I will not celebrate their death. Okay, well, you're a bitch. Okay, that's Piker and his ilk are disgusting, hateful, and hollow and soulless. When the far right and far left agree on something, anti-Semitism is almost always the common denominator. Wait, really? We were anti-Semitically hating on Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham. The United Auto Workers sends a cease and desist letter to the Haley Stevens Super PAC for using their logo in her ad. Nice. They posted the same shit on Facebook and you're getting universal praise. Let's go. Once again, in the universe that we live in now, it's not about whether you're Jewish or not. Brad Lander is Jewish, right? Brad Lander is very Jewish. He grew up in a Jewish neighborhood. It's, you know, the culture and the religious stuff is important to him. But now that he's like critical of Israel, he's not Jewish any longer. Lindsey Graham, on the other hand, not Jewish at all, but he's pro-Israel, so he's more Jewish than Brad Lander is.
The job.
President Trump had endorsed Graham's re-election bid for what would have been his 5th term in the Senate. Last month, Graham said this about security.
Yeah, Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens, not Jewish. But because she's pro-Israel, the more pro-Israel someone is, the more Jewish they are. Amy Siskin came out and was criticizing people for shitting on Haley Stevens and then said they're all anti-Semitic for shitting on Haley Stevens. Amy Siskin looked at Haley Stevens' level of support for Israel and just assumed like she has to be Jewish, I guess, which is inherently anti-Semitic.
During the Republican nomination.
President Trump, I'm coming back.
Anyway, I don't want to fucking hear this shit anymore. Fuck Lindsey
Joining us now
Graham.
by phone is one of his best friends, President Donald Trump.
Oh my God. Oh, what an L for Lindsey Graham. What an L for everybody involved. Your best friend, President Donald Trump. Oh, let's hear what South Carolina residents had to say. They're going to be like, wait, he was my senator? I thought he was the senator of Tel Aviv. Of course, whining about civility. Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I got up and my husband told me, so I just immediately just started praying for him. That's all you can do.
Wait, what do you mean? Is that he's dead?
So.
How does that work?
He's a human being and you just pray for them.
Okay, well, I'm not Christian. Well, I'm not very religious in general. Do you pray for someone after they died? I thought you were praying like so he doesn't die. It's like too late, right? Do you pray? Oh, you pray for him to go to heaven. Okay, well, that's definitely not going to happen. Lady, Yvette, never mind.
I had been and kind of wasn't, and then voted for him anyway. Just because I really believed what he was doing for the people of Iran was a good thing. So I voted for him for that.
Well, I think he leaves behind a legacy, you know, like any politician that's been in office as long as he has. I'm not a supporter of his policies, so, you know, I don't really care about that. But again, sad to see him die.
He's conservative. He doesn't mind speaking his mind in the Senate. His foreign policy is pretty much where I stand. As far as taxation, he's conservative. Overall values. You know, he initially stood up to Trump because Trump's made some bad decisions, but at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, you know, his foreign policy is where I stand. I love Israel too, so.
He supported the foreign policy as far as Iran and things of that nature, so.
I hope we get the opportunity to vote for the person that's going to take his place and that we really find out who they are because, you know, it's a hard decision when you know him, you know what you like about him, you know what you don't like about him, and he's proved himself in a lot of ways over all the years. He's got a big track record, so.
Do you plan on rolling out to Michigan again? Yes, I am. I am going to make my way back to Michigan, of course. I plan on going to Wisconsin, too. I plan on going to Michigan, and I plan on going to Wisconsin. Yeah, bro. How disappointing for this lady. Oh, Darlene Graham Nordone will be sworn in the U.S. Senate on Tuesday. Dude, what the fuck is going on in America, dude? Isn't that wild? That we're just like, oh yeah, the senator died. Fuck it. Make his sister his senator. Make his sister daughter his senator. That's right. Many people might not know this, but Lindsey Graham is actually one of the few good things that he's ever done in his life. But Lindsey Graham's parents died at an early age, so he had to take care of his sister. So he actually became her legal guardian. Yeah. Like literally became his her father with legal paperwork. Oh, okay, that's sweet. Yeah, he's a fucking demon. Who cares?
Not to have a track record, it's going to be kind of hard to know who to vote for.
Did you hear this?
Communist Hasan Piker's about to FAFO with Pete Hegseth. That's so awesome. I love that Dan Bongino used to be the deputy director of the FBI, and now he sits around in his fucking dumbass studio and makes YouTube videos in the same way that Asmongold does, but it only gets to like 68,000 viewers. If this doesn't result in a massive lawsuit, like, what are you doing, man? You're fucking bitching and moaning and complaining that the Secretary of War has to sue the Secretary of War with credible rape allegations has to sue me for calling it out. This shit was covered in every news outlet. The fuck do you mean? Don't you feel like he's got more important things going on, like a fucking war happening? He's the goddamn Secretary of War, dumbass. Not a fucking podcaster like you. Shut up.
Democratic socialism gaining leeway here in New York, and as social...
He's free now? Yeah, I know. Let him live his life. I know. My man is free. This is why he left his fucking job at the FBI, so we could do this shit.
Ideas begin to sweep the nation. Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom is calling to unify all spectrums of the left to keep Democrats in office.
You know, when I ran for mayor, just for what it's worth, I ran against a member of the Green Party, which was, had aspects of
Your tie too wide? No, it's not. This is old school tie. I don't wear skinny ties.
the DSA that we know it today. There's so many aspects of the debates and arguments today that are just deeply familiar, and I think it's a very healthy thing. I'm one of those Democrats that deeply believes in addition, not division. And so I want a Big Ten party. I want to win.
Our next guest has worked on dozens of Democratic Socialist campaigns and the co-chairs of the New York City DSA, the largest chapter of the Democratic Socialists in America. Grace Mauser joins us now. Grace, thank you for being here. And you heard Gavin Newsom there. I want to start with the remarkable success that Democratic Socialist candidates have had, not just here in New York, but across the nation, in Pennsylvania and Colorado and elsewhere. But when you hear establishment Democrats and others like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer here in New York, it seems that you guys don't have room for them in your future.
I would argue the opposite in many ways. Minority Leader Jeffries and other pundits who have made these comments treat us as a hostile force. But the reality is that we're very serious about winning, which is why we often run in Democratic primaries. But we're also very serious about governing. And that means creating allyships, creating partnerships, building coalition with people who are excited about the type of economic populism that we put forward, and building allies like perhaps Governor Newsom, if he's interested in things like universal health care, reduced cost child care, affordable housing. These are things that we want to do because our primary goal is improving American lives.
But ultimately, at the foundation, there are so many Americans that hear the word socialism and they're afraid of that, Grace, because you have led Americans to believe that there's some effort to transform capitalism into socialism, to move from individualism to collectivism. Is that the goal?
So many people, even those who might not yet identify as a socialist or are scared of socialism as a concept, understand that what's happening in our economy now is not working for them. They can't afford their house. They can't afford childcare. They can't afford education.
But they're trying to get to the American dream, even if they're struggling. And socialism's platform is contrary to the American dream, to individual opportunity, is it not?
In many ways, I think we're trying to look back at what has worked in America's past, but also look at what has been successful in other countries. So things like what President Roosevelt put forward with the New Deal.
But socialism, Grace, has never worked. Not in the Soviet Union and Venezuela,
Oh my
elsewhere.
God.
Let me get to
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Brilliant take, sir. Thank you. At least he's being like kind of kind, which is shocking. He's like, come on, Grace. But socialism has never worked. Fuck, owned. No. No. Who could have ever accounted for this take? No. Destroyed. It's like mentioning roads to a libertarian. You know what I mean? It's a one tap. He's like the nice one. He's like the one nice person at Fox News. Yeah, he's so nice.
Quickly, because this conversation could go on for a very long time.
Yeah, Venezuela, Iran, China. Well, they don't even mention China anymore because it's fucking working.
Because I don't agree that socialism is going to help anyone in the American dream. However, we're hearing reports that ultimately there's a new platform that the DSA has that would include eliminating the Senate, replacing the president, Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen by and subordinate to a Congress, amnesty for all illegal immigrants, and defunding the Department of War. Is that the platform?
Well, many Americans understand that the democracy that we have right now isn't working for them. I don't think our platform would get rid of the president, but it would replace the Electoral College, which when Americans, I think, first understand it in their high school government classes, they see that, oh, wait, my vote isn't directly electing the president.
But would you, let me get this in because we only got a few seconds left. Do you really believe in open borders and not having deportations? That's just incredibly contrary to law enforcement and security.
America has a really long history.
I've never seen a Fox guy. Is this guy like related to her or something? Why is he being so kind? I mean, he's obviously not letting her finish her thought, but he's like, come on, Grace. He sounds like a concerned father talking to their woke daughter, dude. It's not kind, it's condescension. Yeah, but on Fox News, whining false concern to cut her off comes across as kindness in comparison to what every other anchor would be doing. Match that up with the energy of every other anchor. They'd be like, how dare you say you want open borders? Why do you want every transgender Guatemalan to butt fuck me? Ah! And you want it to be legal. You want it to be illegal to do straight sex. That's how they operate on every other fucking Fox News outlet. That's why I'm saying for Fox News, I mean, not even for Fox News. This is like Dana Bash wouldn't do this. Dana Bash would be meaner to her. Why do you want to illegalize straight sex and straight marriage?
Of welcoming working class immigrants. My grandmother and her mother came through Ellis Island and worked from Germany and worked as seamstresses. I mean, we believe that
criminal illegal aliens in the country, don't they need to be removed?
We believe that demilitarizing the border, that violent oppression of working class immigrants who come here is not something that most Americans want. And I think the backlash to President Trump's policies really show that.
Grace,
look, the way I calm on this is, look, if someone has done a crime, I think it's far better to, make them go through the criminal justice system rather than give them a fucking free ticket back home. If they've done a crime, they got to do the time. That's number one. Number two, by and large, the overwhelming majority of immigrants are not doing any fucking crimes at all. Okay? They're not. They're just working. It's a paperwork violation. What the hell are we doing? We're going to start tossing people into the slammer for paperwork violations? If we're going to start doing that, how about we start tossing tax evaders into the slammer, tax avoiders into the slammer? Now, that's the type of paperwork that I do want to prosecute. But again, it's just Americans love simple narratives. They're like, oh, no, Guatemalan migrant, bad. Oh. All right. Georgia homeowners being phased out. We sat AOC down with Republican voters. Can she win them over? Uh-oh. What is this? Class of 2026 official trailer streamer university. Nice. Let's talk about the Abdul stuff. Or wait, hold on. Updates. Al Jazeera English reported on the Israeli military staffer who was Clavicular's honeypot. Clavicular's honeypot, Mossad honeypot, is under fire.
So good. Really? So good. Wait, I'll give it.
She faces disciplinary action after appearing with U.S. streamer Braden Eric Peters. Yeah, better known online as Clavivi Netanyahu. Formerly known as Clavicular, now known as Clavivi Netanyahu, also known as Itamar Ben Clavir. Yeah. Seducing Clavicular will go down in the annals of spycraft as the easiest mission of all time. Braun came under scrutiny because of Peter's association. Itamar Ben Clavicular's association with anti-Israel content creators. And for videos where he sings along the Kanye West song Heil Hitler.
Are you self-funding this? Like, who paid for your flights? Who's paying for this?
Those are questions you don't want to ask.
His name is fucking Braden Yahoo. Braden Yahoo.
Welcome to Israel. You've been here for like 14 hours. How is it so far?
Dude, I'm having a blast.
Braun met Peters during the trip.
Where's your gun?
They didn't give me one.
They didn't give you a gun? Too short for a gun?
But I run the social media.
Bezavicular Smotrich? Bezavehicular manslaughter Smotrich. Dude, what the fuck? Oh my God. Yuck.
Don't they pay people $7,000 to like post for Israel? Is that true? How do I get that?
Oh my God, he was asking seriously. He was asking sincerely. Look at his face. Hey, Clav. Someone should inform Clav that that's a dog whistle. Israeli anti-Zionist. Clavicular is actually quite popular among Israeli right-wing Zoomers. The only people who get upset by the Heil Hitler bit are Channel 13 type centrist boomers. Everyone under 30 is doing happy merchant memes under 99 layers of irony. Yeah. Is that because he got mogged in Paris? Yeah, by the way, I cannot begin to explain to you how on top France is in comparison to Israel. Clavicular went to Paris And everywhere he went, the people of France were just like, you're disgusting. You're the ugliest guy I've ever seen. And not even like a like ugly but hot kind of way where many French men and some French women are like that. But just straight butt ugly. Get away from me. And that bricked him so hard that he had to escape. He had to fucking go to Israel, where he would be beloved as a figure. But then there were also like these centrist Israelis that were mad. It is kind of funny that all of the pro-Israel content creators in America are just like aggressively defending Clavicular, though. Everyone loves to say just go visit Israel. Then someone actually visits Israel. Then suddenly it's a national controversy. Yes, Clavicular has made mistakes. What are you talking about? The mistakes are Sig Heiling and singing Heil Hitler with like prominent neo-Nazis. Yes, he publicly apologized. No, he didn't. He never apologized for that. As a matter of fact, when people were asking him about it, he was like, yeah, whatever. It was like last week. It's in the rearview mirror. Fuck you. Sorry, has he gone to the Holocaust Museum and the Nova site, or is he just picking up girls on the beach? What is happening in Israel, man? Why is the solution like why is the solution to being a prominent neo-Nazi like just go to the Holocaust Museum or the Nova site? This is what they did. This is what they fucking did with Marjorie Taylor Greene. What the hell is happening? Why is it always write a book report on the Holocaust? It's so funny. Would that make things better? Like, I don't understand. Would that actually make you genuinely think that he's no longer a neo-Nazi? Like, it wouldn't work for me. It's so funny. Like, I don't believe that someone who's like Sig Heiling last week, if they go to the Holocaust Museum the next week, I'm like, all right, I guess he's not a Nazi anymore. It's so stupid. Yes, Clavicular has made mistakes. Yes, he publicly apologized. It worked, though. I mean, have you heard MTG talk about space lasers? Yes. She just realized she could say everything about the Chinese. She can't say it about the Jews, so she just switched it. She literally just started saying it's Chinese space lasers. That's it. Shekels per MOG economy is insane. The idea that he shouldn't have been welcomed is ridiculous. Israel isn't a dictatorship. People are free to visit. Israelis are free to welcome whoever they choose. If you disagree, it's your right. I still stand by it. Yes, Milwaukee Sentinel Journal. Sarah Rodriguez campaign may have overstated fundraising by at least $100,000. Milwaukee Sentinel Journal reports Sarah Rodriguez campaign may have overstated fundraising by at least $100,000. Democratic candidate for governor Sarah Rodriguez, who was supposed to be the centrist pick that everyone was supposed to consolidate behind, the campaign's got some troubles. Democratic candidate Governor Sarah Rodriguez reported raising at least $100,000 more than she actually collected, according to a Milwaukee Journal Sentinel review of the lieutenant governor's first campaign finance report that is now under scrutiny after Rodriguez fired her campaign manager for financial discrepancies, for financial errors. I think it's kind of funny going back to the Clavivi Netanyahu memes. But like these guys only, first of all, Emily Austin doesn't want anyone to be accountable as long as they're pro-Israel, which is, you know, at least morally consistent or immorally consistent rather. But what's funny, Clavicular's anger at his persecution by the wicked Israelis will soon lead him into joining Hamas.
Stream.
Clavicular is not being allowed to stream, and speculation is growing that Israel and the IDF want him to leave the country. Clavicular abruptly shut off his gambling stream for his second 1 hour stake requirement. The second his 1 hour stake requirement was fulfilled, refusing to read community comments. Reports are surfacing that he was given permission to do a desktop gambling stream for an hour and must end right after. He's not allowed to IRL stream anymore in the country. Okay, that's really funny. That's really funny because, yes, Israel is notorious for operating cryptocurrency gambling websites and just gambling websites in general, specifically out of Cyprus. So it's really cool that they were just like, hey, look, it's the most Israeli thing we can let you do. You have to. This is basically, we have to let you do your contractual obligation to the cryptocurrency casino. Oh, man. Oh, the Israel bot, Cory Walker, is so funny. Folks, if the Netanyahu government is willing to engage with Clavicular strategically, then obviously they see some value in his presence in the country. Think about the long game. Dog, aren't you supposed to be an American? Did Cory Walker just denounce his American citizenship? Is he Israeli now? What's happening? The other day, he was complaining that Israel should never allow an American congressperson, Ro Khanna, to enter the Israeli airspace. And I was just like, you're American. What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, and then he's like defending Netanyahu, linking up with Clavicular. Here he is saying, I have no clue why the Israeli outlets are fumbling the Clavicular situation so badly. These are the guys who supposedly care about anti-Semitism, by the way. God, I hate this fucking piece of shit so much. He just has no respect for himself. Woken up by sirens and inside a stairwell because of Iran strikes against Israel. Meanwhile, in the pro-Israel world, we got Cory writing, calling for the United States Congressman Ro Khanna, an agitator, unlike Clavicular, who has danced on a live stream with neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes and to Kanye West singing Heil Hitler. Oh, this is his worst tweet. Yeah, Israel has treated Gaza far kinder than almost any other country in the world would have. The people of Gaza should feel fortunate. Yeah, I mean, he's nothing, right? He's nothing. You're nothing. You're less than, like, I can't even call you names. You're nothing. That's all that's all I have to say. The people that you are dick riding for cash do not see you as a human being too. But then again, I don't think you see yourself as a human being. You're just a mere vessel for Hasbara. Disgusting. That's the thing. The only allies Israel has among the influencer class are engagement parasites like Clavicular. He couldn't give two shits about Israel and doesn't pretend to understand or engage with the real issues at stake, but he knows what will get him a lot of clicks. He took out the beeper and Israel flag out of his bio, by the way. This is laughably untrue. For the first year of Israel's genocide, the only people on the platform were Israelis contextualizing why they had to bomb a school or mosque. Put an entitled genocidal Israeli patriot on TV now and watch support for the anti-Zionist cause grow. Times have changed so much, this coward had to delete the Israel and pager emojis from his bio. Yeah. Heritage American, defender of Western values. You're a black man, dude. You're a black man in America. How can you fucking dick eat Israel this much? Nasty. Nasty fucking freak.
Read com after gambling on stream? Unlikely. I've got to turn it off in exactly 1 hour. So
Seems like his life is a fucking sequence of endless nightmares. We still have no evidence he's black or American. Wait, is he not a real person? I thought he like wrote for certain outlets and shit. Can you share the public apology? I've been meaning to find it. Dave Grutman invited him to meet and discuss why it was harmful after the incident. Davis publicized this meeting. Does Clive visiting Israel not speak volumes? Can you share the public apology? I've been trying to find it. Yeah. Controversial streamer Clavicular has not apologized for singing along to Kanye West's Heil Hitler track. He faced severe backlash for his participation in a Miami nightclub event where the song was played alongside Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate, and he subsequently doubled down on his actions. It's so funny that every time we find out Clavicular's name is Braden, it's like there's someone who's finding out for the first time and they go, Braden, lol. Braden is such a funny name. I agree. It's such a Zoomer name. Only a Phalenial parent could have come up with the name like Braden. Braden Ben-Gurion. Abdul's campaign should put this vid in all of his ads.
Everyone, it's Congresswoman Haley Stevens, proudly representing Michigan's 11th district on my primary election night. I wanted to thank AIPAC and the pro-Israel community. Our values spoke very loudly this evening. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
There's something so evil about her, dude. Actually. No, it's not AI, man. What gives? Braden is the most stereotypical trans man name. It's like Azen or Thomas or Liam or Malachi. Yeah, speaking of Haley Stevens, by the way. Haley Stevens got cease and desisted by the UAW, the United Arab Workers, issues cease and desist against Super PAC. Of course, the United Arab Workers famously endorsed AES, also known as Abdul al-Sayed, also known as actually existing socialism. Yeah, they issued a cease and desist against a super PAC called A Stronger Michigan for use of the UAW's wheel logo in election ads promoting a candidate that is not endorsed by the union. Yeah, they're doing Barack Hussein Obama to Abdul. Michigan GOP refers to El-Sayed by his full name, Abdurrahman Mohammed El-Sayed, tipping their hand on how they might approach him as the nominee. Today, in response to U.S. Senator Gary Peters endorsing Congresswoman Haley Stevens, the Michigan Republican Party released the following statement. The timing tells you everything. Senator Peters waited until the 11th hour to endorse Congresswoman Stevens because establishment Democrats are shaking in their boots over the likelihood that Abdulrahman Mohammed El-Sayed, a terrorist sympathizer and a phony physician, will capture the party's nomination in less than a month. This endorsement is a Hail Mary attempt by a panicked political establishment desperately trying to stop communist candidates from eating their party alive. Bro, Ayabel lost it when I found out she wasn't Jewish. Dog, her claim to fame literally was as an AIPAC stooge defeating a Jewish community leader who was critical of Israel. Okay? It's one of the famous cases that like I used to point to back in the day about how little AIPAC gives a fuck about Jews. Why do people think Haley Stevens is Jewish? Yeah, between Haley Stevens and Abdul al-Sayed, only one of them raised $5 million to defeat a Jewish congressman because of their opinions on Israel, and it's not Abdul. This is the funniest. So you're saying Haley's just like Brad Lander? Yeah, Brad Lander unseated Dan Goldman because Dan Goldman was too critical of Israel. Oh my God. Why are people I can't tell if you guys are joking. Yes, dude. Haley Stevens is not Jewish. That's why Amy Siskin's the comment was so funny. The entire campaign is fueled on anti-Semitism. I'm so disgusted. It's not only his anti-Semitic comments. I was in 2 Michigan Facebook groups that was brought in to help Kamala, and every comment about Haley Stevens, who is Jewish, had to deal with Israel and AIPAC. No, she's not Jewish. She just dick rides Israel into oblivion. What the hell? In America, I mean it seriously. In America, you are more Jewish than a whole ass Jewish man or woman if you are more pro-Israel than they are. Like at this point, people are just like, no, the more pro-Israel you are, the more Jewish you are. It's crazy. Yeah, of course Haley Stevens is MIA across the state. More and more people are revealing how Haley Stevens hasn't even bothered to visit their city canvas or even a simple booth at local events. Yes, she's not going. The only shit she goes to is like hand-selected. Like she's been at a couple hand-selected events to boost her profile with the black voters. That's it. Buttheimer says, let's be honest, this is a publicity stunt. Channels exist to protect elected officials, and Kana intentionally entered a restricted, unstable area. Oh my God, you fucking asshole. God, you are so Israel first, bro. No respect for your own fucking party. Like, this guy's your colleague. Does not respect Democrats. Doesn't care about defeating Republicans. Doesn't care about his constituents. Chuck Grassley types faster than you. Probably. He's a fucking poster through and through. Like, imagine putting Israel above your fucking colleague, man. Like, you and not even just your colleague on the opposing side. Like, this is straight up your fucking colleague in the Democratic Party. Please remove the lint from your shirt, suit jacket. I don't know where it is. Oh. Yes, phone bank for Abdul. Yes. Longer tweet about the Wisconsin news from Dan Schaefer. Timeline. As Rodriguez described her press conference, here's the timeline of events over the last week regarding how our now fired campaign manager mismanaged inaccuracies in campaign finance. Tuesday, TV ads are supposed to begin but didn't. Rodriguez, when I saw that this did not happen, I started to get concerned. I asked questions. Wednesday, media team flags the invoices had not been paid. I was given an excuse by my campaign manager that did not make sense. Thursday, Rodriguez discovers total cash on hand for the campaign was lower than expected, far lower than expected. Rodriguez, I will generally say there were hundreds of thousands of dollars less than I thought. I am not going to put a precise dollar amount on that today because we are still reconciling our books, and I want the next number out of my mouth to be 100% accurate. Friday, Saturday, campaign assembles team to analyze reports. Sunday, campaign manager is fired. Statement released. Wisconsin Ethics Commission contacted. Next, Rodriguez says TV ads will now air next week. On that buy, to be fully transparent, we have little over $200,000 cash on hand in the bank. Over time that we have been raising, we have raised almost $1 million. I think we still have momentum. I think we're still moving forward. This is a bump in the road for the campaign, but we are going to be as honest and as transparent as we can be. That's why I'm standing here in front of all of you, in front of all these cameras, in front of all these microphones, and telling you that when I see something that's an error, I make sure that it gets fixed. I'm taking full accountability for what happened before and moving forward. campaign manager tried to do a bank run. Bummer, I guess. Now, why are we talking about this? We're talking about this because Sarah Rodriguez is supposed to be the centrist, center-right Democratic Party establishment-backed candidate that all of the other anti-Francesca Hahn candidates are supposed to consolidate support behind. Mandela Barnes is taking advantage of this controversy. Mandela Barnes is like in the second slot right now. Mandela Barnes himself also used to be far more progressive, and now he is like running a centrist campaign himself. As far as I understand, him staying in the race is not the worst thing. He's also definitely again, from what I understand, he's a little bit of a narcissist. So he personally thinks that, he's got this in the race. I mean, he's got this race in the bag. I feel like that's actually Mandela and not Rodriguez. Yesterday, Hasan Piker thanks Jewish Senator Lindsey Graham for supporting the only Jewish state. Today, he denies the Jewish identity of Congresswoman Haley Stevens. We truly live in an anti-Semitism. It's true. But yeah. From what I understand, it's not clear on whether or not if Barnes were to drop out, that their supporters, son of Hamas is the most Jewish man alive in America. Okay. Stop. We're moving on from that story. We're moving on from the Michigan race where Abdul El-Sayed is trying to go after a Jewish woman. This time. Oh, she's still talking about me? In the Senate primary, Michigan Democrats have a choice between a candidate who wants to abolish prisons and campaigns with Hasan Piker and whatever Haley Stevens is doing.
Working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy.
Oh, Haley's not. No, RNC is just dunking on me.
And a little bit of stick it to them, because that's the Michigan way.
Maddie Maroon, Trump's biggest donor. I'm in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Is the Abha airport hit or is it fake news? At HasanAbi, at chat. I don't know, man. Look outside the window. Why the fuck you asking me? That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. How are we supposed to know if you don't know? Yeah, but Scoop, Trump gave Saudi Crown Prince's backing for risky strikes on the Houthis. Ansar Allah already knew this. Anyway, as I was talking about with Francesca Hong. Francesca Hong is wonderful. She's DSA. She's running for governor in Wisconsin. The primaries are taking place on August 11th. I've already interviewed her. I even almost poisoned her with a cheesy treat. Cheese where no cheese should have been placed on top of the beautiful kalbichim. Okay? That's right. It was fucked up, but we made up for it by raising $57,000 for her. Cheesegate, never forget. Carlson becoming a doubter? Wait, what? Adam Carlson has always been a doubter. Dude, Adam Carlson is like you Michigan voter on Abdul. There's a bunch of these fucking guys that will just straight up always say, oh, Francisco Hong sucks. And there's never any like real reason for it. They just have that centrist dog in them. Adam Carlson, just like you Michigan voter, was a Mallory McMorrow supporter. Obviously no longer a Mallory McMorrow supporter, right? Just these guys, they have to wait it out. They have to wait for it to happen. And then, at least unlike the Niratanas of the world, they do end up falling in line with like the socialist one, or the socialist candidate. Yeah, he cried about Daria Liza too. Who cares? Whatever. I'd argue Adam Carlson is worse. He literally posted that you shouldn't come to Michigan and stump with Abdul 2 weeks after the synagogue shooting. I don't think UMich voter was that bad. Yeah, that's true. He did do that. Adam Carlson did say that. That was insane. I couldn't believe how racist that shit was. Also, it was, again, very successful for Abdul. So good thing we didn't listen to Adam Carlson. Anyway, but yeah. UMich voter is on our side. Yes, it's true. UMich voter is our guy now. But yeah, he hates fucking Francesca Hong. These guys they always have to be like, I'm reasonable. I like some socialists. I'm a reasonable guy. It's like, they never understand why. They never understand why someone like Francesca Hong is so popular. They don't recognize that for the people in Wisconsin, the very same things that are making Abdul popular are the exact same things that make Francesca Hong popular. Okay? Anyway, look, Francesca Hong is doing her thing, he says. She's running as an unapologetic socialist left candidate, and no one reasonably can begrudge her that. There's clearly voter appetite for it within the Wisconsin primary electorate. She has a high floor, but one that will likely fall short of 50%. If you're at all worried, as I am, about the possibility of Hong losing the general to MAGA fuck Tom Tiffany, yes, even in an environment this blue, and undoing so much great work that has been done in Wisconsin in recent years, you should be furious at Mandela Barnes and Sarah Rodriguez for putting their own egos first instead of being grown-ups and agreeing to consolidate. She is literally the most electable. She is the easiest to defeat. They're Republican. But these guys have the chip, the brain chip, okay? The consultant brain chip. And I guess with Adam's, to be fair to Adam, I guess he is somewhat of a consultant. He's a pollster and he does consult on campaigns from time to time. But like, pundit brain is a real version of brain cancer that exists amongst the American electorate, specifically on just the Democratic Party side, though. No one on the Republican side has pundit brain. They don't care about that shit. They don't care about electability. They don't give a fuck. Regular Americans that vote Democrat, on the other hand, they have pundit brain. They think they're campaign staffers. They think they work for Center for American Progress for some fucking weird reason, where they're like, oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the voters are responding positively to. What I perceive, it doesn't matter what I feel about the campaign itself or the policies themselves. I have to assume that someone else out there is actually far too right-wing to like these policies that I like. That's not how voting works. You fucking like the policies, you vote for it. The fuck is wrong with these people? It's not just Adam. There are so many goddamn Democratic Party voters out there for far too long that have thought, you know, I like this candidate, I like these policies, but I just don't think other people will like it. I don't know, man. Is that how we're supposed to make this calculation? Why do you think you're making an adult decision right now? You're making a dumb decision, actually. It's the most childish way to operate. It's so cynical. You just assume that there are people out there without any reason. Because if you actually pour through the data, you would realize that electability is on the side of the person with good policies. And if you like those policies, identify why other people like those fucking policies. Recognize the likelihood that other people will also like those policies that you like. More often than not, you're going to be right. Amazing admission from Maddie Iglesias. Politics shouldn't try to shift public opinion. He fundamentally does not understand what politics is. This is why DNC policies and media allies offer no political vision. They don't think you should have one. Yeah, what I would ask of everyone at the table is simply that they respect the diversity of America and the wisdom of trying to compete effectively across this vast and varied land rather than trying to cancel each other. And I would urge people whose passion in life is shifting public opinion rather than responding to it, find a different line of work than electoral politics. Oh my God. Oh my God, Matt Iglesias. This is why we will always defeat you. Eggman. This is why you were so off base on Gaza. Okay? Because you constantly think politics is about responding to the fucking wins, you goddamn windsock. No, politics is also about demonstrating leadership on issues, showing courage, saying things that other people are too afraid to say out loud, knowing full well that if they hear you, they will respond to your moral conviction positively. They will understand what you're saying. They will identify the problem and they will support you. Donald Trump is the fucking president for this reason. This is why these fucking idiots don't understand why Donald Trump is so goddamn popular. It's because he says the quiet part out loud. That's why. That's literally it. A lot of dumb fuck, rapist, racist pieces of shit literally heard the molester in chief say the quiet part out loud. And they were like, well, that's bravery. That's moral conviction. That's it. It's time for us on the right side of history to do the same. To say the fucking quiet part out loud. To be unafraid to lead. Fuck. Yeah, this guy. No, that's an implication of anything either I or Matt Y said is literally what Matt wrote. These guys are so annoying, man. They're so fucking annoying. Claims we need to be unafraid to lead, won't run for office. Yeah, dog. Think about how many campaigns I'm able to fucking help out. Now imagine if I had to use every waking moment and every opportunity I had to just like waste it on one campaign, my own, with no guarantee of success. Okay, I don't have Matty Maroon, Trump's biggest donor, backing me. Stopping the Gordie Howe Bridge from opening. Stop! Vladimir Putin. What gives? Anyway. So yeah, support for Francesca Hong. She's the GOAT. She's awesome. Support for Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed. Hasan should give up his platform to become local county commissioner. Yeah, that's what I mean. What is this trigger warning, Ted Cruz?
Are you, Ted? I'm sorry for your loss, mate.
It was a tragic weekend.
Dude, he's so fake. I'm sorry. He doesn't even seem sad. I don't believe it. Trump seemed more sad. Trump seemed more sad.
Was, right?
Lindsey was one of a kind. I am shocked and stunned. I think every senator is, and we're grieving our friend.
What do you make of, there's a lot of criticism of him online right now.
Trump lost the Gaytriot.
Now, what do you think of people like sounding off about him?
I don't care what the haters say online. Lindsey was a remarkable man. He served his country 33 years in the Air Force, 23 years in the Senate. He loved it.
Oh my God. The Pavlovist in memoriam AI slop is going to go crazy. Oh my God. That's real. Ain't no way that's real, bro. Ain't no way that's a real Pavlovist account being like, I'm hugging Lindsey Graham's dead body. They're going to reinvent Shiism, but for some old gay guy from South Carolina. It's not even the worst pick.
This country. Look, I agreed with Lindsey sometimes. I disagreed with him sometimes, but it was from the heart. He was.
Sensible people do not want to see their tax dollars go to subsidize a foreign country that's not poor and whose government is happy to ignore Americans' wishes. But an arms embargo that costs American jobs and revenue is a very different step from keeping our money at home. If Matty Iglesias supports selling American arms to anyone willing to buy them, why not sell to Russia and China? Do I support selling American arms to anyone willing to buy them? The principle here seems to be sell weapons in whatever way maximize financial benefit to Americans. I'd like to know why that stops being the principle when the buyer is China or Russia. So I tweeted something, you then made up a fake principle that I never articulated, and then pointed out that that fake principle you made up is dumb. Then you dunked on me. It's juvenile behavior, and I think you should delete the tweet. Oh my God, he's so mad. I named my son Braden. I am a faillennial. Oh no. It's all good, man. Just make sure that your son Braden doesn't watch any clavicular. He got owned though? Yes, it's so dumb. Why? Oh, you want to, you need to, we have to do fucking. So if the Palestinians were pro-America, okay, I'm sure they would be, by the way, if we actually gave them, what is this?
Like Donald.
If we gave them an Iron Dome, I'm sure they would be super pro-America. We should sell Hamas an Iron Dome. Yeah. Use a sophistry to pass off an unpopular opinion, unpopular position as common sense gets called on it. This is juvenile behavior and you should delete it. For the last year, he's alternated between this issue doesn't matter to voters and the only the left cares for factional reasons. Now it's that they haven't thought about it enough. The consistent principle is they keep disagreeing with him. There's widespread acceptance of a kind of underpants gnomes theory of the conflict. 1, America stops helping Israel. 2, question mark, question mark, question mark. 3, secular binational democracy. Right now, we have tons of people voting on the basis of Israel policy who haven't given it 5 minutes of thought. Dog, you've given it 10 minutes of thought and you were on the wrong side every single time, and you still are. Okay? So I just wouldn't be shitting on other people that are at least morally on the correct side. But here is someone who has given it a lot of thought. America stops helping Israel is a tremendous burden for Israel. It's a tremendous pressure point. Okay? It's a threat. And the mere threat, especially if it's actionable, especially if it's threats that we act on, will cause Israel to reconsider its domestic policies, its foreign policy, because Israel cannot exist without us. It's that simple. So to Matt Iglesias, I say,
What gives? What gives? What gives? What gives? What gives?
maybe I've been watching too much Clandis, but isn't it weird that he returned from Ukraine, talked about how he had to do sanctions on Russia, and then he died? Like certain drugs and poison can cause cancer, aortic dissection too, just saying. Well, I don't know, man. Yeah, I can. Okay, Russia killed him. I don't really care. I don't have any idea. Okay, he's 71 years old. His father died of a heart attack too, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not that crazy that he would die of one. Especially after 14-hour travel, and then he's having phone sex with Donald Trump, the president, for those of you who don't know. And on the phone conversation, Donald Trump says, "Oh, I'm going to drop a fucking fat bomb on Iran." Someone like Lindsey Graham is going to nut too hard. Right after 14-hour travel, just saying. Probably cracked open a new fresh pack of Blue Chew too. Yeah. To understand Lindsey Graham, you have to know that both his parents died when he was 20. He never wanted anyone else to know such sorrow. So and so was driven the rest of his life to kill as many children as possible around the world so they could never get old enough for that to happen. It's dark, but it's true. Yeah, doctors say it was the biggest nut from the standpoint of nuts. This should be the title of every Free Press article. In Defense of Elites with Richard Hanania. It's so funny that the Free Press just has like an out and about white supremacist race realist. I guess he's pro-Israel though, so it doesn't matter that he was a neo-Nazi and still is most likely.
A lot.
Anyway, y'all want to hear from Gary Peters, who endorsed Abdul El-Sayed's opponent?
Going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
Dude, I don't know what to say about this other than the fact that she is literally 50 corporations in a trench suit, okay, in a pantsuit. Because like think about it this way. Abdul El-Sayed has a grassroots campaign, okay? He's got some big backers. He's got more state level backers than Haley Stevens does, which is usually not the case, okay? That's somewhat unique. Normally, the outsider candidate doesn't have like state senators and shit backing them. Usually, Haley Stevens, the establishment Democrat, would pack up all of those endorsements. In this circumstance, Abdul has all the greatest endorsements you could possibly get, and Haley has nothing. Haley also has no good policies. Haley has no ground game. Haley Stevens' entire campaign is propped up by $50 million of outside expenditures. And now the outbound senator who fucking said he wasn't going to endorse anybody recognizes how bad Haley Stevens' campaign is doing in spite of the $50 million, 30 of it from AIPAC, that he had to come out and fucking endorse Haley Stevens.
Of myself in Haley. She also grew up in Oakland County. She's the daughter of a public school teacher. She's a middle-class kid who has spent her life fighting for the state that she loves. Haley knows Michigan. She gets Michigan. And she wins for Michigan. And that's what she's done her entire life, from serving as chief of staff of President Barack Obama's auto rescue to help save two.
Does this dude have motion? Fuck no. No, he has no motion. He has like, I would say, I mean, look, it's still relevant because he's the senator who's like retiring, right? This is the outbound senator. But he does blow dicks and balls. So I mean, I'll also say, why the fuck's he so tan? Dog, you live in Michigan. Why the fuck are you so goddamn tan? Yeah, what's interesting about this, I think Gary knows how Dems lost Michigan. It's bizarre that he can't reconcile that with this race. Significant Michigan and Middle East news. Gary Peters tells me the vice president should go public with her split with Biden on Gaza. I think she has differences, he said, adding, be who you are. Ask Peters if he'd convey that to Kamala. Yes, he said. Video here. The entire state is a lake, bro. No, dude, I'm sorry. If you're a fucking elected representative, if you're a goddamn senator, dude, if you are a goddamn senator in the state of Michigan, this level of tan means your ass is at the lake and golfing far too much. Hello? The fuck? How can you not tell? You're fucking around too much. Get back to work. It's 90 degrees here on the daily right now, Lamont. Dude, look at me. Okay? Look at me. I live in Los Angeles, California. And this year, unlike any other year, I haven't had as much sun time. Normally, by this point of the year, I would be pretty fucking tan. Do you know why? You know why I'm not as tan as I normally would be? Because I usually get a healthy dose of sun. Because I'm fucking working, unlike Gary motherfucking Peters. His ass is golfing.
100,000 Michigan jobs. To flipping a red seat blue. To delivering for Michigan's manufacturing economy in Congress as our state's most effective Democrat in the House. Like me, Haley is a workhorse. She gets results for our state. Just like I've been named year after year as the most effective.
I'll keep it $150. Probably the worst year to fucking do this workhorse narrative, and here is why. Look around. Does it feel like positive change has been delivered for Michiganders, for Californians, for people living in Arkansas? Does it feel like this is a time for a change candidate or someone who says business as usual politics? I don't think this workhorse shit works because the horse is not working. And the horse's name is Gary, and he's fucking golfing all the time. Why are you so tan, Gary? Gas is fucking $5. Get back to work. God damn, Gary. Your ass better be tan because you're at the Strait trying to fucking pry it open with your bare hands. Looking like you're on those RFK Jr. peptides that made you tan.
Member of the United States Senate. She's been named as the most effective Michigan Democrat in the House. And I'm confident that she will be ready on day one.
Oh my God, you can't ask people why they're tan? Wait, what? Why not? Oh, it's a Mean Girls reference? Oh, my bad.
To fight for Michigan and pick up where I left off in the Senate and carry the torch for a new generation of leaders in Michigan and in our party. But friends, make no mistake. Michigan is a purple state. Winning in Michigan...
Oh, shut the fuck up, Gary. Gary, you know the truth, Gary. Gerald! You know the truth. Don't be so garish, Gerald. You know the motherfucking truth. Michigan, the purple state. Only purple because Kamala lost. Purple because Hillary lost. Why? Why did they lose? Is it because they were women? Well, okay, Haley Stevens is a woman. But I don't think it's because they were women. I think that both of these candidates lost because they were establishment Democrats. And Trump, as a con man, was able to present himself as the change candidate. Michigan is not supposed to be purple. It's only purple because ain't nobody's actually putting the anger that the working class feels at the forefront of their campaign, except for these right-wing reactionary charlatans that will take that anger and then redirect it back to fucking trans people and shit. There's a real passion for change. There's a real hunger for change. Gerald, Haley Stevens is not going to be representative of that change. Haley Stevens is literally putting Haley Stevens up in front of Mike Rogers is unironically looking at the situation in 2024 and be like, you know what? We should have done more. We should have made sure Kamala even had less Riz than Kamala.
Means living up to our values and listening to our neighbors, even if we don't always agree with them. Michiganders do not like extremes. They like hard work and common sense. Haley has a track record of winning tough races and beating Republicans when they've thrown everything at her. So I know she'll beat Mike Rogers and send him back to Florida for a second time. Last year, I made clear I plan to actively campaign to ensure that we elect a dynamic Democratic candidate to be the next United States Senator from Michigan. So that's what we're doing starting today. Colleen and I are just so...
I had to look up his ethnicity to see if he was like secretly Lebanese or something. This motherfucker is English, Irish, German, and Scottish. Okay? So now I know for a fact he is not supposed to be this tan at all. Okay? Why are you so tan, Gerald?
So excited to announce that we are all in for Haley Stevens. Let's go win.
To be this tan, you have to literally be on the golf course every day? Yeah, I've 100%. My first look at Michigan 11 months ago was about Stevens' bet that her party credentials and support from leaders would be assets. We'll see. If I was a senator who ran behind Biden in 2020 and retired when Democratic incumbents are as unpopular as the flu, I probably would have just stayed quiet on who I want my successor to be. Yeah. This certainly is going to be an old and establishment versus young Democrats election. No, the old establishment Democrats against the young and the older people who are looking for a change is the common through line in all of these Democratic primaries, right? Here's the thing. There's one other component here. There's one other component at play here that AIPAC is so cynically weaponizing, and that is the little bit of tension, a little bit of friction that exists between some of the older voters in Detroit and Wayne County versus the Dearborn voters, right? There's a little bit of ethnic, racial strife amongst the Democratic Party's base of support. I'm trying to be as careful in the way that I communicate this issue, but it's one that the establishment Democrats are wielding like a goddamn knife. They're wielding it like a fucking weapon right now. Okay? Straight up. What I mean by that is, and I've talked about this already, a lot of the black voters in the state of Michigan, especially older black voters in the state of Michigan, are, of course, as is usually the case, very woke on Israel, right? They are. They know that Israel's done a genocide. They're not fans of Israel, right? However, they also really like Kamala Harris. And more importantly than that, they hate Donald Trump. So some of the older black voters in the state of Michigan, and this is from my conversations with organizers on the ground, with community leaders on the ground in the state of Michigan, from what I understand, there's this attitude that the Muslim vote, the Arab vote, the Dearborn vote went to Donald Trump. And it did. Let's be real. It fucking snapped into Donald Trump's direction pretty hard. So there's this underlying animosity. Now, of course, 1/3 of the entire state's black population is Muslim, right? So just remember that while we're having a conversation about this issue. So like, you know, there's also that element here as well. But there is this idea that black folks in Michigan feel like the Dearborn voters betrayed them by voting for Donald Trump or just not voting for Kamala Harris at all and just not voting in general. So Haley Stevens and AIPAC and established Democrats are very aware of this dynamic, and they're trying to utilize it to the best of their ability. This is why they started hitting those ads saying Abdul is uncommitted. Abdul actually didn't vote for Kamala Harris. That's a lie. It's a total fucking abject lie. Haley Stevens is lying. Okay? That's also part of the reason why the Abdul campaign came out with that ad with the Wayne County Commissioner who came out and said Abdul was the first Muslim leader in the community that actually endorsed Kamala Harris, which is true. He did do that, right? And what's really funny about this lie, this Haley Stevens lie, if she had a fucking shred of shame, she wouldn't be doing that, but it doesn't even matter, right? Here's the video of her. By the way, shout out to Sam Robinson. He's been cooking. He's been doing a phenomenal job. Local journalist out of Detroit. He's been the one who's asking all these people all around Detroit, all around Michigan about, who they're voting for, or who they have voted for, why they've done so. Some of the interviews that he's conducted have made me rip my fucking hair out, unfortunately, because, there are some voters who are getting one-shotted by these Obama-endorsed Haley Stevens ads. But he's great. So here he is asking Haley Stevens about El Sayed's support for the uncommitted.
Say is that those activities that happened a couple of years ago, who did that help? When you sat out 24, and look, that vote is an important thing. People are entitled to use it as they see fit, but we also need courageous leaders right now. We need leaders who are willing to take positions and lead transparently, compassionately around those decisions. Take them from the bottom up, take them from community. There's a reason why I keep community leaders.
Get out of our business, HasanAbi. I'm firmly in black people's business right now, Gizmo. Like, firmly. I mean, look, I got both feet. I got both feet in right now. I didn't just like crack open the door and look inside a little bit. I'm inside.
Locked in my phone number available to them. It's not so that I can always get pats on the back and accolades, but so that we can be engaged in the rigorous discourse, the deliberation.
Anyway, she basically fucking keeps implying that Abdul never endorsed Kamala Harris. You want to know something crazy about this, by the way? Abdul El Sayed endorsed Kamala Harris for president before Haley Stevens did. What are we doing? Nobody gets fucking punished around these parts for lying. So to Haley Stevens championing these lies, I have to say, what gives? And I also have to say this.
It's Congresswoman Haley Stevens, proudly representing Michigan's 11th district on my primary election night. I wanted to thank AIPAC and the pro-Israel community. Our values spoke very loudly this evening. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
HasanAbi, be wild if the Iran conflict got diverted into a civil war here in the States instead of the midterms. Wait, what? President Trump is planning to announce that Georgia's two senators, John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, are illegitimate because of fraud. A well-placed source in Georgia tells us announcement could come as soon as tonight. No, this is Washington Reporter, man. They're fucking bullshit. Come to Atlanta now. Pago. Yeah, the discourse has gotten absolutely horrible the last few days with Stevens' team peddling this false narrative that Abdul played a role in Harris's loss in the state. It reeks of desperateness and a refusal to make amends with the Arab community and instead double down on Israel. If you believe uncommitted led to Harris's loss in the state, then you should want to work with them to get their support. Blaming them for her losing rather than continuing to attack them is only going to make it worse. And let's not forget, uncommitted was only for the primary. Many people like me voted uncommitted that happily voted for Kamala in the fall. I remember how hopeless I felt when she lost. Still not exactly feeling hopeful, but I've started to move on now. So yeah, Haley Stevens is doing that to fire up a lot of the older black voters, basically to make them think that Abdul is, did not endorse Kamala Harris, is responsible for Donald Trump, all this stuff. It's not unique the Republicans do this all the time. The capital owners do this all the time. This is how they divide the fucking working class.
Haley, why? Because Obama said so. That's the only reason.
And this is the other side of the story. Like, there's a lot of people in Michigan that are like, oh, Obama endorsed Haley Stevens. Obama told me to vote for Haley Stevens, so I'm doing it.
That's all you need. That's all I got.
What's your name, brother?
Hollywood.
Hollywood, I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do it. What?
Yeah. Stop getting baited by random vids. I'm not getting baited by random vids. It's just, it's just the truth. There are people. It's up to us to correct the record. It's up to us to correct the motherfucking record, folks. That's why you got to smile and dial. Okay? This man is not representative. No. Do you think the attempt to smear Abdul El-Sayed with uncommitted will drive a wedge between him and black voters will work, considering that black women were heavily involved in uncommitted in Michigan? Yes. Because that was a long time ago and people only remember it as like a bunch of Arabs doing Muslim shit. Here's the issue, okay? In the general, none of this fucking matters, but we're talking about the primaries. You understand? And primaries are a very specific type of voter. Primaries bring out some of the power base of the party. Okay? The type of voters that are slammed to the fucking TV watching MSNBC, they really trust mainstream outlets, they trust the electability argument far more than anybody else, far more than anything else. Okay? That's just the reality. So primaries are actually a lot more difficult for us to achieve victories in than even the general is. The only thing giving me confidence is that normie reactions on Facebook are just like not having it, and they're all pro Abdul. Just helping Abdul even more. The dinosaurs can't seem to read the room or listen to the voters. Did she come to you in your dreams? Did you listen to Abdul and get to know him first, or did you just endorse the candidate the DNC told you to? Dr. Abdul El-Sayed has my vote. Abdul from Michigan. Here, I'll give you some positive shit too after this.
Yes. And what makes you say that?
Well, I believe in everything she's saying and what she has represented so far.
Yeah. Have you seen her ads on TV?
Sure, I have.
Yeah. And what do you make of folks nationally?
This dude's accent. That's Michigan, right?
You're watching MSNBC or CNN and they're talking about Michigan's Senate Democratic primary as like a inflection point within the party. They say, well, if Abdul wins, the party's going to go this way. If Haley wins, the party's going to go that.
Bro also sounds like Haley Stevens a little bit. We do not sound like that. What gives? Reach out to Obama? No, he did. And other people did too.
What do you make of that? I'm here with
Patrick Van den Plas isn't a voter. He's from Europe, but has lived in Detroit since 2003. He hopes El-Sayed wins. It's an undecided voter. Worked for Ford for 41 years. Retired 9 years ago. Haley's got a good track record. Abdul's got some smarts. Yeah, here is an 18-year-old to give you guys some fucking hope.
And so you're a part of what they call low propensity voters. Your demographic doesn't usually show up in an August primary.
They don't. They really don't.
Why are you going to show up?
Because I feel like it's important, and something that I've had like a really bad issue with my peers is that they're like, well, I'm not political, so why would I vote? But you have to understand that these decisions, the decisions that you make or your parents or anyone else, it affects you, and especially people like me, low-income students of color, and everything like that. So I really think it's super important for us to vote, but also of course I'm gonna vote.
Respect.
Of course I'm gonna vote.
That's so awesome. That I saw that video and it made me happy. Dennis Boatwright is the director of the Center for Pan-African Studies in Detroit. He expects El Sayed to win because Democratic voters are tired of status quo politicians. He also had a great take as well.
In New York, the current mayor is winning with landslides because people are losing faith in the current status quo black politician, and you slowly see them being displaced. And this is why one of the reasons why even Detroit, a good friend of mine, by the way, Rashida Tlaib, she's win by landslide because the
Real rap though, shit like ironically using Kirk memes doesn't endear leftists to black voters. Wait, what? Real rap though? Real rap though? Are you trying to tell me that black voters actually fuck with Charlie Kirk? What are you, insane? Dude, again, we will not be having this conversation, okay? Anytime people try to say black people are monolithic and they're actually conservative, far more conservative than you think, they're wrong. It's just objectively they're wrong. The opposite, man. Wait, what? Black people have never fucked with Charlie Kirk. I say using Kirk memes doesn't endear leftists to black voters. Wait, what? Okay, I'm done. Oh, he means getting Kirk like your lame ass did? Yeah, I don't agree with that either. The Kirk shit is cringe as fuck, to be fair. Hard to watch the 38-year-old man. Nope, Kirk is a meme. Black voters in Democratic primaries, especially in the South, have historically lined up behind one candidate, swinging nomination in the process, but growing divisions regarding class, gender, age, and ideology could make 2028 a little different. Yup. Harris retains goodwill from key portions of the party's base. The donor class may not be ready to turn the page. Team Harris has written off 2024 as an anomaly. Oh, no. But yeah, here's what's up. Here's what's going on, okay? This is true. Black voters, especially in the South, especially in Democratic primaries, not in the general, but certainly in the Democratic Party primaries, usually vote as close to as a block as you can get. If we're talking about South Carolina, particularly, we know, right? That's changing though. And its implications in the general are actually very bad for the Democratic Party's future in general. But it's positive in the primary system to a certain degree because there's a massive generational divide now. More and more younger black voters are either just checking out of the political process in its entirety or they're demanding changes. Okay? Which is a good thing. They want more left populist representation. They want more left populist candidates. Sometimes they want to be the left populist representation, the socialist representation, as we've seen with a lot of these DSA candidates, right? There is oh my God, here we go. Black men are leaning conservative. Please stop. Please. Looking at the metrics, looking at voter patterns, looking at demographic patterns, looking at psychographic profiles, black men are still, by and large, a quadrillion times more fucking capital W woke than every other type of man in this fucking country. Please stop. I hate this argument. It's my least favorite conversation because it is so wrong. It's wrong. It's never been right. And people still yap. Why? Where is this coming from? What the fuck? You guys see a bunch of black avatar Twitter accounts and you think like every black person is a Zionist, ultra-conservative Democratic Party voter. They're not real. Literally, look at a single fucking voter profile for once. Please. Black people consistently vote the most progressive, are the most progressive in general across the board. Okay? Not even a close comparison to white people, which are the least progressive. The most conservative, unified voting bloc have always been white people in this country. Fuck. And not only that, but black men too. Black men in comparison to white men, not even a question. Black men in comparison to Hispanic men, not even a fucking question. Fuck. There's like 8 conservative black guys in the country, and all of them are either in the Republican Party or have like a fucking television contract, and everybody goes, see? Fuck. Every goddamn year there's like last year there was 4 black people that voted for Trump, and now it's 8. So they go, well, see, that's a huge percentage increase. Yeah, it went from 4 to 8, man. Shut the fuck up. Lol, Hakeem Jeffries got a TV show? No, that's why I said are in politics in the conservative party. And no, I'm talking about Republican black men, okay? Conservative black men beyond Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries is a great example of this. Hakeem Jeffries is an incredibly conservative part of the Democratic Party. Hakeem Jeffries is still 100 times more woke than the average fucking Republican. Anyway. The black vote, particularly in the South, has been a great consolidating force in modern Democratic primaries. The firewall that lined up behind Hillary Clinton in 2016, that rescued Joe Biden in South Carolina, that ultimately made Obama. Democrats run orderly primaries when that group decides early and moves together. A black electorate that's split by age, split by gender, and openly shopping for a new face isn't just a headache for Harris. It's a break from decades of how this party has chosen a nominee. That's not really a story about Kamala Harris. It's a story about a party that doesn't know what it wants. And a 2028 presidential cycle is going to be a good deal messier than the polling makes it look. I'm feeling less confident for Abdul than I was, but he definitely has a chance. I don't think you should feel insecure. Remember, there's an AOC and Bernie rally that's going to take place this next week. He's got UAW backing him. UAW is God in that state. Yeah. I worry about these incidents, but ultimately, if you worry about them, if you're feeling insecure, if your asshole is puckering, then you already know. Smile and motherfucking dial, baby. Go out and phone bank. Go out and phone bank. Yeah, this was the other story about what's his face? William Lawrence, who I like a lot. William Lawrence is running in Michigan 7. They're now attacking him and saying he's racist. Surging progressive William Lawrence once said black Democratic leaders defang the white left. Sunrise Movement co-founder William Lawrence, who was in a conversation with a black activist, has alarmed party strategists with his rise in a Michigan swing district. Wait, what? Read the rest of that Ested thread? Holy fuck. I did. I read all of it. HuffPost attempts to turn critique of the Democratic establishment into a racial scandal. HuffPost appears to be attempting to smear William Lawrence, a pro-Palestine progressive challenger running for a Democratic nomination in Michigan's 7th congressional district, with a misleading headline claiming he said black Democratic leaders defang the white left. On a September 2024 episode of his podcast, Lawrence, a Sunrise Movement co-founder, had argued that older black political leaders have become a key institutional base of Democratic establishment, helping sustain capitalist and imperial U.S. power, which is fucking true. I'm sorry. The Congressional Black Caucus is one of the worst aspects of the seniority-driven, entrenched political power in the Democratic Party, and they literally cook younger black candidates from running and achieving power. I mean, we've seen an example of this. Like the CBC did not back Dottie Eliza, for example. Obviously, they're not going to, but they weren't like leaning in that direction at all. Maylot Quiros. I guess the CBC wasn't exactly a fan of Diana DeGette. But that's a separate story. That had nothing to do with Maylot being black, but more so had something to do with Diana DeGette actually running against Jim Clyburn. But that's, again, a separate story. Now, that can change, especially considering that the Congressional Black Caucus has radical roots. Okay? Very progressive policies were advanced by the Congressional Black Caucus initially. It's just become a fixture of entrenched power and also unbelievably captured by not just any kind of corporate interest, but specifically AIPAC as well. That's a disaster. Okay. He was basically talking about CBC leadership, which is entirely dedicated to seniority and institutionalism, but they're spinning it to be about all black politicians and even black people when it's just really a critique of CBC status as a seniority cartel. Yeah. Most caucuses operate in that way. Unfortunately, it's a real problem in the Democratic Party. It's a real problem. The seniority structure is one of the most like non-political sounding political problems in the Democratic Party that everyone identifies and hates. Okay? It's almost as popular. It's almost as popular as what do you call it? As fucking shitting on Israel or shitting on data centers. Okay? Probably more popular than both. People do not like the gerontocracy. They hate it. And it's not just young people who do not like the gerontocracy. It's old people who do not like the gerontocracy either. Maine is one of the oldest voter bases in the country, right? And Mainers who are 65, 70 years old were like, oh, I can't wait to vote for someone who's not so fucking old. Anyway. He said this repeatedly blocks left-wing organizing and puts white progressive organizers like himself in a politically difficult position because challenging those leaders is then framed as challenging black political power itself. It's a big problem for left politics in this country, he said. He then pointed to younger black voters moving away from Democrats and asked his guest, co-founder of Black for Palestine, whether a younger black left could break that dynamic and help build a different political alignment. Since the article's publication, centrist Democrats and certain Democratic Party officials have seized on the HuffPost story to demand that various groups and lawmakers revoke their endorsements of Lawrence. Lawrence, who was endorsed by Bernie Sanders and Rashida Tlaib, expressed regret for the clumsy way he expressed his point, while noting that a super PAC run by DC insiders and tied to AIPAC is spreading ridiculous smears about me because I'm the only candidate who will take on the billionaire class and the pro-war lobby.
Therefore, that is a contested space that we need to show up to.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how do you feel? What do you think is the trajectory as a millennial black leftist? It's not something I can talk.
What I don't like is when black folks are called out without full context. A very white perspective that doesn't take responsibility for the root of the establishment practice comes from. So does the Latino caucus. Every establishment caucus does that. Yeah, no, I know. Wait, what? What? You're telling me something I do know. Remember when I was yelling at chatters who were trying to do the thing where they were like, well, black folk are conservative. No, the fuck they're not. Oh, black men are conservative. No, the fuck they're not. Especially in comparison to other voting blocks and their voting patterns. They're not. It's just bullshit. Right? I get that. I say it all the time. It's one of the most frustrating things to talk about. And I did also mention that every caucus does this, right? I said seniority is a formative part. Like the seniority politics is a formative part of every caucus system and certainly just a part of the Democratic Party in general. And it's a huge problem across the board, not just for the Congressional Black Caucus. It's bad. It's bad. It's about maintaining entrenched power, and it's very frustrating.
Talk too much about because I'm white and it's not my struggle. That being said, like the extent to which the older generation of black political leadership are such of a pillar, frankly, for establishment, capitalist, imperialist, American power, through their role, as this kind of traditionalist, establishmentist pillar of the Democratic Party. It's a big problem. It's a big problem for left politics in this country.
It's just so funny because he's having an interview with a young black organizer, and the whole thing is called Black Internationalism. So it's like very clear that he's not like, oh yeah, fuck black people. I hate when they hold political power or anything like that. Like it's the exact opposite. And he even starts off by doing the whole like, look, it's not my place as a white person. So I want to hear your perspective as a black person on this issue, like as a young black activist. You know what I mean? And then, of course, let's be real. The CBC PAC immediately was demanding people revoke their endorsements of him. The CBC is slightly unique in that it only really promotes its elder leaders in the high-ranking positions and uses itself as a bloc to do so. The other caucuses coalesce around their members, but is less dependent on how long they've been in Congress.
And it gets us every single time, and it really defangs the white left, puts us in impossible positions. Really, it's very effective politically, and so I don't know. I'm curious, but we're also seeing now that unfortunately. Don't want anyone to vote for Trump, but like young black people are falling away from the Democratic Party, and the support is not showing up in the same way. We'll see what happens in November. I'm curious where you think this is headed, and what the younger black left needs to do in order to change this dynamic.
Yeah, totally. I mean, and just to start again with a kind of like, internationalist answer of a kind is this is a question that is faced in different places around the world where like the
He shouldn't have said white left, but every other thing he said was on point. No, I think he was trying to say like, yeah, he shouldn't have said that. But I think what he was trying to say is like, as a white person, if you're progressive, it's like, when you actually do face any opposition from black political leadership, Congressional Black Caucus, like, it's virtually impossible for you to come across as racist. I mean, even in this conversation, it's like literally happening. A version of that is happening, right? That's it. Especially because it's like, there are very real, like, anti-blackness is a little different than other forms of racism because it's so deeply embedded into American existence. It's so foundational. It's so fundamental to American existence that you live and you breathe it. Okay. It's so foundational that black people exhibit sometimes anti-blackness, right? Because it's every aspect of our education. It's in every aspect of our social governance. It's in all of our institutions. It's unfortunately like a very American thing. So for that reason, there is valid critique that you could find. There is even valid criticism in the way he's talking. Like technically, it's not wrong if you were to be like, well, what are you saying? Like other people have brought up these issues in a racialized manner. Okay? Which is part of the problem. I'll give you one example of anti-blackness that has always frustrated me. Okay? It kind of goes back to the same story I talk about all the time with like, oh, black people are conservative, whatever. There has always been articles that liberal writers often write about the conservatism that is growing amongst black men. Okay. And those articles have always rubbed me the wrong way because it almost feels like you are basically giving liberals the permission to relitigate the angry, savage black man trope, but wokely, liberal style. Okay? Like, that's what it is. In some ways, it's like giving liberals the space and the permission to also say that black men are, violent and angry and aggressive. That's a trope. That's a trope. It's not true. Especially in comparison, if we're doing like racial breakdowns, it's fucking an objectively untrue trope. And it's one that I talk about all the time. It's very frustrating. But at the same time, people have written about misogynoir and things of that nature. So it can be both right and wrong at the same time. So even if someone is making a clear critique and not coming from a racist perspective, I even understand why sometimes people can read that as racist, because anti-black racism is foundational. I mean, dude, Barack Obama low-key did that. Yeah, Piker Broadcasting Services, as a black man, just wanted to thank you for the honest coverage here. Really sucks seeing Obama perpetuate this false trope saying we weren't voting for Kamala enough. Yeah. I couldn't believe it. When he came out and he said that, I could not believe it. And people were getting mad at me when they were like, oh, it's not your place to fucking call out Barack Obama. So it was like a weird situation. Hasan is more conservative than young Van Jones too. That is actually true. That is literally, young Van Jones would have called me a fucking America imperialist dog. And he would have been right from his perspective. He was a fucking Maoist third worldist, man. He was literally a Maoist. That's true. Never forget, Maoist Van Jones. He's real. Black voters are not more culturally conservative than white people at all, but among white people, being culturally conservative is a wedge that makes you vote Republican, while among black people, it takes back seat, and black cultural conservatives still tend to vote Democrat. Yes. Anyway, Denzel McCampbell, this is the last thing I wanted to point to. Detroit City Council member, District 7. So Denzel said, he noticed this as well, and he wanted to address it. He said, it's disappointing that the black community is still being used as pawns in the races in Michigan. I know this is nothing new, but still, from deceptive campaign tactics used by those who support Stevens for Senate to try to portray that President Obama supports her, he has not endorsed her, to non-black people telling us how we should feel about an interview that William Lawrence did with a black organizer and a leader. More on my thoughts on that later, but to be clear, I listened to the actual conversation, and it's one that we've been having constantly about establishment. But what I want to point out is that there are moneyed and corporate interests that are going all in on trying to pit black folks against our best interests. It's yet another reason to get money out of politics and for a robust investment into civic education. Do your research, go beyond the glossy mailers, flashy ads, and Twitter discourse. This guy has me as a child as his fucking PFP, dude. Bro, I swear to God, there's something wrong with right-wing libtards on this fucking platform. Okay? Dog, what are you doing? Deranged, man. That's me as a minor. Normie Dem, gay, not queer. Depending on Google AI for false information is probably another reason to support Abdul because he has a plan to regulate it. Do you see Azealia Banks is coming for you? Hasan Piker is a wag F word. He's gassed and excited like he's spilling some special tea about Republicans as if being gay on the low invalidates Republican support for Israel. Whole time Muslims be the biggest F words. That's literally what he thinks this gives. Trying to sex shame a dead Zionist is beyond thirsty. Fuck out of here. Dude, it's so awesome that Azealia Banks is real. It's so fucking awesome to me. Because, like, this is, and he's a F word for reading that out loud, pussy. Incredible stuff. Judea and Samaria Banks. We kind of moved on, but I wanted to add, I did some quick math, and the average Democratic ranking member on committees is a whole 11 years older than the average member of Congress. She got spat on and yelled at when she was there. I cannot say the words I feel about her as a black person to another black person out loud. It is crazy. Who's this Banks person? Seems like someone the DNC establishment would love to run. Azealia Banks also said Ben-Gvir has been juicing because he looks good recently. He's sexy to me. I don't care. Not more handsome than Amichai, although I think Ben-Gvir is probably sexier because he's so shrewd. Girl, take your meds. Yeah, she's crazy. I mean, she's genuinely mentally ill, but we knew that already. Anyway, let's wrap this point. Let's wrap this story up with this last statement.
In New York, the current mayor is winning with landslides because people are losing faith in the current status quo black politician, and you slowly see them being displaced. And this is why one of the reasons why even Detroit, a good friend of mine, by the way, Rashida Tlaib, she's win by landslide because the typical Hakeem Jeffries type, old guard Clinton, even Obama, by the way, and I like Obama, they're being replaced by people that the younger people feel that they are responsive to their needs and ideas. So I can see even in this election is the Democratic Party have to give us more than Trump is the boogeyman, he's the bad guy, which he is. But what I'm saying is you have to have more answers and more solutions than just blaming everything on Trump. And this is why we see a lot of younger people like yourself that's getting disenchanted with them and replacing them people like Mondani, who are taking critical position even towards Israel and for the Palestinians, but yet he's still winning against all of those lobbyists who are paying to try to get him out of here. So and this is why, by the way, you even have Cori Bush starting to come back and run again, because they see an opening that people tired of the status quo politicians, people like yourself.
What do you make of Obama being invoked in this Michigan Democratic primary race? He's in the ads with Haley Stevens. Of course, he hasn't weighed into this race specifically, but Haley is using him saying good things about her in television ads. And when I talk to people that have voted for Haley Stevens, they tell me that that's why.
Oh yeah, that's why. And you also will see with Obama is that there's no pushback on that widely circulated campaign ad that she's using him. But it also says, and I hate to say it, that some of these politicians don't have their own ideas, so they got to use Obama, they got to use Rahm Emanuel, they got to use Bill Clinton in order to get themselves credibility. Whereas you look at people like Mondani and Rashida Tlaib, for example, they use themselves.
Mamdani made a lot of people see politics differently. Black people are not a monolith. Older black voters tend to support establishment candidates, while younger black voters are more likely to vote for candidates who aren't backed by the establishment. For Abdul to win, young people need to show up. Yeah. We just got blast them. Despite what Neera Tanden and Schumer would have you believe, Haley Stevens is a serial underperformer. From 2012 to 2022, she underperformed the average top of the ticket by 12.5 points. Not just a one-off, but a consistent underperformance. Nominating her would put the seat in jeopardy. This is a Bundacrat, by the way. What the fuck? He's got the Israeli flag in the bio and everything. This is exactly the type of guy who's supposed to be like, I love Haley Stevens. I'm actually kind of shocked. An abundist guy who's like pro-Palestine, but also has the Israeli flag on the fucking bio. Is Abdul winning over the Abundacrats? That's got to be like one of the Zoran pickups. You know what I mean? They truly don't care. Schumer would rather lose the seat than have Abdul win. Yes, 100%. What we're seeing here is abso-fucking-lutely the Democratic Party torching its own fucking chances of having the best possible candidate, which is Abdul El-Sayed, but like not even close. Okay? This is like with 2016, there was already like an established narrative that people were firmly committed to because we're coming after the Obama years, right? So while Obama's support had definitely waned a little bit, there was still an idea, there was still a faith that liberals placed in the establishment and the electability arguments would work. Okay? Right now, establishment Democrats know that their fucking electability arguments are bad, and yet they're still trying to overwhelm the market with as many smears, with as many manufactured points of outrage as possible. And they're still trying to do a half-ass like electability argument as well. At a time when there's no appetite for it. So it's now about like duping as many old people as possible to vote for the weaker candidate with half-cocked electability arguments. That's it. It's straight up. It is straight up blasting in every fucking TV network, trying to get people who watch television, who get their nose from the TV man still, to commit to the same old business as usual politics with the hopes that electability argument still works.
Blasting started. It went on a couple of months. My sister-in-law's ceiling come crashing
We sat AOC down with Republican voters. Can she win them over?
down.
Nobody from Amazon has bothered to say one word. It was 3 blasts a day, 7 days a week for months.
This is unbelievable.
What happens when you take Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to the heart of the data center revolt?
And they're just trying to say that no one should cover this?
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I'm on a Social Security check. I can't afford to do that.
You didn't blow up your ceiling. No, I didn't.
We wanted to know how voters who feel politically homeless,
and raise your hand if your electricity bill has gone up and your water bill has gone up.
From the black suburbs of Atlanta
Are the local politicians supportive or what?
to conservative rural communities.
This is not a party issue. This is a people issue.
That's right.
So it doesn't matter what party you are. It's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
How are voters going to respond to a Democratic socialist from New York?
People want to call me woke, whatever. This is about power.
With the Trump administration pushing for more data centers,
The AI race is a big deal. The construction of colossal data centers. We have to get this stuff built.
where does that leave regular people like Beverly Morris?
Well, I feel trapped because I have no way out.
How is the backlash against a data center boom the key to unlocking America's politics?
We've never been more polarized. I just think we got to show up in these places and see these things for ourselves.
Well, do you want to show us? There's been some damage to your house.
Of course. Yeah, sure. Come on.
Yeah.
Pamela Felder purchased her dream home 3 years ago.
So the first initial thing I saw was the crack in my porch. Wow. All the way across.
All was well until explosive blasts started to shake her home earlier this year.
It sounded like someone picked up my house and went boom. A week after that, that's when I started seeing cracks all throughout my house. And I found out they're putting a data center in my backyard.
The 2 million square foot hyperscale data center is being built less than a mile from Pamela's home.
You can still see where the paint.
Thoughts? Perhaps AOC has some latent ability that I'm not seeing. Perhaps the country's becoming more amenable to her communication style. Perhaps the right is so unpopular she can win regardless. I don't know, but I'm skeptical of anyone who tries to paint this. Any of this is proven to tie DSA to her. What is this? Bro, here's what it is, okay? AOC is despised by... AOC is the most like normies fucking love her and think she is amazing. And everyone on the internet fucking hates her candidate of all time. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's literally it. Normies love AOC. Liberals love AOC. They do. And it's so funny that people on here, people on this platform are just like, bro, she fucking sucks. All this stuff. Okay? Like it's not even a thing. Like it's just a almost completely online manifestation. And it's not bots. Like there's real enmity towards AOC. It's also because like she has there are issues with some of the decisions that she makes. Okay? Like I wish she was more bold. Like that's the best thing that I can say. You're so wrong. I'm not saying they're anything alike in actuality, but she has the same aspiring, fun wine aunt vibes as Kamala. You're kind of wrong. No, you're going to bring up all of the fucking negatively polarized people that have watched a shit ton of like conservative attack ads against her. She consistently outperforms most people. Unfortunately, her strongest her strongest congressional track record is low-key on foreign policy. Ironically enough, if you actually look at her voter, if you actually look at her legislative record, but then her weakest part in terms of her communication is foreign policy, which is why, although if you look at her legislative track record, you're like, she's got great track record. Okay. One of the best in Congress. But if you just know her from the quote unquote controversies that she's a part of on the internet, then, you know, she's terrible. That's what people think. But yeah, normies do actually love AOC broadly. She has she quietly has amassed a fucking war chest. She doesn't like aggressively fundraise or anything like that. And yet she has like by far the highest number of small donors from all across the country. Normies love her to death. Read my article. You wrote an article. DSA's NPC votes against all member polling, raising questions. Oh my God. I'm not wading into this. I'm not weighing into this. I'm not weighing in on this. Yeah, dude, look at this. AOC's fundraising prowess continues to be astonishing. She's raised more than twice as much as Jeffries and leads all 435 House members. It's insane, dude. It's fucking insane. And before people say, who the fuck is David Trone? He's self-funding, okay? It doesn't count. AOC's fundraising prowess is actually unmatched because it's all small donors too. It's not like they're major corporate PACs or anything like that. It's just small donors. Everyone else on this list has fundraised, not off of small donors, but off of big donors, major donors. Part of the reason why she is also undefeated in her district is because she has phenomenal constituent services that a lot of people overlook, weirdly enough. That's why she's basically a powerhouse in her district, and AIPAC gave up on trying to unseat her. Okay? But these are important considerations to make when thinking about AOC for 2028.
It's ripped all the way up my stairs. I noticed the ceiling that looked cracked across there.
My dad worked in construction, so
Oh, he did?
so if I look like I'm really sticking my nose
No,
in here,
I don't care.
because
I
I'm
want you
taking
to.
a real look. And your neighbors are experiencing the same thing.
We were all sending letters out to the blasting company.
And what are they saying when they deny it?
They said my house was settling.
Oh, so everyone here's
Every-
house is settling
settling
at the same time.
At the same time.
Pamela's neighbor also came by and insisted we see a giant sinkhole she said was caused by the blasts.
Makes you want to cry. No one's listening. Why a data center? Why now? Why here?
Unprecedented amounts of money are behind the race to build. Meta is investing $600 billion in data center infrastructure through 2028. OpenAI has pledged over $400 billion. Even the real estate company responsible for this site just closed a $3.25 billion funding round.
If these tech folks love these data centers so much, put it in your backyard.
That's right. That's right. Or
You put it in your backyard.
Put it away from people's homes.
This is why we're saying we need to slow the roll on this, because they're moving fast. We're just saying pause it so that we can move forward in a more just way.
That's right.
In a fair way.
Yeah, for everybody.
For everybody.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you for your...
But far from the black suburbs of Atlanta is much Trumpier country, and the idea of AOC isn't as enthusiastically received.
There's some really extreme liberal views out there.
Before they met her, I asked folks what they knew about AOC's politics.
Just from an overall view, very fringe left.
I'm probably a lot more conservative than she is.
How are your politics evolving? And
They're evolving.
I'm not real impressed with the politics on either side.
we first met Beverly Morris and her husband Jeff last year when they showed us how the construction of a 2.5 million square foot Meta data center is contaminating their drinking water, a charge which Meta denies.
This is my cold water pressure in the kitchen.
So you can see the sediment from the data center.
And this is what's in all the pipes, too. They should be responsible for that, not us.
When we were here last year with them, Meta was still building this data center, but now it's operational.
I worry about using the water for everything.
Yeah.
I don't use the water for cooking anymore. I did for a while, you know. I thought, oh, you know, I've got to use it.
Right.
I wouldn't drink it. I haven't drank the water here in
I mean, it should
years.
be, I mean, this is my view, but it should be a right for you to be able to turn on your tap and drink what comes out of it.
The Morrises aren't alone. Other residents also came to us with stories of their contaminated water.
This is the sediment that it's picking up. The cold water pressure everywhere is pretty bad. You cannot take a shower and wash dishes or take a shower and fill up the horse's water. You just can't.
Our refrigerator broke, our HVAC broke. We have issues with the pool. So anything that's water related, we have issues with. And this is the filters from the filtration system after we pull it out. So.
And you used to change those filters once a year, or?
Yeah.
I think typical people are probably 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
And now you're doing it once a month?
Yeah.
But you feel stuck, right? You feel like you can't, even if you wanted to move, you can't.
No, not and be able to get the value that we've put into our home.
Well, let's keep going down the line here, Connie.
Our fight is in Coweta County. We just had a large parcel of land rezoned for a data center, but we don't know who it is yet that's coming.
And I'm Tina. I live in Oxford, Georgia, and it's the Amazon data center.
We're not just fighting Facebook or Amazon or any of these data centers. That's not who we're fighting. We're fighting the entire institution that allows it.
They think people aren't paying attention. They'll go sniffing around, jiggling every door handle to see what county they can push these things through on.
It is necessary. I understand the need for it, but the manner in which they're going about it is not only wrong, it doesn't even make sense.
I don't blame Amazon. I don't blame those businesses. I blame our government. That's who's supposed to be taking care of me. My commissioner should have been looking after our community. Our governor should be looking after our state. Like, it goes up. A business is a business, and it's about making business, and they don't care what they're doing to people.
Right.
They don't, and that's a shame. But
Bro, you go to these towns and you tell them we're gonna fucking end these data centers. You'd be like, I'm a communist, and I'm saying we're gonna end these fucking data centers. No more big businesses poisoning your fucking water supply. They're gonna be like, I'm a commie too. I'm telling you, man.
They're greedy and they don't
the
care.
way it is. Yeah.
We appreciate you taking the time to come hear about it, because until someone at a national level gets really serious about it, nothing's going to happen.
We should be starting congressional investigations on the effect on these and figuring out with precision how we protect our water supplies, how we protect your power bills and water bills, and keep people from getting sick.
50 miles away from the Morrises, a group of residents successfully pushed for a moratorium on a 95-acre data center project.
Now, wait a minute, where do I know you from?
I'm a congresswoman from New York.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you my girl, you know.
Thank you.
We organized because we know what we want in our community. And they did not anticipate that when they had the Board of Commissioner meeting, that hundreds of us were going to show up. They couldn't deny us. They had to stop and say, wait a minute.
Across the country, more than 50 local data center moratoriums have already been enacted, with dozens more proposed or under consideration across the U.S. But this patchwork approach has left a lot of communities vulnerable.
We're in a neighborhood that's in unincorporated Clayton County, but just over the fence line is the city limits of Forest Park, and that is where the facility is being built.
Wow, okay, all right. So the county has a moratorium,
yes,
but the city does not?
Correct.
Wow. And so the city, even though the city's inside the county,
Correct.
It's not covered. Hoo-wee.
Yes.
All right, talk about a loophole.
Yes.
For now, the local fight continues.
The community has said, we want walkability in our neighborhoods, we want clean air, we want clean water, but we have to keep fighting. It's like a continual fight. It's like we're surrounded by piranhas, you know, that just keep trying to pick at us, but we just keep fighting.
In March 2026, AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders introduced legislation at the federal level called the AI Data Center Moratorium Act. It's both a response to growing opposition to these facilities, but also about the need to establish a nationwide policy about their construction.
Our responsibility is to take care of people, and that is what we're here to do today.
What you're proposing is a national moratorium.
Yes, and it's, you know, it's not the same thing as an outright ban, but it's saying we need to meet some basic protections for people. We need some guarantees on your water.
Who needs to walk when you can grok? I'm gonna grok it. I'm gonna ChatGPT it. I'm gonna tell you no data centers in my backyard, but I'm a numbers guy and I want the data center to be in your backyard.
On the air that you breathe, we need to make sure that the jobs that stand to be wiped out, that there's a plan for that, and we're not just leaving people, you know, out to dry. And we need to just have some really basic common sense protections for people.
The bill would require a building moratorium until the federal government passes laws mitigating job losses, preventing utility rate hikes, and establishing environmental protections, among other things. The question is whether this is enough to persuade conservative voters to support someone far across the political aisle. Do you think that people here could get behind someone like AOC and her ideas for AI and data centers?
I think they would get behind anyone who was going to fight for their rights to clean water and to live their life without dealing with this.
Now the tide on this is starting to turn. The politics on this, because everyday people are starting to catch on to what's going on.
She may be on the left, but on the data center issue, seems more centered and genuinely concerned about people. And that's refreshing to hear.
How do you wrap your head around addressing this at the national level?
We need to put people first, and we need those protections to be ironclad and guaranteed before we can have a conversation about what does and doesn't get constructed.
Do you think that this is an issue that could maybe pull our country together?
I don't know if it's going to pull our government all together. It's pulling the people together.
If there's a chance that anything can be done, I feel like she is going to be the one to do it.
Days later, AOC showed Beverly's water samples to an EPA water official testifying before her committee.
I have a jar right here. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable.
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established.
Did you catch that? She's on the left, but at least she's in the center on the data center issue. Yes. This is something that I've said quite a bit. It's something that Michael from Pennsylvania said quite a bit. And ironically enough, this is something that Morris Katz has said as well. These people don't understand what moderate is, okay? They think center is a good thing. And I think a lot of established Democrats abuse that to say, oh, it's center. You mean like moderate on healthcare? No, they think Medicare for all is a moderate policy. They just associate being in the center with good, and whatever they think is good is in the center. So if you just keep it issue specific and keep it moving, they'll be like, yeah, of course I'm a centrist on blowing up data centers. That's the centrist position. Okay, that's the center-left position. The centrist position is, investigating where to put these data centers, right? Like that from their perspective, they literally are, that's what they think. Like, if you were to ask Americans, like, hey, should we keep blowing up fucking brown countries around the world, or should we stop doing that? They'd be like, no, the centrist position is to stop doing that. The centrist position is being anti-Israel. The centrist position is anti-data center. From their perspective, they just associate the center with good. Okay? The golden mean. Moderate just means someone who doesn't identify strongly with a political party, but when you ask them about policy, they're overwhelmingly left-wing. How do I know the most popular active politician was self-described moderates as Bernie Sanders? Yes. I know. Right. Center-left Dems are worried about AI PAC money, but also getting labor pressured not to support a pause on data center construction. There are other tax ideas to redistribute the benefits of AI data centers, but the progressive position is just stop building them. That gets you to scenes like this. A candidate getting bird dog because she won't take the progressive position and is therefore a shill with nothing to offer. Note the main active is bringing up his student debt, which has nothing to do with the issue, but makes it more sympathetic if she tries the bolt. Hotter take, it was clear that the centrist Dems were rallying to abundance, or at least reading about it and attending its conferences, and that the left identified that movement's thermal exhaust port, data center construction. The centrist position is quitting my job and jerking off all day. Congratulations, Chatter. I hope you're doing all right with that.
By EPA are being met.
There are a lot of people with a lot of money who don't want to see this thing slow down. They're like, the train's moving fast. We can't afford to stop. Doesn't matter. We'll figure it out later.
I've been in a lot of political fights that have seemed insurmountable before that we've won.
1, 2, 3.
No data center.
I just don't believe in impossible. I just think that, you know, if you think something's impossible, it's just that's an imagination problem.
We're going to keep following this story. If you have any tips for us, please reach out at stories@perfectunion.us. And
this related story is starting to blow up.
Imagine waking up one day and being told the home your family has lived in for years is going to be demolished to help power the AI.
Okay, no, it's over. Georgia families lose home due to data centers. I'm going to be honest with you. This will cause, I feel like this is the one thing that every American is going to be like, I will rise up in arms. I will rise up in arms and I will join the fucking militant vanguard. That's crazy. Bro, it's not like people have homes already, okay? Home ownership is already at an abysmal rate. What are we doing? What are we doing, man? Oh my God, making people lose their houses to a fucking data center? Oh my God, the contradictions worsen every day. We as socialists must be there, okay? We as socialists must be there to aid and abet the working class as contradictions worsen, as they feel rudderless, as they feel angry for good reason, without recognizing what is doing this to them, who is doing this to them. We have to direct their anger and animosity towards the appropriate forces.
AI boom, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. That is what is happening to some homeowners in Georgia. They've been given an ultimatum: sell your home or the state will take it. Utility giant Georgia Power is planning to build a new transmission line so it can handle new data centers. Skylar Henry has more from a county just outside Atlanta.
I'm a single mom. I worked hard for everything.
How do you put a price on a home you never intended to sell? One filled with more than 2 decades of memories.
I think I was 5 or 6 when this was built.
The yard where you buried your pets. The greenhouse that fed your family.
When you talk about what being on this property means to you,
yeah,
right? It's y'all's.
It's ours. It's our family.
Hasan, these people think, good, I don't have a house now, you don't either? No, I'm talking about the people who are losing their houses, man.
We belong here.
But Ansley Brown's childhood home likely won't be here much longer. That's because the state's largest utility, Georgia Power, says it needs the area to make way for a 35-mile-long transmission line.
Georgia Power has been here for as long as Ansley's mother has owned this property. It's just beyond the tree line. Now, with the expansion...
This is my county, and is United the Hogs centrist and left here against it? People are all talking about this? Yeah, this is one thing that animates Americans unlike anything else, man. Eminent domain is, oof.
Of this
Goddamn
latest
un-American.
project, they're looking to take the 2.5 acres the house sits on.
Georgia Power says increasing demand has outpaced the capacity of its existing grid, and building a new transmission line requires acquiring more than 300 parcels of land, including residential properties.
What did your mom tell you she wanted for this property to be?
Generational wealth, true generational wealth was the idea, and now it's being stripped from us.
Georgia Power estimates 70 to 80% of the power on this new line is
There's 50,000 people told, fuck you, your power is gone in Tahoe as well. And there's already alarm bells that rang that tens of millions of Americans through the Midwest and South will see rolling blackouts as early as next year due to data centers. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, there is, like, these behemoths are power sucks. They're basically power sinks. They are exhausting the already dog shit infrastructure that exists, which is only going to lead to skyrocketing electricity costs, which it already has led to that, and then rolling blackouts with regular frequency, because the power grid is already shit. For what? For a technology that is going to displace the existing labor force. It is so fucked up.
expected to help serve data centers. It says the remaining 20 to 30%.
Yeah, meanwhile, we just sit around and we're like, oh, dude, turn down your AC. Oh, I'd never do that. Don't tread on me. It's like, bro, they are already treading all up and down your ass.
Power will serve the state's growing residential and commercial demand.
Georgia Power told us that they feel as if they've done this process responsibly. What would you say to that?
I disagree. You can't tear down 35 miles of rural Georgia and it not hurt something or somebody. And to say that you're doing it in the name of data centers is a slap in the face to us, our community, our animals.
Brown's mother recently came to an agreement with Georgia Power to sell. Brown says if she didn't, the utility could have sought to acquire her property through eminent domain, a legal process that allows private property to be taken with compensation for projects determined to serve a public purpose.
All power generation starts somewhere.
Holly Lovett is a Georgia Power spokesperson.
Eminent domain is always, a last resort for us, and it's something we never want to do.
To us, it's theft. It's literally $1 billion company stealing land from smaller people who can't fight back. We don't have the money to fight Georgia Power.
So that's why a few months ago,
like you guys know, I'm not anti-eminent domain. Okay, I want Chinese style development, and part of that will require eminent domain, which ironically enough is far the property homeownership rights in China are ironically far superior to the United States of America. That's why you have a concept called like needle homes in China. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, but I am in favor of a powerful state. Now, hold on. For good reason. Okay, yeah, it's called nail houses. There it is, yeah. So, what do I mean by this? If it's eminent domain for high-speed rail, or if it's eminent domain for like a necessary power plant or something, you know what I mean? That's going to power the hospital. Like, that makes sense. But if it's for fucking powering data centers, I'm like, what are we doing? How is that also for public purpose? How is a data center for a private multi-billion-dollar corporation for public utility, for public purpose? Explain that to me. I do not understand it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh, why? Is it because the government decided? Because all these lizard billionaires are fucking up Donald Trump's ass, so they decided that it's actually for good reason? There's a necessity for public utility? It's bullshit.
Ansley took her story to TikTok.
My childhood home is being taken by Georgia Power.
China's also using eminent domain for data centers. They see public utility in them. Why do you hate data centers so much? It's like you just don't like data centers rather than some of the issues they create. China is building data centers in the fucking ocean, dude. I just described to you the Chinese process as far as eminent domain, and you literally just refused to listen to what I had to say. Also, and I can't stress this enough, and it's going to come as a big surprise to a lot of people, I'm not Chinese, motherfucker. I don't give a shit what they're doing in China. Not only are you wrong, but even if you were right, I'd be like, I'm not Chinese. I don't live in fucking... Do I look like I live in Guangzhou? Is that what I look like? Is that what it seems like to you? Oh, that's Chongqing Hasan. The fuck? Just because I got the Chinese panda on me at all times. Yeah, China's built over 500 completely new cities since the CPC took power. They know how to build stuff. I know. That motherfucker was coping. He just literally went, whoa, well, they're doing it in China too. It's like, yeah, okay, great.
Began sharing stories of others in similar situations.
What is it taking from her? Look behind me. is taking this entire backyard.
What do you say to someone who will push back on any sort of offer that's out there and say, well, a price tag can't replace memories?
Oh gosh, you know, it almost makes me emotional because I have those memories in like my house, and I get how deeply personal people's homes are. I would just say that we see you and we hear you. And
Yes, I know people from China that had their homes bought from them and then given brand new homes for free. Yes. Yes, the Chinese state is insane with that shit. They give you a higher rate if they have to move you. They pay for the moving fees. Sometimes they give you a replacement home. And on top of that, even if you say no across the board, there's the concept of nail homes where they just like literally stick out in the middle of a motherfucking highway. They're like, all right, whatever. Your loss.
we want this process to be respectful and transparent, and that is going to ultimately benefit you.
Brown doesn't buy that, and while she knows it's too late to save her home, she says she doesn't want to see this happen to anyone else.
My mom wants an apology. She wants an apology from Georgia Power. That's it.
And it's because of how she feels as if she's been treated.
Yeah. I mean, for an entire year, they have bullied her. And there is no sorry. So that's what we want. We want an apology from Georgia Power.
When asked if the utility company is willing to apologize, Georgia Power told us they have worked hard to be transparent, negotiate in good faith, and make this process as easy as possible. As for the data centers and who is behind them, Georgia Power told us it doesn't publish lists of customers to protect safety and security. Guys, this is obviously a big story. You know, it's one of those things that we've talked about for months now.
Yeah.
These data centers, communities, obviously not in my backyard. But I think the real crux of this argument here is, what do you say to people who've owned these properties for 20, 30 years? And it's like, you got to go.
And you feel the emotion. It's interesting to me that Georgia Power says we've tried to make this process as easy as possible. Their definition of easy as possible is very different from what these families are experiencing. It's still hard to believe there's nothing they can do, nothing.
And the reality is that you're looking at this is going to happen more and more because you're going to need over the next 20 years, 10 to 20 years, 10 to 15% more power than is being generated right now in the United States. That's probably 100 nuclear reactors if you have to generate 110 gigawatts.
How do you put
Skylar,
a price tag on this?
you
Truly,
can't.
it is so tough.
Skylar, we thank you.
Absolutely.
Insane. China has the infrastructure to power these data centers. The U.S. doesn't. As simple as that. Yeah, there's that too. Trump is Brian Tyler Cohen China posting. Trump has allowed China to lap us on energy. Also, we can take in donations from dying fossil fuel companies. Trump first, America last. Holy shit. Oh my God. Never thought I'd see the fucking day. Anyway. All right. Don't leave us. Yes, I am. It's 7 hours. I'm tired. I'm ending the broadcast here. I love you guys, and I'll be here tomorrow. As always, you already know. Okay? That's all I got, folks. Peace.
Stunning Rofi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves given Grinnin's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.